Chapter 1. The Cleric of the Sewers. When pondering the most intricate edifice in Gotham, where does one's mind wander? It is neither the soaring Wayne Tower, nor the ominous Arkham Asylum, and certainly not the enigmatic Batcave. The true labyrinthine structure of Gotham lies beneath the city, in the complex network of sewers that sprawls like a maze. Constructed since the pioneer days of the western frontier, the sewer system remains shrouded in mystery, with no one truly knowing how many secret passageways exist or how deep. They delve into the earth. Few who dare to unearth these secrets ever return to the surface. Here, the opulence and revelry of Gotham above are absent, and the nefarious forces show little interest in this shadowy realm, a place where even the bat signal of Gotham's night cannot penetrate. Yet, it is not devoid of inhabitants. The mysterious Gotham sewers are rife with urban legends. Tales abound of a killer crocodile that preys upon the unwary, a humanoid turtle honing its ninjutsu skills in the depths, a rat catcher who can manipulate vermin to spread plagues, in the clandestine owl's court that covertly governs the lifeblood of Gotham. Well, perhaps some of these entities are mere figments of imagination, but it is well known that in Gotham, urban legends often hold more credence than news. Recently, a new rumor has surfaced regarding the sewers of Gotham. Tick-tock, that in the dimly lit sewer, a figure clad in a voluminous trench coat and a flat cap cautiously navigates the waterway, pushing a wheelchair with careful steps. You need not accompany me, I can manage alone. You must know this is the most advanced electric wheelchair. The occupant of the chair asserts to his astonishment. The one seated in the wheelchair is a young woman with a cascade of wavy orange hair, dressed simply yet elegantly. Her fair visage is enhanced by a pair of black-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of intellectual grace. Not utter such foolishness, Barbara. I will never allow my daughter to venture through the sewers alone at this hour. The issue is, should anyone discover us, it would raise questions about Commissioner Gordon's midnight escapade in the sewers. More likely, we shall find the sewers devoid of life, stroll about, and return home unscathed. Frankly, this rumor is far too implausible. But it is my only hope. I refuse to spend my life confined to a wheelchair due to that bullet from the Joker. Yet, even the most mediocre science fiction writer would hesitate to employ the trope of a miraculous healer clad in priestly garb in the sewers. You would believe in aliens capable of lifting airplanes with one hand, yet dismiss this. Wait, look over there, Barbara exclaimed, and as Gordon followed her pointing finger, he beheld a dilapidated, rusted iron door at the corner of the sewer, a warm glow seeping through the cracks. The father and daughter exchanged a glance, both perceiving the surprise and caution reflected in each other's eyes. They then approached the iron gate cautiously, with Gordon stepping forward to gently knock on the door. Knock, knock. Hello, is anyone there? Click. Upon hearing the sound of the metal lock disengaging, Gordon instinctively reached for the weapon concealed at his waist, while Barbara found herself unexpectedly gripping a compact personal defense stun gun. The door creaked open, and to Gordon's astonishment, a diminutive Asian girl, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, with dark hair and eyes, appeared in the doorway. Hello, is this the residence of a renowned doctor? The young girl furrowed her delicate brows, pressing her lips tightly together in silence, merely observing Gordon and Barbara with her bright, clear eyes. Noticing this, Barbara assumed the girl was unable to communicate in English and was about to attempt a clumsy rendition in Chinese when, at that moment, a soft and steady voice emanated from within. Are there guests? Then let them in. Cassandra today has been rather hectic. The girl, referred to as Cassandra, hesitated momentarily before slowly opening the door wide. Behind it lay a narrow room of approximately 50 square meters, furnished with a row of dilapidated chairs along the walls, where several ragged, bandaged individuals sat. Scattered about the far end of the room stood a small folding bed, upon which lay a man in a state of near unconsciousness, his body riddled with several gunshot wounds from which blood flowed profusely. Experienced Gordon quickly discerned that these were life-threatening injuries. Beside the folding bed stood a young man clad in a fitted white coat, with light brown hair and a handsome visage that seemed out of place in this dismal setting. Cassandra rushed to the young man's side, gesturing animatedly before pointing at Barbara and Gordon at the entrance. You say they exude an aura of danger. The young man paused, then turned to regard the two at the door, a look of intrigue spreading across his face. Oh, I recognize this gentleman from television. Aren't you Commissioner Gordon of the GCPD? It seems the lady beside you is indeed a distinguished guest. At the young man's words, the injured individuals seated in the chairs turned their heads toward Gordon, several displaying clear signs of agitation and trepidation. Gordon furrowed his brow. He recognized many among them as criminals he had personally apprehended, with a few still on his wanted list. However, Gordon resolved to set aside these concerns for the moment. The pressing matter at hand was the young man before him, and whether he could heal his daughter's injuries. "So, you are the legendary miracle worker reputed to cure all ailments?" "Ah, you are mistaken. This is clearly a case of exaggerated rumor. I am not a doctor, nor do I even possess a medical license." The young man wore a serene smile, gesturing behind him, prompting Gordon to notice the large wooden cross he bore, towering approximately 1 meter tall. "I am merely an ordinary cleric," he remarked. Turning around, the young man raised his hand above the dying figure on the folding bed and softly intoned, "Cura remendium." Suddenly, a brilliant green light enveloped the ailing man, and concurrently, the gaping wounds on his body healed at a visibly rapid pace, akin to a fast-forward scene from a film. The green glow dissipated. A hint of color returned to the pallid face of the injured man, who looked in astonishment at the scars where his wounds had once been, a smile of exhilaration illuminating his features. "How miraculous! It feels like a divine miracle." "You may regard it as a genuine miracle, however. Miracles are not without cost. As previously agreed, I must collect my payment." The young man seized the man's hand and forcibly removed a ring from his finger. "Wait, this is my wife's keepsake." "Not anymore. This is merely equipment I acquired in the course of my duties, just a common trinket." The young man examined the ring closely, then casually tossed it behind him. Gordon observed a wooden barrel behind him, overflowing with an array of jewelry, though most seemed to be inexpensive trinkets of dubious quality. "Well then, safe travels. Next I'll be, by the way, my name is Karl. May the light of the divine be with you." Chapter 2. 3 years of transcendence, from Arkham to the sewers. 3 years prior, upon awakening in Crime Alley and lifting his gaze to the prominent, colossal bat signal in the night sky, Karl was reluctantly compelled to accept an undeniable truth. He had transcended into another realm. Initially, Karl suspected he had fallen prey to some elaborate prank, yet the foreboding sky, the Gothic architecture, and most importantly, the glaring white bat signal above revealed the reality was no longer in his original world, but had entered the universe of DC Comics, a realm where superheroes and supervillains coexisted amid a tapestry of hope and darkness. To be candid, Karl felt a surge of excitement and anticipation upon his arrival in this new world. In his previous life, he had merely drifted through existence, numbing himself with games and comics as an ordinary wage earner, secretly yearning for a life filled with grandeur and adventure, especially after discovering he possessed special abilities, allowing him to utilize the skill set of the paladin character from the game Dungeon and Fighter, which he had played incessantly before his transcendence. His confidence soared. The aspiration to fight alongside the superheroes he once idolized is an indelible dream harbored in the heart of every man. However, this city, known as Gotham, swiftly delivered a resounding slap to awaken him from his stupor. But on the very night of his arrival, amidst the excitement, Karl found himself ensnared in a common street skirmish in Gotham. In a bid for self-preservation, he reluctantly utilized his abilities, seizing a dilapidated cross he found by the roadside and brandishing it. Yet, as an ordinary individual, his control over power proved precarious. Regrettably, his debut ended with the demise of 2 thugs who attempted to shoot him. Logically, this could be viewed as justifiable self-defense. However, it was evident that some individuals held a different perspective. In an instant, upon witnessing a dark, bat-shaped shadow descending from the sky, Karl was struck squarely in the face, leaving him no chance to offer an explanation. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a hospital bed at Arkham Asylum. Those were days he wished to forget, yet could never truly erase from memory. During his months at Arkham, Karl grasped many of the city's unspoken rules. First, in Gotham, special abilities are alarmingly abundant, yet devalued. Showcasing such talents will not elevate one's existence, but rather attract the attention of more troublesome individuals. Second, proving one's sanity is an exceedingly arduous task, particularly upon discovering that one's attending physician is also a lunatic. Ultimately, after several months, during a massive prison break at Arkham, Karl seized the opportunity to join the escapees, bringing an end to his training period at the asylum. However, he soon realized that, even post-escape, he found himself in a precarious situation. Lacking identification and labeled an escaped inmate from Arkham, he was unable to rent a home or secure employment, and even traveling to other cities via public transport was beyond his reach. The constant threat of being recaptured loomed over him. Having learned from his previous experiences, he held no hope that any superhero would come to his aid. Ultimately, the only refuge he discovered was within the depths of Gotham's sewers. Though it may sound like a foul-smelling and perilous place, Karl soon discovered it was not as he had imagined. The second tier of Gotham's sewers primarily served as a backup facility for flood drainage, making it cleaner than many streets in Gotham. More importantly, it was remarkably safer than anywhere else in the city, devoid of gunfights, lunatics, or terrorist attacks in a sense. It was a rare sanctuary amidst the chaos of Gotham. In this setting, Karl gradually adapted and learned to harness his abilities, while employing his role template ability to assist other sewer dwellers. He managed to secure sufficient food and supplies for his sustenance. Next, Karl stated with an impassive demeanor as a timid girl approached him. Her face bore the scars of a tragic accident in Gotham, a place where explosions and gunfire were commonplace, and such misfortunes were far from rare. "Brother, two have no valuables. Only this bracelet my mother left me. Would that suffice?" The girl's bracelet appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary toy, devoid of any precious metal. Yet, Karl smiled gently and placed his hand softly atop the girl's head. Cura Remendium, a green light flickered once more, and moments later, the girl gazed at her reflection in the mirror hanging on the adjacent wall. Her large, watery eyes were wide with disbelief, and her small face radiated joy. However, upon seeing Karl's open hand before her, the little girl instinctively clutched her wrist, her gaze towards Karl imbued with a hint of pleading. "I am truly sorry. Child promises must be upheld." Karl's voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable firmness as he grasped the girl's delicate wrist, forcibly removing the bracelet. He examined it closely, his expression shifting slightly. "A blue-tier item. How fortunate that in this world, there existed an equipment system akin to that of his previous life, allowing one to enhance their prowess through the acquisition of gear." Much of Karl's former strength stemmed from his collection of epic equipment. However, in this realm, he had to start anew, gathering blue and white-tier items from scratch. Hence, when he healed others, it was not for monetary gain. Instead, he collected various items regardless of their worth or whether they belonged to someone else or held sentimental value in his eyes. These were his means of survival. Moreover, his healing required the expenditure of blue energy. Indiscriminately spreading goodwill would only lead to his own detriment. He was well aware of the principle that one reaps what they sow. Wait. A bright and melodious voice interrupted, and Karl looked up to see a red-haired, intellectually poised beauty in a wheelchair approaching him. "Hold on, Barbara." Disregarding her father's objections, Barbara wheeled herself closer to Karl, placing a hand on the shoulder of the quietly sobbing girl. "You're Mr. Karl, correct? This bracelet holds the memories of this child and her mother. If possible, could you return it to her?" Karl narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the girl named Barbara before him. Barbara Gordon was a well-known character he could readily recall. Not only was she the daughter of the GCPD commissioner, but she was also the renowned Batgirl, a heroic figure who had fought alongside Batman against the evils of Gotham. From the current circumstances, it was evident that this girl, much like her counterpart in the Killing Joke comic, had become disabled due to an attack by the notorious supervillain, the Joker. Clearly, she had come seeking aid, having heard of her own legend. Nevertheless, witnessing the little girl's tears and taking the risk of potentially offending him by stepping forward truly exemplified her title as a heroine. However, Karl had no intention of treating Barbara with any special consideration as a result. "Miss Barbara, I presume, have you ever heard the tale from the East, known as Zigung's Redemption? Sometimes what is offered for free can be the most costly." Barbara's expression momentarily faltered, her beautiful eyes behind the glasses reflecting a contemplative thought. After a brief pause, she gently nodded. "I comprehend your intent, Mr. Karl. It is indeed inappropriate to have you toil in vain. As an alternative, allow me to compensate her. If you wish to take her place in providing the remuneration, that is not out of the question." Karl stepped forward, his gaze piercing as it roamed over Barbara's entire form. "However, the nature of your payment would differ. For instance, you might consider relinquishing your most treasured secret attire to me." Barbara's expression shifted abruptly, her cheeks flushing a vivid crimson as she crossed her arms defensively and shot Karl a fierce glare. "Scoundrel, I never imagined you to be of such character." Gordon stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Barbara, his demeanor dark as night. "Isn't this a bit excessive, Mr. Karl? Barbara is merely acting from goodwill. No need to elaborate. Father, let us return. It appears you were right. We ought not to have come here." "Wait, Barbara, let's at least give it a try." Seeing Barbara's sudden and intense reaction, even Gordon found himself at a loss to persuade her, as Karl shrugged in resignation. Truth be told, what he desired was Barbara's former secret identity as Batgirl's uniform, yet he felt it inappropriate to voice such a wish in Gordon's presence. It appeared that Barbara had misconstrued his intentions. Bang! Just as Barbara and Gordon prepared to depart, a tremendous noise erupted as the iron door was forcefully flung open. Karl squinted, yet he did not seem alarmed. Rather, a slight smirk crept upon his lips. It appeared someone was delivering valuable equipment right to his doorstep. Chapter 3. The Wrath of Unjust Gains. It's him. He's the one who healed me. A bald man, his upper body bare and gaunt, dragged another individual into the room with measured steps. Karl furrowed his brow, recognizing the unfortunate soul being manhandled by the hair as the very patient he had just treated. The bald man casually discarded the person at his feet before striding arrogantly towards Karl, revealing a menacing grin. I've heard it was you who restored my target. Quite remarkable, indeed, that someone with several holes in their body could be saved. Upon seeing this man, Barbara, hidden behind the other patients, nearly gasped, but was promptly silenced by Gordon's hand over her mouth. The old officer had keenly sensed that more ill-intentioned individuals lurked outside. Should they discover that the Gordon father and daughter were present, it would spell disaster. Aside from the Gordon father and daughter, Karl immediately recognized the identity of the man before him. The bald man was marred with numerous knife scars shaped like the character saw, a feature that was unmistakably distinct. Victor Zash, a notorious and deranged killer of Gotham. But this is quite unsatisfactory. I intended to bring him the sweet embrace of death, to end his meaningless existence. Yet you allowed him to escape the clutches of the Grim Reaper. Zash's eyes were filled with a malevolent glint, brimming with violent intent. Shall we find another soul to deliver to death? Would it be you? Or perhaps them? However, in the face of Zash's palpable menace, Karl appeared remarkably composed. Anyone will do, but it would be best if you choose someone who seems affluent that way. I might collect my fee for the treatment. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Zash emitted a harsh, grating laugh, then suddenly drew a sharp dagger from his waist and swung it forcefully. Swish, a flash of silver glimmered, yet Zash did not aim for Karl. In the next moment, a distinct gash appeared on his left arm, blood gushing forth. I hear you're a doctor who can cure all ailments. Allow me to witness your prowess and determine if that fellow spoke the truth, that I have stated countless times that I am not a doctor, but a cleric. However, if you desire treatment, I can oblige. Karl raised his hand and softly murmured the name of a skill. A green light enveloped Zash's arm, and the wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Oh, how marvelous. I had no idea such magical healing existed. You may return to marvel at it later. But now, since the treatment is complete, please be prompt in providing your compensation. Compensation? Ha ha ha, certainly, I can provide compensation. Zash's tone turned icy in an instant as he gripped the dagger in his hand. The compensation will be the gift of death's delight. Does that suffice? Zash suddenly lunged, attempting to stab Karl with the blade, yet his hand was seized in midair, rendering him immobile. I find it difficult to comprehend the nonsensical banter common among you Gothamites. But are you suggesting you intend to obtain my services for free after I expended my precious mana to heal you? Holy light cross. Karl casually gestured with his other hand, and in the next moment, a translucent golden cross materialized, shimmering brightly as it surged towards Zash. Bang! What in the world is this? Zash was knocked back several meters, shock written across his face as he looked up, only to see the young man raising a wooden cross in his hands. Void slash! Boom! The cross struck Zash's chin from below, propelling him into the air. In a fluid motion, Karl stepped forward, grasping Zaz before launching him forcefully ahead. Tiger strike! In the next heartbeat, Zaz flew backward like a cannonball, hurtling through the doorway and out of the room. Cassandra, you need not lift a finger, just ensure that nothing is stolen. With that remark, Karl hoisted the cross onto his shoulder and strode out of the room. Outside, in the sewer, Zaz rose from the ground, clutching his chin, his expression malevolent. Accompanying him were 5 equally menacing thugs, brandishing knives and iron rods, their gazes fixed upon him with ill intent. To be frank, your acts of murder and arson, your thievery, are of no concern to me. After all, I do not aspire to be a great hero, nor do I intend to serve as a spiritual guide for you deranged individuals. Bang! Leaning on the wooden cross, Karl regarded the surrounding thugs with an inscrutable smile. However, to exploit the innocent will invoke divine retribution. With a gentle lift of his hand, he began to chant, Revenge of Light, Hammer of the Holy Spirit, Guardian of the Sacred Light. Crackle. A faint azure light flickered around Karl's body, while the wooden cross in his grasp became enveloped in golden radiance, transforming into a resplendent golden warhammer. Do not worry, just an illusion. Charge at me together. Zaz, his voice hoarse, bellowed, and at his command, the 5 thugs rushed toward Karl from all directions. Yet, Karl remained unfazed, facing the oncoming weapons of steel pipes and knives without even a flinch. Clang. With a sound reminiscent of metal striking glass, the thugs were taken aback as a translucent circular shield materialized around Karl, deflecting their attacks into the air, without so much as grazing him. Crackle! Before they could regain their composure, a sudden bolt of azure lightning descended from above, coursing through their bodies and rendering them paralyzed. Simultaneously, Karl's deep, calm voice resonated, convergence of holy light that a golden glow, emblematic of divine power, cascaded from the heavens into Karl's being. In the next moment, accompanied by an explosive roar, he unleashed a powerful shockwave that sent them all flying. Though he had dispatched the 5 thugs in an instant, a flicker of disappointment crossed Karl's face. Indeed, it seems I have grown too experienced for these minions. It may be time to seek out foes of a higher caliber. TSK, yet another monster. Zaz clicked his tongue, his expression dark and menacing. He reached his lower back and drew forth a sleek black pistol, raising it without hesitation to aim at Karl and pulling the trigger. Holy Light Shield. With a gesture of his hand, Karl summoned a massive, translucent blue wall that rose instantaneously before him, adorned with intricate and resplendent patterns resembling a cross. Bang! 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 Zaz fired several shots in rapid succession, yet the bullets could not breach the luminous barrier. Meanwhile, a golden, semi-transparent spear began to coalesce in Karl's grasp. Spear of Victory. The spear, infused with divine power, soared forth with the swiftness of lightning, unimpeded by the shield, and hurtled toward Zaz. Zaz let out a piercing scream as the translucent spear pierced through his arm, pinning him firmly to the ground, causing his pistol to clatter to the earth. As he beheld the fallen firearm, a flicker of delight illuminated Karl's eyes. Though unseen by others, he perceived a radiant pink glow emanating from Zaz's hand at the moment the pistol dropped. A relic. Chapter 4. The unveiling of the relic, the bone ring. With one arm firmly impaled by the spear of victory, Zaz could do nothing but watch helplessly as Karl approached him, unceremoniously yanking a white ring from his hand. Zaz's bone ring. Magical defense. 1795. Strength. 35. Intelligence. 35. Magic resistance. 220. Physical critical rate. 3. When breaking through, physical attack power. 50. Description. It is said to be a trophy crafted from the bones of Zaz's first victim. Excavated from their grave, some claim it was fashioned from one of Zaz's own ribs, used as a weapon to slay 15 Arkham guards during his escape, thus becoming a macabre memento. Regardless, this item symbolizes Zaz's brutal thirst for blood. The quality of the equipment does not directly correlate with the item's inherent value, but rather with the soul it embodies. According to Jacquin's observations, items infused with substantial emotional investment often contain fragments of a user's soul. For instance, a toy bracelet belonging to a young girl, though worthless in material terms, attain a higher grade due to the profound sentiments attached to it. In the heat of battle, the user's heightened mental state often leads to greater intent being infused into their weapon, resulting in the potential for higher grade equipment too. Drop. The attributes of the equipment can only be activated by Karl himself thus. Any weapon not suited to its new wielder remains an ordinary object in their hands, commonly referred to as white gear. The ordinary equipment holds little value for Karl, while the advanced gear, known as blue gear, significantly enhances his physical attributes. Karl has tested this adorned in blue gear. Both his strength and resistance to physical impact have doubled, nearing the limits of human capability. As for rare equipment, Karl had never encountered it until this moment, marking his first acquisition of a divine artifact. Hiss. Do not presume this is the end. Even if you kill me, you had just saved an enemy of the Xenes family. The Black Mask will not let you off so easily. Zaz struggled momentarily, but failed to extract the spear of victory, instead worsening the wound on his arm, blood gushing forth. Upon hearing Zaz's words, Karl raised an eyebrow, a smile of anticipation gracing his features as he donned Zaz's bone ring. He gently tapped the spear of victory, and the holy power coalescing within transformed the spear into mere dust, vanishing without a trace. Mr. Zaz, I am a kind-hearted individual. Consider this your opportunity. Witnessing Karl stand before him with outstretched arms and a smile, appearing utterly unguarded, Zaz initially hesitated, only for a twisted, cruel grin to spread across his face. Whoosh! Click! In less than a second, Zaz, with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, swiftly retrieved a handgun from the ground, chambered around, and raised it in one fluid motion. His finger already poised on the trigger. Fool! No matter your peculiar abilities, within 7 steps, a gun is both accurate and lethal. Yet Zaz's thoughts were abruptly interrupted. Bang! Karl's fist struck Zaz squarely on the nose, eliciting a muffled grunt as blood erupted from the shattered bridge, causing Zaz to crumple to the ground, unconscious. Regrettably, Mr. Zaz, it seems you failed to seize your final opportunity to beg for mercy. Karl observed his fist, now stained with Zaz's blood, acutely aware that the force and speed of his strike had far surpassed his usual capabilities, a testament to the formidable enhancement granted by the artifact. Surveying the surroundings, he delivered a punch to each of the thugs writhing in agony on the ground. In no time, all present had lost consciousness, save for Karl, though sadly, no pink glow of equipment drops illuminated the air. Could it be that characters of notable repute in the original comic are more likely to yield high-grade equipment? If so, it appears the moment to depart from this sewer, this beginner's village, to further enhance his strength, is drawing near. With thoughts of Gordon and his daughter in the room, a new plan began to take shape in Karl's mind. Content. He returned to his chamber and clapped his hands together firmly. Very well, I apologize. Dear patients, today's treatment concludes here. Should you require assistance, please return tomorrow to... As previously mentioned, Karl's utilization of skills necessitates the expenditure of blue energy. Currently, within this realm, no other means to replenish this energy have been discovered thus. One must patiently await its natural recovery. Without Karl needing to articulate it, the other denizens of the sewer, having witnessed the ruthless demeanor of Zash and his cohorts, were already eager to depart. Now, they hurriedly concealed their faces and hastened away, fearful of potential retribution. The girl who had just received treatment from Karl dried her tears and timidly bowed to him before following the others in their exodus. Of course, the exception lay with Gordon and his daughter, who remained deep within the room. They harbored no fear of Zash or the forces behind him. However, old Gordon's gaze fixated on Karl's bloodied fists, his brow furrowing in concern. Karl, perceptive to this unease, accepted the cloth Cassandra handed him to wipe his hands and leaned closer to the veteran GCPD captain, lowering his voice. Do not fret, no one has perished. However, as far as I am aware, Victor Zash is no insignificant figure. If we allow him to escape, who knows how many innocent lives may be jeopardized. A jolt of apprehension coursed through old Gordon's heart, and he discreetly glanced at Barbara, his expression betraying his internal conflict. He had taken leave from his duties as a father to bring his daughter for treatment, yet the opportunity to apprehend the notorious serial killer Zash was too pivotal for him to dismiss as GSPD's chief. Go do what you must, Dad. He'll be fine here alone. Besides, I have matters I wish to discuss with this Mr. Karl. That I apologize, Barbara. I shall return promptly. James Gordon exited the room with a surprising agility that belied his years. Cassandra, you should assist that old fellow. Also, see if there are any rings or bracelets on those thugs. Karl leaned down and whispered a few words into Cassandra's ear. She nodded obediently before following Gordon out, leaving Karl and Barbara in solitude. That girl, Cassandra, is it? She seems unable to speak. Is it due to some ailment? No, my sister is quite healthy. Her silence stems from other reasons. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Karl Rosso, a cleric, as I mentioned earlier. Barbara Gordon. Well, I suppose I am somewhat of a drifter. Karl gently grasped Barbara's hand. Her touch was unexpectedly soft and warm, yet he could discern the subtle calluses on her palm, a testament to rigorous training and prolonged weapon handling. It was not only Karl observing Barbara, behind her glasses, gazed intently into Karl's face with her strikingly clear blue eyes, as if attempting to see through him. You claim to be a cleric, not akin to a priest, perhaps? Yet, aside from the cross you wield as a weapon, I see no other religious artifacts here, nor any sacred texts. From the appearance of your palms and joints, it is evident that you have not undergone combat training. However, your recent martial movements were remarkably precise and adept. Whether in healing or during your skirmish with Zaz, there seemed to be a brief incantation involved. Could it be that the essence of your abilities lies in the realm of magic? In a fleeting moment, Karl felt as though Barbara had astutely discerned many of his secrets. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly at this seemingly soft and unassuming girl, who undoubtedly earned her place as one of Batman's most trusted allies. Nonetheless, Karl had no intention of relinquishing the conversational initiative to Barbara. Divine revelation. Karl's softly spoken words hung in the air like an incantation, abruptly halting Barbara's previously unrestrained discourse. A hint of panic flickered across her delicate, fair face, her gaze anxiously darting towards the door, as if fearing that someone might enter and overhear. To apologize, Mr. Karl. What you just said implies that I mean to say that divine revelation is not attained through mere faith, but rather bestowed upon me directly by a deity. This is the source of my abilities. Were you not discussing this topic with me moments ago? Chapter 5. Barbara, you would not wish for this, he began. Oh, I see. I thought. It's nothing. Despite her reassurances, Barbara's gaze toward Karl remained tinged with unease. Karl, in turn, maintained his enigmatic smile, leaving Barbara unable to fully relax, to the extent that she refrained from inquiring about whom Karl referred to as God. Clearly, Karl's speculation was correct. Following the assault by the Joker, Barbara had been left paralyzed from the waist down, confined to a wheelchair. Yet, she had not relinquished her mission, adopting the alias of an oracle to provide hacking support for the Bat family. The predicament lay in the fact that she was undoubtedly concealing this identity from her father, James Gordon. Although their relationship was somewhat strained, his love for her was indisputable. Old Gordon already harbored guilt over Barbara's injury. Were he to discover that she was secretly engaging in superhero activities, he would vehemently oppose her actions. After all, if her identity as a paralyzed individual were to be exposed to certain villains, the consequences could be even more dire than before. It seemed that the potential exposure of her secret identity was Barbara's Achilles heel. Understanding this, Karl seized the initiative in their conversation. Do not be anxious, Miss Barbara. I shall be forthright. I wish to propose a transaction. A transaction? Barbara furrowed her brow, recalling Karl's earlier request, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto her cheeks. What exactly do you want my clothing for? You misunderstand. That is a different matter altogether. The transaction I speak of is quite simple. Karl's demeanor grew serious as he fixed his earnest gaze upon Barbara. I will assist you in standing again, but in return, I require your help in obtaining a legitimate, clean identity for Cassandra in Gotham. A legitimate identity? What do you need that for? Wait, how could I possibly assist you in obtaining such a thing? Although Barbara immediately retracted her initial response, Karl was confident she could facilitate this. Miss Barbara, do you truly believe I am lurking in the sewers merely out of fondness? Karl pulled a stool closer and sat before Barbara. I wish to secure a normal job in Gotham to support myself and my sister, Cassandra. I hope to send Cassandra to school, allowing her to experience life as any ordinary child would. However, should I appear in Gotham now, I would likely be apprehended as an escaped patient from Arkham. With technology being so advanced, my identity has been registered. I doubt I could even pass through the subway's facial recognition security. Wait. You escaped from Arkham? So, you are a patient? Barbara's expression shifted to one of wariness, prompting Karl to gesture for her to remain calm. The term escape is rather harsh. As you can see, I am a perfectly normal individual, or at least, that is what I believe. However, individuals with mental illnesses often express such sentiments. At the very least, I believe you should first accept the results of your psychological evaluation. Allow me to rephrase that, Miss Barbara. Do you think the renowned vigilante, Gotham's Dark Knight, Batman, could successfully pass the psychological assessment at Arkham? Barbara's expression momentarily faltered, as if she were lost in contemplation, but she quickly regained her composure, her gaze wavering as she stammered. How would I know? I don't know him. Despite this, it was evident from Barbara's demeanor that her stance had begun to waver, prompting Karl to seize the moment to apply a bit more pressure. My apologies. Karl suddenly leaned closer to Barbara, slipping one arm beneath her armpit while the other cradled her thigh, effortlessly lifting her from the wheelchair in a princess carry. The girl felt remarkably light in his arms, and to Karl's surprise, her legs, which should have atrophied from prolonged paralysis, remained surprisingly muscular and resilient, indicating that Barbara took great care in her rehabilitation. What are you doing? Put me down. Barbara's expression turned pale, but perhaps due to the gentleness of Karl's actions. She sensed no hostility, thus only feebly struggling against him without much resistance. Moreover, Karl did not hold her for long. He gently placed her onto the adjacent hospital bed, turning her to face downwards, her back and hips elevated. Do not move, Barbara. What do you want? Rapid healing. Just as Barbara attempted to turn over, Karl pressed his hand against her back, softly chanting as a pale green light emanated from his palm. Wait a moment, Karl. I haven't decided whether to agree. It was as though she were immersed in a pleasantly warm hot spring. The soothing sensation radiating from her back overwhelmed Barbara, prompting her to emit a soft, contented sigh. Is this where you are injured, Miss Barbara? Karl's hand gently glided over her back, tracing the smooth, taut skin beneath her clothing. Wait, a little lower. That's Don't touch there. That's... Barbara, initially lost in a daze, suddenly blushed and turned to glare at Joaquin, only to have her expression shift from indignation to surprise as a thought crossed her mind. My lower body is regaining sensation? Karl maintained his smile, halting his ministrations as he observed Barbara propping herself up on her elbows, attempting to move her feet off the bed. With painstaking slowness and a slight tremor, her elegant legs indeed began to traverse the edge of the bed, gently touching the floor. My goodness, I can truly do it. However, Barbara's legs suddenly weakened, causing her to lose her balance. Yet, Karl seemed to have anticipated this moment, swiftly wrapping his arms around her waist to prevent her from falling. Although their posture appeared somewhat intimate, the faint blush on Barbara's excited face revealed that she was too preoccupied to concern herself with such trivialities. Despite still feeling a bit uncoordinated, she regained a semblance of sensation in her lower body. Indeed, Miss Barbara, if I could continue the treatment uninterrupted, I would soon restore you to your former self, capable of scaling walls, performing acrobatic feats, or executing martial arts movements with ease. Upon hearing Karl's words, which carried a certain implication, Barbara pressed her lips together, her heightened emotions rapidly cooling. You jest, Mr. Karl. I'm merely an ordinary person and have no need to engage in such perilous endeavors. Although Barbara appeared to maintain her stubbornness, her fingers instinctively tightened around Karl's arm, and her hesitant gaze betrayed her true feelings. Karl understood that for someone trapped in darkness, glimpsing the light of hope made the thought of returning to obscurity utterly intolerable. Indeed, after a brief struggle, Barbara murmured in a voice as faint as a whisper, Please give me a little more time. I still need to consider. It was evident that they had reached the limits of this discussion, prompting Karl to sigh softly. To fulfill Karl's request would necessitate infiltrating the Gotham City government and Arkham Asylum's databases for tampering. Karl had no doubt that the prodigious hacker, Barbara Gordon, could accomplish this task, yet he recognized that such actions undoubtedly constituted criminal behavior, likely encroaching upon Barbara's moral boundaries. Very well, we shall leave it at this for today. Barbara, I hope you will thoughtfully consider my proposal, as it pertains to your happiness for the remainder of your life. A peculiar crack echoed from behind, and upon turning, Karl discovered that James Gordon had silently appeared at his side. I am unaware of what proposal you might have that concerns Barbara's future happiness, old Gordon said, his expression stern as he placed a hand on Karl's shoulder. Though his hand seemed frail, it bore an unexpected strength that made Karl wince. You best set her down immediately, you little rascal. How long do you intend to take advantage of my daughter? Chapter 6. Even oracles experience confusion. I have reiterated countless times that we were merely discussing inconsequential matters. Do refrain from prying. Upon their return to their modest, rundown apartment late at night, the Gordon father and daughter confronted each other. Discussing matters does not necessitate physical contact, unless you have a penchant for that type of man. Dad, this is my private affair. Noticing the rising ire in Barbara's voice, James Gordon had no choice but to obediently silence himself. In her daily life, Director Gordon is renowned for his calm demeanor and decisive approach to matters, yet in the presence of his daughter, he becomes merely an awkward father, lacking in communication skills. Well, let us set aside the topic of your spinal injury treatment for now. Has there been any progress in that regard? As Gordon cautiously broached the subject, Barbara unexpectedly fell silent. The dim lighting of the corridor in their subsidized apartment obscured old Gordon's notice of his daughter's hand, tightly clenched upon her thigh, seemingly engaged in a psychological struggle. No, there has been no result. It appears that my injury has persisted for too long. The peculiar magic of that cleric has proven ineffectual. Barbara's voice maintained a serene tone, so much so that old Gordon failed to detect any anomalies, only responding with a regretful sigh upon hearing her words. Do not dwell on it, Barbara. There will always be other hopes. Speaking of which, an old friend of mine informed me a few days ago that Wayne Enterprises has recently initiated a new research program, which may soon seek volunteers. However, Barbara continued to lower her head in silence, and old Gordon, believing her despondency stemmed from shattered hopes, wisely refrained from further comment. Before long, the father and daughter returned to the narrow, somewhat disheveled Gordon home. Yet, when old Gordon wheeled Barbara into the living room, he did not change his shoes and enter as usual. Instead, he stood awkwardly at the doorway. Barbara, Zaz, and those fellows should have been apprehended by now. Although I am technically on leave, I cannot shake this feeling of unease. The astute Barbara immediately grasped her father's intent, donning a look of anticipated understanding. All right then, you should hurry back, Director. I can manage on my own. Hearing the hurried footsteps of Gordon receding down the corridor, Barbara offered a wry smile and gently shook her head. No one understood her father better than she did, nor comprehended the depth of his concern and affection. Yet, she could only claim a small fraction of that love. Most of James Gordon's energy was devoted to the safety of Gotham City. Consequently, Barbara chose not to disclose the terms of the deal proposed by Karl to old Gordon. She did not wish for her father to face a dilemma between his daughter and the law. Barbara maneuvered her wheelchair into her room. Contrary to the worn and unpretentious exterior of the apartment, her room exuded a sense of advanced technology. Within the confines of less than 10 square meters, there were 5 or 6 monitors of various sizes, alongside a server-grade host comparable to a wardrobe. This was the sanctuary of Barbara Gordon, the battlefield of Gotham's foremost prodigious hacker. The Oracle is now online. In this compact space, Barbara could connect to any server database in Gotham, access footage from any surveillance device, and intercept communications across any radio frequency. Just as her codename Oracle suggests, Barbara now embodies a prophet who possesses control over all information in Gotham, nearly omniscient in her awareness. Yet, she never abuses her authority. She meticulously filters only the essential information to assist a team that safeguards Gotham from the shadows. However, it is accurate to say that this team now consists solely of one individual. The moment she dons her headset, a deep, resonant, and magnetic voice immediately resonates through the air. Oracle, a knife-wielding robbery is occurring in Alley 07 of the East District. I have restrained the assailant. In Grant Park's west entrance of Burnley, an illegal drug transaction is underway. For perpetrators, including the buyer, are now suffering from mild concussions and fractured legs. In the southern region of Otisburg, a gang conflict appears imminent. The operational trajectory spans nearly the entirety of Gotham, leaving Barbara to feel somewhat superfluous in her support. Yet, she harbors no surprise. This man is capable of such feats, governing the nocturnal realm of Gotham with meticulous precision as a mere mortal. No, one should rather say he is the very embodiment of Gotham's night. Understood, Batman. I will coordinate the apprehension of the suspects and the evacuation of civilians. The two immediately transitioned into their operational roles, with Batman not once inquiring about Barbara's late start. She found this lack of curiosity unsurprising. Personal emotions must not infiltrate their missions, a lesson she had learned during her initial training with Batman. Hours passed until the dawn began to break in the east, marking the conclusion of Batman's patrol. I will check the patient roster at Arkham. Oracle, you may rest for now. That will be all for today. Wait, Batman. Barbara hastily interjected before Batman could sever the communication. Yet, as she listened to the silence on the line, she hesitated, unsure how to commence. I've been thinking, Batman. Isn't it rather exhausting for you to patrol all of Gotham alone? After all, you must attend the Wayne Enterprises shareholder meeting during the day, and then patrol solo for over 12 hours at night, not to mention the Justice League meetings. If you truly require assistance, then once I recover from my paralysis, I could help with the patrols. In that case, even if I slightly breach the law, it would be for the sake of Gotham. With this thought in her heart, Barbara tentatively probed Batman. I am sufficient on my own. However, Batman's succinct and direct response fell upon Barbara like a cold shower. Barbara, did Stephanie request that you plead on her behalf? I can assure you, the decision to dismiss her will not be revoked. Barbara paused momentarily, but soon grasped the implication behind Batman's words. Stephanie referred to Stephanie Brown, the former Robin and the first female to hold that title, though that is now a thing of the past. Approximately a month ago, following the disappearance of the third-generation Robin, Tim Drake, Batman, for reasons unknown, decided to recruit Stephanie as Robin. However, less than a month later, after a minor mishap in her duties, he dismissed her once more, citing her inadequacies. Barbara held reservations about this decision. While she acknowledged that Stephanie lacked the maturity required for the role, demonstrating remarkable physical prowess and investigative skills, her character was still too impetuous and reckless. Barbara believed that it was Batman's responsibility as a mentor to assist her in overcoming her shortcomings, and such a swift negation of her efforts felt unduly harsh. Nonetheless, she understood that this was typical of Batman's methodology. The Dark Knight's cautious decisiveness often coexisted with a corresponding suspicion and coldness. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never disclose his plans to others and seldom considered the feelings of those around him. In fact, as far as Barbara knew, the voluntary departures of the first and third generation Robins, along with the tragic sacrifice of the second, were largely influenced by Batman's demeanor. If Stephanie were indeed inadequate, Sending her home would be the most prudent way to protect her. I am aware of your friendship with Stephanie, but personal feelings must not interfere with your professional obligations. I believe I have reminded you of this on numerous occasions. Although she could only hear his voice, Batman's disapproving gaze, colder than Mr. Freeze's weapon, seemed to pierce through to Barbara. Is there anything else? No. Click. The communication was severed as usual. Although she failed to pose her question, Barbara had gleaned the answer from Batman's words. Indeed, she could not acquiesce to Karl's request. After all, altering the identity information of an escapee from Arkham for personal reasons was undeniably a conflation of personal feelings with professional duty, something Batman would never condone. With a soft sigh, Barbara resolved to cast aside any thoughts of Karl Rosso's proposition, vowing to forget it entirely. Just as she was about to shut down her computer, she hesitated and reconnected to Gotham's network. Perhaps investigating the matter between Karl and his sister wouldn't be entirely detrimental, would it? Chapter 7. The girl named Cassandra Barbara Gordon did not come by today either. Karl reckoned that it had been a full 3 days. He had assumed the girl would return the following day to seek his assistance with her spine and offer appropriate compensation. But clearly, he had miscalculated. Why was this happening? According to my approach, there should have been no issues. Muttering to himself, Karl discarded the useless white and blue equipment into a rumbling lower-grade disassembler, from which small transparent cubes tumbled out in a clatter. Through this machine of disintegration that he had summoned himself, one could transform these worthless, discarded armaments into colorless crystal fragments. These fragments served as materials required for Karl when utilizing certain advanced skills. However, aside from this, Karl had yet to discover any further utility for them. At that moment, Karl felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he beheld the slender figure of a young girl, Cassandra, standing beside him, her cheeks puffed out as she gestured towards him. Although Karl had never learned sign language, the 2 years of close companionship had forged a profound understanding between them, allowing him to grasp the essence of what she wished to convey without any barriers. Did you say my inappropriate behavior frightened her away? That was merely a standard healing action. Well, I must admit there was a hint, just a hint, of impropriety. However, a certain psychologist once taught me that appropriate physical contact can diminish psychological defenses. You inquire about the identity of this psychologist? Her name is Harleen Quinzel, my attending physician during my time in Arkham. Yes, she is indeed Harley. The words of that madwoman may hold some lack of credibility. Though Barbara did not engage in the trade he desired, Karl felt no significant disappointment. After all, having resided in the sewers for 3 years, he was indifferent to the prospect of lingering a while longer. Barbara was merely one of many opportunities. However, if possible, Karl yearned to return to the surface swiftly, not solely for his own sake, but for the girl before him, Cassandra, his companion who had become like a sister to him. Despite their lack of blood relation, Karl scrutinized the girl before him and suddenly perceived something amiss. Cassandra, have you wrapped certain parts of yourself in cloth? Cassandra's face flushed crimson as she instinctively crossed her arms over her chest, casting an irritated and embarrassed glare at Karl. He quickly grasped the situation, contemplating as he gazed at Cassandra, recalling their first encounter. His meeting with Cassandra transpired nearly 2 years ago, shortly after he escaped from Arkham Asylum and found himself in the sewers. At that time, he had not yet fully mastered the utilization of his apocalyptic abilities when he fortuitously stumbled upon a girl, riddled with gunshot wounds and drenched in blood. Initially driven by mere curiosity or perhaps a desire to hone his healing skills, Karl brought the girl to his dwelling in the sewers for treatment. The girl could not speak. She conveyed her emotions solely through expressions and gestures. From her initial wariness and resistance, she gradually learned to trust Karl, ultimately communicating with him through written words, and they became increasingly familiar with one another. It was during this process that Karl discovered that the girl he had rescued, named Cassandra, was no ordinary person. In summary, Cassandra's injuries swiftly healed under Karl's care, yet she willingly expressed her desire not to return to the surface, choosing instead to remain as Karl's assistant and live alongside him in the depths below. It is due to their own strength that they have become fugitives. And being akin to siblings, the two individuals, both outcasts of Gotham, rely on each other for survival. Although the sewers provide ample sustenance, and Karl's healing abilities shield them from ailments, it is evident that a developing girl and a grown man have distinct needs, many of which cannot be fulfilled within the confines of the underground. When Cassandra was first discovered by Karl, she was merely a child of 12 or 13, hardly distinguishable as either gender. However, the present Cassandra, though somewhat petite compared to her peers, is undeniably blossoming into a young woman, despite her never voicing any grievances. A flicker of guilt stirs within Karl, for he understands that had he not intervened, Cassandra might have lived a life more suited to her on the surface. With this thought, Karl gently tousles Cassandra's hair, saying, "Come, it seems we must venture to the castle to procure some fitting garments for you." After 3 years of navigating the labyrinthine Gotham sewers, Karl has become so familiar with the terrain that he could traverse it with closed eyes. As he navigates through a series of narrow, elongated passages, encountering countless forks and turns, he is suddenly greeted by the sight of a vast expanse. At that moment, a thunderous rumble reverberates, as if an earthquake has struck. A towering figure, exceeding 2 meters in height, hurtles towards him with a terrifying gust, resembling an out-of-control vehicle. The figure is a grotesque giant, its muscular frame covered in dense, brownish scales, complemented by a mouth filled with sharp teeth and beastly, pale yellow eyes that render it anything but human. Karl manages a wry smile, seemingly having anticipated such an encounter. After whispering a quiet incantation, a translucent shield envelopes him, while Cassandra wisely leaps aside to distance herself. Boom! The figure exclaims, "Karl, my dear brother, ha ha ha, it has been far too long." Even with his enhanced physique and the protective aura of holy light bolstering his defenses, Karl feels as if he might be crushed by this exuberant greeting, which teeters on the edge of a bear hug and a strangulation. All right, do temper your enthusiasm, Killer Croc, at this rate. I shall end up as nothing more than a pile of pulp. Humph, if you wish to avoid such a fate, you ought to train harder and toughen up. Killer Croc jests, affectionately ruffling Cassandra's hair with his clawed hand. Although she pouts slightly at this display, she obediently refrains from resisting. Has it only been about a week since we last met? Cassandra seems to have grown a bit taller. In fact, my purpose for coming here is related to this matter. Karl leaned closer to Killer Croc, whispering a few words into his ear. The rugged features of Killer Croc furrowed slightly, and after a moment, he nodded. A few days ago, we fortuitously discovered a defunct clothing store. The discarded garments are now piled in Cleo's room. Cassandra, you may wish to peruse them for something suitable. Cassandra's small face lit up with surprise as she nodded enthusiastically, then scampered away. Just as Karl intended to follow, Killer Croc firmly grasped his shoulder. What business do you have meddling in a girl's clothing selection? You need to accompany me, Karl. At this juncture, Killer Croc's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. I must discuss the ruffians who invaded the sewers a few days ago, as well as matters concerning the authorities. Chapter 8. Killer Croc's warning. Killer Croc, whose real name is Waylon Jones, has suffered from a rare atavistic condition since childhood, resulting in reptilian scales adorning his body and a grotesque visage, coupled with an unusually robust physique. However, Karl understood that Killer Croc was not as cruel and savage as his appearance suggested. In fact, from Karl's perspective, Killer Croc possessed more humanity than many individuals in Gotham City. It is rumored that Killer Croc was once a circus wrestler, who, after being cheated out of his wages by a callous employer, bit off the man's arm and fled, subsequently embarking on a life of crime. During this tumultuous period, he clashed with Batman and Robin, eventually becoming one of the inmates at Arkham Asylum. However, by chance, Killer Croc escaped into Gotham's sewers, a turn of fate that transformed both him and the underworld. Killer Croc expelled the violent gangs that had utilized the sewers for corpse disposal, drug manufacturing, and smuggling, establishing his own subterranean kingdom. This haven became the final refuge for the impoverished, who had lost their footing above ground due to wrongful accusations, bankruptcy, and discrimination. Those who sought to harm them faced the retribution of Killer Croc's claws and fangs. When Karl first arrived in the sewers, he too had a confrontation with Killer Croc. Yet, Karl's healing abilities saved many sewer dwellers afflicted with illness and disability. Over time, Karl garnered the respect of the residents, thereby earning Killer Croc's friendship. With the declining mortality rate, the population of the sewer dwellers gradually swelled from a mere handful to several hundred. Under Killer Croc's stewardship, they even formed a complete division of labor. Utilizing the extensive network of sewers throughout Gotham, they gathered intelligence, targeting defunct businesses, the chaotic aftermath of robberies, and supermarkets discarding near-expiry food due to shipping costs, amassing a wealth of resources, and establishing a small utopia within the sewers. The base of Killer Croc, which they referred to as their castle, was originally an abandoned subway station that had been nearly completed before its construction was halted. It remains uncertain whether this half-finished subway station has been forgotten by all due to municipal budgetary issues or the financial collapse of the construction company. Nevertheless, this vast space, equipped with a complete air supply system, has now become a haven for the Killer Croc and his followers. As Karl trailed behind the Killer Croc, making his way to the latter's private chamber deep within the castle, the denizens of the sewers greeted him with salutes and warm acknowledgments. with some elderly individuals even kneeling in reverence. However, Karl merely frowned, despite wielding the powers of a cleric. He held no genuine belief in the divine and had no intention of being deified by others. Thus, he deliberately chose to administer healing in exchange for remuneration, subtly attempting to diminish that perception. Yet, in the eyes of many, Karl, bearing the weight of the cross and performing miraculous healings, was seen as a saint walking among them. There is no need to overthink this. The residents here require some form of faith as a spiritual anchor, and you may as well fulfill that role. Upon hearing the deep, gravelly voice of the killer croc, Karl could not help but smile wryly. I still remember when I first arrived here. You mistook me for some strange cult preacher and warned that if I were to sway the hearts of the people, you would devour me whole. That was in the past, when you first met me, and you even contemplated launching a midnight ambush with a cross to crush my skull. The killer croc mumbled a few words as he and Karl entered an abandoned subway car, sealing the modified iron door behind them while igniting a dim oil lamp. On the floor, Karl noticed what appeared to be a half-eaten human arm, adorned with an array of tattoos. The killer croc's kindness and compassion were reserved solely for his subjects and friends, yet Karl chose to feign ignorance. He understood that mere gentleness could not safeguard others. Karl, why didn't you inform me when those rascals troubled you a few days ago? The killer croc inquired. Karl shrugged, casting a resigned glance at the serious-faced killer croc. Brother, if I had handed them over to you, they'd have ended up in a very different state, wouldn't they? At that moment, there were others in my room. I couldn't simply kill them, and it would have been even more troublesome if they discovered your existence. Don't joke. You wouldn't want that bat to trace you here, would you? The killer croc's face, marred with scales and flesh, contorted with a look of grave concern, which Karl noted with curiosity. What is the matter? Has something else transpired? I have a little brother who overheard some information during his scavenging. That fellow named Zaz and his accomplices were released on bail within 24 hours of being incarcerated. Furthermore, he has been spreading rumors about you, and the Black Mask has placed a bounty on your head, which is so lucrative that reckless fools have actually come seeking it. The gaze of the killer croc inadvertently fell upon the severed arm on the ground, and Karl comprehended the gravity of the situation. It appeared that the killer croc had shielded him from an impending threat. After a moment of contemplation and weighing his current circumstances, Karl arrived at a conclusion. Continuing down this path would only bring trouble to others in the sewers. It seemed that he and Cassandra ought to return to the surface. No, the killer croc asserted with unwavering conviction, gripping Karl's shoulders with such intensity that it caused a sharp pain to shoot through his scapula. Easy now, easy. My joints might shatter, Karl winced. Do not fret, brother croc. Even when I return to the surface, I will regularly come back to assist our brethren in the sewers. I am not concerned for them. My worry lies with you. Karl, your safety is what troubles me. Karl massaged his somewhat swollen shoulder and offered a confident smile. You are overly concerned, brother. Both Cassandra and I are no ordinary individuals. Mere mortals cannot pose a threat to us. It is precisely this that concerns me. Your and Cassandra's abilities are viewed as threats and tools to be exploited by others. In Gotham, the more talented you are, the more likely you are to be devoured whole, leaving not even bones behind. I have resided here for over a decade, and I understand this better than anyone. Observing the visibly agitated killer croc, Karl chose to remain silent while contemplating how to persuade him. Moreover, Gotham is now a chaotic battlefield. Various factions are engaged in open warfare day and night, with gunfire echoing from dawn till dusk. I have temporarily forbidden my people from scavenging on the surface. Under these circumstances, how could I possibly allow you to go up? Karl was taken aback. He had not heard Barbara or old Gordon mention such a dire situation just days prior. When did this even happen? Where is Batman? Has that meddlesome fellow not taken any action? That transpired the night before last, the day after trouble found you. As for that bat, who knows where he has flown off to? The bat's signal shone from dusk till dawn, yet not a trace of Batman could be found. And now, Gotham has utterly transformed into a chessboard of war. Chapter 9. The Disruptor seeks to prove themselves. Let us rewind time to 2 days prior. The day after Karl's meeting with Gordon and his daughter. Oracle, I must temporarily leave Gotham for a while. Upon hearing the voice through her earpiece, Barbara momentarily faltered in her response. Who will cover for you? There is no need for a replacement. I am merely taking a brief journey to space with the Justice League. If all goes well, I should return in 2 or 3 days. In the meantime, continue your surveillance of crime in Gotham and notify me of any incidents. Barbara sighed lightly, pondering how a trip to outer space, perhaps even battling extraterrestrials, seemed as trivial as a short excursion. Such feats could only be accomplished by Batman. However, under the relentless pursuit of Batman year after year, Gotham City has largely maintained a state of relative stability, primarily upheld by his efforts to maintain order. In fact, Batman has frequently departed from Gotham to undertake missions with the Justice League, often leaving Robin to patrol alongside Barbara. Presently, however, we find ourselves at an awkward juncture. The previous Robin, Tim Drake, has resigned and vanished, while the newly recruited fourth Robin has been dismissed by Batman. I have confirmed that the various factions in Gotham are currently in a state of equilibrium, so there is no need for concern on that front. Nevertheless, I have 2 tasks to assign to you, Oracle. Please proceed. The first matter is to investigate the bounty that Black Mask has placed on the so-called sewer priest. I have heard whispers of this figure, but have yet to uncover any leads. Fortunately, their communications are voice-based. Otherwise, Barbara's changing expressions would surely have drawn Batman's attention. I ponder, if the rumors hold true and this legendary sewer priest has indeed bested Zash, could he potentially be a worthy ally in the pursuit of justice? If he harbors no guilt, there would be no need to lurk in the shadows. My perspective leans towards the possibility of a dark alliance. Perhaps he is merely an accomplice of Killer Croc. What troubles you, Oracle? Such naivety is uncharacteristic of you. Barbara remained silent, while Batman on the other end of the line continued unperturbed. The second task involves keeping a close watch on Stephanie. I have noticed her donning her uniform once more and appearing on the streets. Upon hearing Batman's words, Barbara could not help but glance at her bed, then tentatively whispered, "But Stephanie had already been engaging in heroic activities before you recruited her. I believe we cannot strip her of that role. After all, her nickname suggests she is merely a disruptor, correct? I have reiterated countless times that a half-hearted vigilante brings no benefit to either Gotham or herself." Click. In a classic unilateral termination of communication, Batman chose not to grant Barbara the opportunity for further debate, whether due to his waning patience on the subject or the pressing nature of his current mission. After disconnecting her own line, Barbara sighed softly and turned her gaze. Stephanie. On her bed lay a girl clad in a purple, hooded bodysuit, her shoulder-length golden hair cascading gracefully, observing her with an understanding gaze. No need for further words. I can already surmise what he would say. Half-hearted, immature, all for her own good. That sort of rhetoric, am I right? Though Barbara remained silent, the girl had discerned the answer from her expression. Barbara wheeled herself closer to Stephanie, gently placing her hand on her shoulder. You know he has a sharp tongue, but a tender heart. Although he said that, he had already contacted Dick a few days ago to see if the Teen Titans team could add you to the training list. That camp is just a bunch of kids. Please, Barbara, I'm about to graduate high school this year. I am already an adult. I am confident in my abilities to become a superhero, and all I need is an opportunity to prove myself. What you need, Stephanie, is a normal girl-esque life. You are too fixated on these matters. How many days have you missed school? Will you even be able to graduate normally? If you cannot manage your own social identity, how can you expect Batman to believe you possess the necessary capabilities? The girl named Stephanie pouted slightly in dissatisfaction, murmuring under her breath in defiance. During my time working in the Batcave, I came across some battle plans designed by Batman. Perhaps if I were to complete a mission on my own, he might regard me with new eyes. Stephanie. At Barbara's serious and slightly reprimanding call, Stephanie pouted her lips, wisely choosing to remain silent. Batman's orders are absolute. Even his plans cannot be executed without his permission. Do not underestimate Gotham's criminals, or have my lessons not been severe enough? Stephanie glanced at Barbara, who was seated in her wheelchair, responding in a whisper and nodding in acknowledgement. Barbara seemed to realize her demeanor was overly stern, so she took a deep breath and attempted to adopt a kinder expression, gently running her fingers through Stephanie's golden hair. Stephanie, I know you are growing, and the fact that you sought me out instead of acting recklessly is already a significant improvement. There's no need to rush. There will always be opportunities for Batman to witness your transformation and to recognize you anew. After a moment of contemplation, Stephanie lowered her head and softly asked, Barbara, may I sleep here with you tonight? Barbara paused for a moment, then smiled and took Stephanie's hand. Of course. I'll go take a shower first, and then it'll be your turn. Tonight, let us forget about those obnoxious men and have a good chat about our sisterly topics. Seeing Stephanie's obedient demeanor sitting on the bed, Barbara contentedly rolled her wheelchair toward the bathroom. However, the instant Barbara left the room, Stephanie swiftly transformed from her previously compliant self, displaying the agility of a cat as she leaped to Barbara's computer. Sorry, Barbara, but this is the real reason I came here. With her familiarity with Barbara and her own hacking skills, the computer's password protection was utterly trivial for Stephanie. She had located the secret hideouts of all the gangs in Gotham, and given that all gangs were currently at a balance of power, the conditions for launching a plan were perfectly aligned. On Stephanie's charming visage, a flicker of excitement manifested. At that moment, she noticed a document concealed beneath other window frames. belonging to none other than Karl Rosso. Was he not the individual Batman had just mentioned? Thus, it came to light that Barbara, too, harbored secrets from the Dark Knight. This small revelation further alleviated the remnants of unease in Stephanie's heart. Swiftly erasing her digital traces, she stealthily approached the window and opened it. Just wait, Batman and Barbara. I shall demonstrate through my actions that I am indeed a superhero capable of standing on my own. Chapter 10. Why the Matchstick Man did not appear. The first step is to maintain a relative balance among Gotham's various factions through appropriate suppression and manipulation. The second step involves pilfering significant items from gang leaders and framing other factions, instigating suspicion and distrust among them. The third step entails sending letters disguised with forged handwriting, prompting these beleaguered gang leaders, desperate to uncover the puppet master, to convene. Where did I begin to err in this plan? In the pitch-black, desolate sewer. A slender female figure stumbled along the moist walls, illuminated only by the faint glow of her phone. Clad in a purple bodysuit with a hood, a black mask concealed the lower portion of her face. Interloper. Interloper. Stephanie, I implore you, respond. Where are you? Cough, cough. No need to worry, Oracle. I find myself on the second level of the sewer, though I cannot ascertain my exact location. However, I am unharmed. Yet, contrary to her words, this girl named Stephanie was undeniably in peril. Beneath her left scapula lay a conspicuous bullet wound, crimson blood gushing forth, staining half of her attire. Stephanie, remain where you are. I have pinpointed your location. I will contact Batman. No, he is not in Gotham at present. Or anyone else, for that matter. Someone must come to your aid immediately. Stephanie ended the call, conserving battery life to utilize her dwindling phone charge for illumination. Meanwhile, the initial question lingered in her mind. Gotham's factions had reached a state of equilibrium, a fact assured by Batman. The act of stealing significant items was a simple task for the nimble and agile Stephanie. Sending letters with forged handwriting, a skill naturally honed as the daughter of a master of clues and deception, was well within her grasp. Thus, the issue lay in the fourth step, the most crucial one. The fourth step involved the gang leader Matchstick Man, who, through incitement, successfully provoked the gathering gang leaders into mutual conflict. As the battle escalated toward a climax of grievous casualties, Matchstick Man seized the opportunity to ensnare the other gang leaders in one fell swoop. If all goes according to plan, Match Malone will seamlessly absorb the entirety of Gotham's underground empire, thereby resolving the city's gang-related turmoil once and for all. Yet, why is it that, while the actions of all the other gang leaders have been flawlessly anticipated, the most pivotal figure, Match Malone, was conspicuously absent from that fateful gathering? Could it be that Batman's strategy has faltered? Such a notion is unfathomable to Stephanie. She realizes that she must have miscalculated certain elements of the plan. Regardless, when she witnesses the chaos spiraling out of control, the flames of conflict engulfing all of Gotham, she understands the gravity of her blunder. With each step feeling as heavy as if laden with lead, Stephanie is gradually robbed of her mobility and cognitive faculties due to excessive blood loss. Upon recognizing the enormity of her mistake, her immediate instinct is to rectify it, to return the vital items she had stolen, hoping to quell the escalating gang strife in Gotham. However, it is evident that someone has anticipated her intentions and laid a deadly trap. This is an ambush. A flawless ambush. Stephanie does not even catch a glimpse of her assailant. When she regains her senses, she finds her supposed bulletproof suit effortlessly penetrated. The only recourse left to her is to flee into the sewers. Yet, this is a dead end. With an artery near her heart damaged and her unfamiliarity with the sewer's labyrinthine paths, even returning to the surface seems a distant dream. Thud. At last, succumbing to blood loss and unable to maintain her balance, Stephanie collapses to the ground, her phone flying several feet away. The incessantly ringing device displays Barbara's number, but the barely conscious girl can no longer respond. Batman was right to expel me. I can never be Robin, and now he will never allow me back. Yet they were mistaken. They should never have let me into the Batcave, should never have allowed me to believe I could be a hero, should never have let me hope to escape the shadow of being the daughter of a supervillain. I can only hope that when Barbara and the others find my body, it is not too ravaged by rats. Just as Stephanie resigns herself to the grim reality of her impending demise, two distinct sets of footsteps echo through the silent sewer. Drawing nearer, are they the footsteps of the assailant who shot me, or perhaps other scavengers lurking in the depths? But such concerns have become irrelevant to Stephanie. She knows that her injuries and the excessive loss of blood have rendered her fate all but sealed. The footsteps halt before her, and a deep, resonant voice reverberates above her. A tight-fitting suit and gunshot wounds may not be a novelty in Gotham, but they are certainly uncommon in the sewers. What do you think I should do? Cassandra, I harbor a profound premonition that rescuing her may lead to complications, particularly given the chaos that Gotham currently finds itself in, as articulated by the merciless Killer Croc. Indeed, allowing her to perish here would undoubtedly give rise to further troubles. Evading danger is scarcely a prudent choice in Gotham. Throughout this ordeal, only a solitary male voice has been engaged in soliloquy, prompting Stephanie to question whether he might be suffering from a form of schizophrenia. Yet, her consciousness has begun to wane, eroding her capacity for coherent thought. You say she resembles the former version of yourself? Oh. It comes to mind that our first encounter was shrouded in a similar scenario. Thus, heeding your words, Cassandra, I shall treat her as one would a wounded kitten, and endeavor to save her life. Stephanie felt her body being turned, yet her eyelids had grown too heavy to part. It appeared to be a through-and-through gunshot wound. The bullet had not lodged within, which simplified matters considerably, for I am no surgeon and lack the expertise to extract it. I am but a humble cleric. With a swift incantation, a melodious sound resonated as Stephanie felt a warm current, infusing her gradually chilling form. The excruciating pain that had gripped her left shoulder was supplanted by an unusual, soothing sensation, as if she were luxuriating in a warm bath. What is this? Stephanie slowly opened her eyes to behold two figures, one tall and one short, reflected in her revitalized azure gaze. Could it be Batman and Robin? In her daze, she sensed someone unfastening her mask, gently wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. In that fleeting moment, she realized that this person could not be Batman, for he always wore gloves as cold and unyielding as his voice, devoid of the warmth and reassurance that accompanied this large hand. My name is Karl Rosso. How may I assist you? Chapter 11. For whom the bell tolls. Before her stood a young woman, her visage marred by blood, yet still revealing the delicate contours of her once fair face, crowned by a cascade of silky golden hair beneath her hood. She was clad in a form-fitting purple uniform, the material of which was indeterminate, accompanied by a hooded cape. A black belt cinched her slender waist, adorned with several concealed compartments, each bulging with unknown contents. Just below her left scapula, near the heart, lay a ghastly penetrating wound. While it was not fatal in a single strike, it was nonetheless a grievous injury that could have proved lethal had she not encountered Karl. Thanks to Karl's rapid healing magic, her wound had been temporarily mended and the bleeding halted. However, due to the significant loss of blood, her complexion had turned alarmingly pale, indicating that she would require time to fully regain consciousness. The pressing question remained: who was she? In truth, Karl had already begun to surmise her identity based on her attire. However, what ultimately solidified Karl's resolve was the phone screen in the girl's hand, which displayed a call from Barbara. Phew. At last, Stephanie, you answered. You truly frightened me just now. I thought you had, if I hadn't happened to pass by. Your predictions would have materialized. I didn't expect to reconnect with you in this manner, Miss Barbara Gordon. From the phone's earpiece, a gasp was distinctly audible. You are Karl? Mr. Karl Rosso? Why does Stephanie's phone? That is a question you ought to direct at Miss Stephanie Brown. The sewers are hardly a picturesque locale for a leisurely stroll, especially when one is grievously injured. At that moment, Karl, who had been crouching beside Stephanie, squinted his eyes and then rose, turning to cast a piercing gaze into the inky depths of the tunnel from which the girl had come. Wait, do you know if Stephanie is alone or accompanied? Huh, she should be alone. Sanctified shield. Upon receiving Barbara's answer, Karl promptly began to chant softly, raising his hand in a gesture that lifted from the ground, causing a massive translucent blue barrier to surge upward instantaneously. Bang, bang, bang. Simultaneously, amidst the flickering flames in the darkness, 3 gunshots reverberated through the sewer. Did I just hear gunfire? What is happening, Mr. Karl? Apologies, Barbara. But it seems our conversation must be postponed. Ignoring Barbara's frantic cries from the phone, Karl terminated the call and, his expression grave, grasped the metal handle behind his shoulder, drawing forth a sizable wooden cross to brace in front of him. The bullets had indeed been thwarted by the magical barrier, yet at that very moment, a formidable figure began to emerge from the shadows, illuminated by the ethereal blue glow of the shield. Before Karl stood a robust man clad in a fitted armor adorned with intricate, scale-like patterns, complemented by thick metallic plating at the joints and chest. Various weapons were affixed to his thighs, waist, and arms, with 2 jet-black sword hilts protruding from his back. Most strikingly, his head was encased in a metal helmet of alternating red and black, with only the orange-red section revealing eye openings through which a cold, lethal gaze pierced towards Karl. Kid, you've gone above and beyond. A deep, resonant voice echoed, and even without asking for his name, Karl instantly recognized the man before him. who was brandishing two guns aimed directly at him. Slade Joseph Wilson, codenamed Deathstroke, as the most formidable mercenary in the world. The Reaper possesses a body that has been augmented to exhibit regenerative capabilities far surpassing those of ordinary humans, as well as mastery over all manners of weaponry, both cold and hot. However, his most potent weapon lies in his cerebral capacity, boasting a remarkable development rate of 90%. As a strategist who embodies a perfect amalgamation of calmness, cunning, and cruelty, he often determines victory long before the actual engagement. The Reaper's gaze was evidently fixed upon the girl, Stephanie, at his feet, likely having stalked her for an extended period, awaiting the moment of her demise from excessive blood loss. Perhaps he deliberately allowed her to linger, ensuring she would escape to an unknown location before succumbing. Consequently, the process of him utilizing his abilities to save her would have been observed in its entirety. For a mercenary assassin, sparing the target he was meant to eliminate, while simultaneously exposing his identity, constitutes a sufficient motive for him to harbor murderous intent. Mr. Reaper, shall we discuss whether there exists a mutually beneficial solution? I know you are a man of business, suggested Karl, attempting to engage him. The Reaper's singular eye narrowed slightly as he holstered his twin pistols at his sides, yet this did not imply acquiescence to Karl's proposition. He promptly placed his hand upon the hilt of the katana strapped to his back, lowering his center of gravity. You speak too much. With a swift motion, the blade was unsheathed, and the Reaper surged forward towards Karl with the speed of a cheetah, gliding just above the ground. However, in the face of this chilling aura of death, Karl maintained an air of unruffled calm. If you prefer not to converse now, I shall ensure you are compelled to discuss it. Such brazen arrogance. The Reaper had encountered countless individuals proclaiming their intent to defeat him, most of whom had since been silenced forever. Divine Light Cross. With a casual flick of his hand, Karl conjured a semi-transparent golden cross that hurtled towards the Reaper. Unfazed by this peculiar technique, the Reaper executed a swift halt and deftly changed direction, evading it with ease. Throughout his extensive career as a mercenary, he had encountered aliens, magic, and divine powers. Thus, such unusual tactics were hardly novel to him. Divine Light Sphere. Karl raised his hand gently, summoning a golden sphere of light approximately half a meter in diameter, which began to advance slowly. The Reaper, refusing to underestimate the threat, propelled himself into the air, leaping nearly 3 meters high and employing an unknown technique to cling to the ceiling of the sewer. With a thunderous boom, the divine light sphere detonated, leaving scorched marks upon the previously damp ground. Not a moment's hesitation crossed the Reaper's mind as he descended, aiming a powerful strike at Karl. Clang! Karl deftly raised the cross to parry the Reaper's ferocious blow, blocking the lethal strike with force. This time, a flicker of surprise appeared in the eye of the Grim Bell, for his blade forged from palladium was expected to cleave through iron effortlessly. Yet, when it struck the wooden cross, it merely left a small nick. However, it seemed that Karl did not easily withstand this blow. Despite his strength having reached the pinnacle of human capability through his equipment, the Grim Bell appeared to transcend human limits. As he felt a tingling in his hand, he instinctively took a step back. This moment was keenly observed by the Grim Bell. Chapter 12. I am merely a support yet. Karl did not afford the Grim Bell the opportunity to press his advantage. He immediately employed his next skill, Convergence of Holy Light. With a resounding shout, a dazzling golden beam descended from the heavens and surged into Karl's body, followed by a tremendous explosion as a powerful shockwave radiated outward from him. However, the Grim Bell, upon witnessing the beam, executed a backward roll to create distance, remaining unaffected by the shockwave. Your abilities are ostentatious, yet the prelude is all too evident. The Grim Bell calmly analyzed Joaquin's capabilities while suspended in midair, his gaze upon Karl imbued with a self-assured confidence as he landed. Moreover, while your strength is formidable, your combat skills are rather pedestrian. Directly analyzing and exposing an opponent's weaknesses can effectively undermine their morale, a tactic of psychological warfare. Many honor-bound fighters might shy away from such strategies, but for the Grim Bell, victory is the only pure pursuit. Despite the Grim Bell's discernment of his own limitations, Karl appeared unfazed or despondent, his composure unwavering. I have indeed always acknowledged my combat skills to be merely mediocre, he admitted. The Grim Bell squinted his solitary eye. As a top-tier warrior, he would not entertain carelessness or complacency. Having identified Karl's weaknesses, he resolved to take the matter seriously and conclude the battle. As the murderous intent surged once more, indicating the Grim Bell's determination to exert his full strength, Karl's response was a subtle raising of his right hand. The Grim Bell, wary of Karl's movements, prepared to evade, only to realize that Karl had no intention of attack. "Blessing of honor," he proclaimed. As soon as the words left his lips, the quiet girl behind him glimmered with a faint light. "But my true vocation is not that of a warrior, but rather a support. Cassandra, it is your time to shine." "Understood," replied the Asian girl named Cassandra softly, before discarding her tattered cloak. Beneath it, she revealed a slender, agile form, her upper body wrapped only in cloth at the chest and fists to ensure freedom of movement. Subsequently, the girl lowered her body and charged towards the grim bell at an astonishing speed, nearly parallel to the ground. For the Reaper, sentiments such as cherishing the delicate or showing mercy to children are utterly irrelevant in the face of his mission. Thus, when Cassandra charged towards him, he swung his blade without hesitation. Whoosh! In the next heartbeat, the usually composed Reaper gazed at the young girl before him with disbelief in his singular eye. It was not merely that his swift and lethal strike had been deftly evaded by her ghostly agility, nor was it solely the fact that as he reached for his firearm, she had seemingly anticipated his movement, grasping his wrist with uncanny precision. It was not just the slender fingers that had, in the blink of an eye, aimed for his throat with deadly accuracy. Rather, it was the girl's actions that had instantaneously triggered profound memories of a certain individual. "What is your connection to Shiva?" The Reaper unleashed every ounce of strength within him, retreating to create distance between them. Yet, even then, a thin line of blood marred his throat. He was acutely aware that had she been older with longer arms, or had her movements not faltered upon hearing the name Shiva, his windpipe would have been crushed in an instant. A hint of annoyance flickered across Cassandra's youthful and charming visage, seemingly due to her failure to deliver a killing blow. Nevertheless, she did not pause. With a deep breath to recalibrate her stance, she once again launched an assault on the Reaper. The two agile figures, one large and one small, became entwined in combat. Despite the disparity of their armaments, Cassandra and the Reaper fought on equal footing. No, the Reaper soon realized that he had become the one on the defensive. The girl seemed to possess a precognitive ability, always striking before his blade could find its mark, deflecting his strikes by targeting the spine of his weapon. Strangely, the force unleashed by her slender limbs sent tingles through the Reaper's hands. The flawless battle, devoid of any openings, was so intense that even Karl found it difficult to keep pace with their movements. Yet, he harbored no concerns for Cassandra. He held absolute faith in the prowess of his sister, whom he regarded as family despite their lack of blood relation. Cassandra's true identity was that of the daughter of the world's most formidable martial artist, Lady Shiva. Trained from a young age to become the ultimate assassin, she was shaped into a tool for the Assassin's Guild. However, as she matured and grasped the implications of her actions, Cassandra grew to loathe this life and chose to forsake her missions, fleeing from the organization. Her encounter with Karl occurred amidst the purge of the Assassin Guild, and although her combat skills had reached an extraordinary level, akin to her mother's peak human capabilities, she sustained grievous injuries while evading a barrage of gunfire, ultimately seeking refuge in the sewers. As the daughter of the world's greatest warrior, Cassandra may not possess superhuman abilities, yet she wielded unparalleled combat skills and an almost prophetic insight into her adversary's movements. Although Deathstroke's combat skills are among the pinnacle of human capabilities, on par with Batman and Bane, there exists a ceiling above even the most elite. In the realm of close-quarters combat, Cassandra and her mother Shiva occupy the zenith. Faced with the seemingly tireless Cassandra, Deathstroke soon found himself at a disadvantage. However, Deathstroke is far more than merely a fighter. To him, martial arts is merely one of many weapons in his arsenal. His tactical mind, developed to 90 capacity, coupled with decades of extensive combat experience, constitutes his most formidable assets. After fending off yet another throat strike from Cassandra, Deathstroke immediately attempted to create distance, inadvertently exposing himself to a vulnerability. Cassandra's face lit up with joy as she seized this opportunity to charge directly at him. Yet, this was all part of Deathstroke's plan. Above Cassandra, on the ceiling, a violent explosion erupted following a rapid series of beeps. Those who were observant would note that this spot was precisely where Deathstroke had leaped to evade the holy light orb, having previously affixed a powerful explosive there. The bomb's force was immense. Cassandra was forcefully slammed to the ground by the shockwave of the explosion. To make matters worse, the ceiling of the sewer rapidly collapsed after the blast, with bricks and massive stones plummeting down, threatening to crush the petite girl into a pulp. Deathstroke coldly observed the scene, calculating that Cassandra would be unable to escape the falling debris, and he concluded that regardless of her combat prowess, a typical girl's body could not survive being struck by tons of heavy stone, unless a miracle occurred. However, at that moment, a miracle did transpire. Apokolips, with a thunderous roar from Karl, a radiant orb resembling the sun suspended itself at the top of the sewer. The once dimly lit passage was instantly enveloped in blinding white light, causing acute pain to Deathstroke's eyes. Yet he dared not blink, for before him unfolded a scene beyond his imagination. Under the orb's illumination, Cassandra raised her tiny fist, seemingly defying all odds, and struck at the concrete boulder descending upon her. The nearly ton-weight block of concrete, from any perspective, should have resulted in the girl being crushed. Yet the outcome was astonishingly opposite. With a deafening explosion, the massive stone shattered into countless fragments beneath Cassandra's punch, transforming into a cascade of debris illuminated by the radiant light. What a farce! Why was there such a monster in this place? Without hesitation, Deathstroke leaped back. From Cassandra's previous strike, he had discerned that the wisest course of action was to retreat. He had faced superhumans before, even against the Justice League's deities. He would dare to engage, provided he was adequately prepared. Because formidable strength is often accompanied by vulnerabilities. For instance, a being with exceptional defenses, like Superman, would seldom evade attacks, while the Flash, possessing unparalleled speed, might have his trajectory easily predicted. Yet, before him stood a mysterious girl, endowed with peak human martial prowess, coupled with superhuman levels of strength and defense. Engaging her directly was undeniably unwise. However, it was evident that neither Karl nor Cassandra intended to allow him an easy retreat. The Spear of Victory. Karl conjured a semi-transparent golden spear in his hand and threw it forcefully towards the retreating path of the Clock Killer. With his agility, the Clock Killer could easily evade the spear. However, at the moment his movement faltered, Cassandra darted through the cascading debris with ghostly speed, executing a sliding tackle that brought her face to face with him. Bang! Crack! Cassandra's petite, yet formidable foot struck the Clock Killer's leg bone, creating the illusion that he had been hit head-on by a truck. The excruciating pain of the fracture served as a potent stimulant for the Clock Killer, prompting him to abandon all defense and raise his razor-sharp Prometheum katana. Seizing the brief moment of Cassandra's post-tackle rigidity, he summoned every ounce of his explosive strength in a desperate attempt to at least take her down with him. For someone with formidable self-healing like the Clock Killer, a mutual downfall equated to victory. Holy light shield. Yet, his final effort was thwarted entirely by the translucent protective barrier Karl had cast over Cassandra. In the fleeting instant that the blade descended towards him, Cassandra struck the Clock Killer's wrist with a swift palm strike. Crack! Clang! Accompanied by the unpleasant sound of a fracture, the gleaming katana slipped from his grasp, spinning in the air before Cassandra deftly caught the hilt, directing the blade's tip straight down towards the Clock Killer's head. Stop! The moment Karl's voice resonated, Cassandra halted her motion with robotic precision. The sharp tip of the blade mere fractions from piercing the Clock Killer's helmet. Indeed, it had already penetrated half a centimeter. Had it been delayed by another half-second, it would have breached the cranium of the world's foremost mercenary. A moment later, the injured Clock Killer knelt, using his unbroken hand to reach for his helmet, slowly removing the damaged piece to reveal the resolute visage of a middle-aged man, his hair and beard entirely white. Cassandra stood as still as a statue, brandishing the weapon that once belonged to the Clock Killer, aimed unwaveringly at its former master. The Clock Killer had no doubt that any erratic movement on his part would prompt the girl to strike without hesitation. I never anticipated encountering the daughter of that man here, already subdued. Although I have never placed faith in luck, no amount of preparation could have equipped me for such an unforeseen circumstance. Although it appeared that he had fallen into dire straits, the countenance of the Reaper exuded an air of nonchalance and ease, as if the grievous injuries to his hand and foot were but figments of imagination. Cassandra's current identity transcended that of a mere daughter. She was now my sister, rendering any notion of her subjugation utterly irrelevant. Mr. Reaper, I implore you to etch this into your astute mind. The Reaper narrowed his eyes, gazing past Cassandra to assess Karl, who lingered at the rear. Once assured that his counterpart would not foolishly venture closer, he let out a resigned sigh. Very well, I concede. You may do as you please. But if you seek to pose tedious inquiries, save your breath. After all, my reputation as a mercenary over the years is of some import. Upon hearing the Reaper's words, Karl returned the wooden cross to his back and gently shook his head. I am aware of your intentions, Mr. Reaper, though few are privy to this fact. When you sustain a fatal wound, you enter a frenzied state of irrationality. My insistence on halting Cassandra was not born of superfluous righteousness. With this proclamation, the Reaper's gaze toward Karl transformed, sharpening with scrutiny from head to toe. Although your professional decorum prevents you from divulging details, allow me to conjecture the nature of your mission, Mr. Reaper. Firstly, your objective is not to slay the girl. Otherwise, given your marksmanship, A single shot would suffice. Secondly, your consistent proximity to her suggests that you wish for her to lead you to a certain location or individual. In essence, you seek an object that you believe she possesses, yet you remain uncertain of its presence, thus bestowing her with a chance to survive, hoping to uncover her hiding place or contact. Am I correct? The Reaper closed his eyes for a moment, and when he reopened them, a wry smile graced his lips, tinged with self-mockery. I had initially intended to use her as bait to ensnare a larger quarry. Little did I know that I, the Reaper, would find myself ensnared by a shark. You appear to be mistaken, Mr. Reaper. I am neither her contact nor is this her secret lair. But I can assist you in locating what you seek. Karl interjected, then knelt beside Stephanie, gently aiding the young girl to sit upright. Rapid recovery. A green light emanated, and as Stephanie's eyelids fluttered a few times, she slowly opened her eyes, her azure gaze hazily settling upon Karl. You are Miss Stephanie. I am Batman's envoy come to rescue you. Regrettably, I must inform you that your assailant has absconded with that crucial item. What? How could this be due to excessive blood loss? Stephanie's mind was still clouded, and Karl's mention of Batman briefly dulled her judgment. Instinctively, upon hearing of the important item, she raised her hand to her chest. Thud. At that moment, Karl gently struck the back of Stephanie's head with a swift chop, causing the recently awakened girl to succumb once more to unconsciousness, her expression one of bewilderment. Karl unreservedly reached his hand into the collar of Stephanie's garment, and within the warm, soft crevice, he encountered a peculiar hard object, which he then pinched out with his fingers. Is this the little box you sought, Mr. Doom? Chapter 14. The game between two reckless madmen. What lay in Karl's grasp was a small metallic cube, approximately 5 centimeters on each side, adorned with strange patterns. When held in his palm, he could sense a subtle vibration emanating from within. Karl glanced at Doom, although the latter did not respond. The intensity with which his single eye fixated on the cube confirmed Karl's suspicions. The question lingered, what on earth is this thing? This was the first time he had laid eyes on it, yet inexplicably, Karl felt a peculiar affinity towards it. After examining the cube for a moment, he decided to shake it gently to discern what lay inside. Hey, are you insane? Don't shake that thing. Otherwise, we'll all be doomed. Doom's urgent shout interrupted Karl's actions. Despite having just been defeated by Cassandra and nearly meeting his end, Doom now exhibited an uncommon display of panic. Observing Doom's demeanor, Karl's heart skipped a beat as he carefully stilled the cube in his palm and fixed a serious gaze on Doom. Tell me, what exactly is this object? Doom furrowed his brow, regarding Karl with suspicion. You truly don't know? Karl pursed his lips, contemplating for a moment before formulating a clever proposal. How about this? Let us strike a bargain. If you divulge the origins of this object, I shall consider allowing you to complete your mission. After a brief hesitation, Doom's deep-set eyes remained locked on Karl for a while before he spoke in a low, resonant voice. This object is known as the mother box of the Starfire. Huh. The old mercenary's brows knitted together, casting an irritated glance at Karl, who had interrupted with his exclamation. My apologies, but it seems I did not catch that. You said it is called the mother box of the Starfire? It is the mother box of the Starfire. Pay attention. The name of this object is derived from legends within the Justice League, said to be connected to a device from Apokolips known as a mother box. Do not expect me to explain what Apokolips is. Just know that this is a form of immensely powerful alien technology. Karl's expression of slight astonishment led Doom to misconstrue his reaction, yet Karl soon nodded gently, prompting Doom to continue. Unlike the legendary mother box is reputed to possess a myriad of strange functions, this mother box of the Starfire has but one simple capability, to provide an almost limitless supply of energy. However, it is also far more common, though common is relative. In reality, a mother box of the Starfire commands a price exceeding $100 million on the black market. $100 million? For this thing? A single mother box can supply enough power to sustain the operation of a nuclear-powered submarine. Do you comprehend the implications of that? Moreover, the sum of $100 million is merely a nominal figure, for it is something that can be easily concealed in one's pocket. Karl began to grasp the true worth of the small device in his possession. With it, one could essentially establish a miniature power plant. And if it fell into the hands of criminal organizations, they could, in a matter of hours, erect an illicit drug manufacturing facility in the desolate wilderness. Its sole flaw lay in the fact that if mishandled, its destruction could unleash an explosive force equivalent to 100 tons. Yet, in the eyes of certain individuals, this was not considered a flaw at all. A sudden chill ran through Karl as he felt the stellar mother box in his hand transform into a proverbial hot potato. Despite its somewhat concerning name, after a brief contemplation, Karl resolved to proceed with the original plan of handing it over to the Reaper. After all, No matter how high its price, it would be utterly meaningless without a buyer. And Karl was well aware of the adage that a man may suffer for possessing a precious object. With utmost caution, he clutched the Stellar Mother box and approached the Reaper step by step. Upon hearing the Reaper mention the power of the Stellar Mother box, perhaps out of concern for Karl's safety, Cassandra momentarily diverted her gaze from the Reaper to the object in Karl's hand. Consequently, she failed to notice that the Reaper's right hand, which should have naturally drooped due to its fracture, had discreetly moved to a hidden button on his belt. For the Reaper, this presented a sufficient opportunity for counterattack. As Karl drew within 3 meters of the Reaper, a sudden burst of yellow-green mist erupted from the helmet carelessly discarded on the ground, swiftly obscuring the vision of the 3 individuals. "Ah!" Cassandra exclaimed, attempting to warn Karl. But it was too late. Fearing an accidental injury to Karl, she found herself unable to strike. Despite having one of his limbs incapacitated, the Reaper demonstrated the formidable prowess characteristic of a top-tier mercenary. Seizing the moment when Karl and Cassandra were blinded by the gas, he propelled himself off the ground with his still-functioning right leg, maneuvering behind Karl amidst the fog, and locked his left arm around Karl's neck. In an instant, a sharp sleeve blade sprang forth from the inner side of his fractured right wrist, pressing against the carotid artery of Karl. "Don't move. Otherwise, he is as good as dead." Karl furrowed his brow. Although he felt the icy touch of the blade against his neck, his expression remained unflinching. In truth, he had anticipated such an eventuality and had taken precautions as he approached the Reaper. "Why must it come to this, Reaper? According to our earlier agreement, even without these theatrics, I intended to hand over the Stellar Mother box to you. Perhaps you would have honored your word, but I am not inclined to gamble. More importantly, while my primary objective is indeed the Stellar Mother box, my secondary objective is to eliminate that girl, for which an exceedingly generous additional reward has been promised. Shall we allow Stephanie to perish here? This has exceeded the limits of what Karl can compromise on. After all, if it were discovered that he was connected to Stephanie's death, no one could withstand Batman's wrath. Cassandra, if you wish for this man to live, then do not hesitate. Act now." Karl's calm voice abruptly interrupted Mr. Clock's menacing words directed at Cassandra, leaving Mr. Clock momentarily stunned. However, he quickly realized that Karl was not addressing him. With a swift motion, Cassandra gripped her katana tightly, stepping forward to thrust the blade with force, piercing both Karl and Mr. Clock's chest simultaneously, akin to skewering candied fruits on a stick. "Cough, you lunatic." This reckless tactic, inflicting harm upon oneself while vanquishing the enemy, was once Mr. Clock's favored method. He would emerge victorious, relying on his healing abilities after a mutual demise in battle. Yet, he never anticipated encountering a more reckless adversary. Mr. Clock pushed Karl aside and leveraged the movement to free himself from the katana's grip. Clutching his bleeding chest wound, he gazed incredulously at Karl. Despite suffering what should have been a fatal injury, when Cassandra withdrew the blade from his chest, a brilliant white light enveloped Karl, and his wound miraculously ceased bleeding. The source of this phenomenon was a skill known as Life Well. This ability bestowed a continuous healing effect upon the target and provided a powerful restoration when they sustained lethal damage, akin to a second chance at life. However, this skill was not without its limitations. It required the expenditure of 2 colorless crystals upon activation and could only be used 3 times per day. Karl had cast this skill upon himself prior to approaching Mr. Clock, which accounted for his audacity. Observing Mr. Clock, though grievously wounded, still striving to raise his wrist blade for another assault, Karl concluded that the old mercenary had merely feigned surrender. "It seems we shall find it difficult to persuade Mr. Clock, Cassandra. There is no need for mercy now." At that moment, a peculiar sound resonated, drawing everyone's gaze toward the source, Karl's right hand. He opened his palm to reveal a radiant mother box, which had inexplicably absorbed a drop of his blood and began to tremble violently. Chapter 15. Opening the box. The content of this chapter is currently being transcribed. Please refresh the page later to check for updates. If it remains unupdated for an extended period, kindly provide feedback through the contact information below. Your support is appreciated. Bring light to the world with Apokolips. Chapter 16. Character expansion ticket. Karl contemplated the sequence of items visible only to him, lost in thought. Most of the items within were previously acquired by him in an online game called Dungeon Fighter through the Celestial Star Magic box. The names of these items evoked a sense of inexplicable familiarity, some even eliciting a tinge of nostalgia. However, one particular item left him baffled. What on earth is the Maiden's Footstep? Karl recalled that in the early versions of the game, there indeed existed a restorative item by that name, yet he could hardly fathom what its physical manifestation would resemble in reality. Maiden's Footstep, consumable, non-tradable, effect, Restores 35 health. Restores 35 health. There is a certain probability of inducing a state of dizziness upon use. Visually, the maiden's footstep appeared merely as a sphere of light. Upon contact, it seamlessly merged into his being. Apart from perceiving its item description, Karl found himself at a loss for how to utilize it. It was a rare treasure capable of replenishing his magical energy, yet the inability to employ it was undeniably disheartening. After absorbing the spheres of light into himself, Karl resolved to momentarily set them aside and redirect his focus towards other objects. The equipment adjustment box was a small, entirely gray-black box. Karl discovered that grasping its edges allowed him to stretch and compress it at will, though it remained invisible to others. According to Cassandra's sign language, from her perspective, Karl appeared as a silent actor gesturing to thin air. In previous games, the equipment adjustment box adjusted the grade of equipment, but in this realm, it seemed that the concept of grade did not exist. Nevertheless, the mechanism of the box was straightforward. One merely needed to test it with an item. Karl opened the lid of the equipment adjustment box and placed his trial item, the recently acquired Deathbell helmet, inside. Deathbell's secret alloy helmet. Rare. Head-shoulder physical defense. 2288 strength. 18 intelligence. 18 stamina. 19 attack speed. 15 casting speed. 15 magic critical rate. 5. As Karl closed the lid of the equipment adjustment box, it began to tremble violently, emitting an eerie, deep sound. Gurgle, 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 boom. With a faint explosion, the box transformed into a cloud of white smoke, leaving only the helmet quietly resting in place. Eagerly, Karl picked up the equipment to inspect the changes. After the adjustment, the equipment transformed into the deathly stroke. But wait, hadn't there been no change at all? Just as Karl began to question whether he had misused the box, he suddenly noticed a distinction. The Deathbell helmet, which previously featured an eye slot on only one side, now bore eye holes on both the red and black sides. More importantly, the helmet appeared to be slightly smaller than before, as if Karl had gently placed it upon his head. Although it was originally seized from the Grim Reaper, it now felt as if it had been custom-made for him, perfectly conforming to the shape and dimensions of his head. In that instant, Karl comprehended the true purpose of the equipment adjustment box. Previously, he had primarily collected necklaces, rings, and bracelets, while making do with ill-fitting gear such as shoulder pieces, tunics, belts, trousers, and shoes. He understood that if the clothing did not fit properly, even the finest attributes of the gear could severely impede his mobility. The equipment adjustment box, however, could resize the gear to fit his form, thus sparing him the embarrassment of being unable to wear acquired items. Having grasped this concept, Karl carefully compressed the remaining 2 adjustment boxes to the size of dice and stored them away, recognizing their greater value than he had initially imagined. He could not afford to waste them. Among the remaining items, the resurrection coin had the most straightforward yet brutal effect. It granted the holder a single chance to revive upon nearing death. Although Karl possessed the life spring, which could be used 3 times daily, no one would deem it excessive to have a backup method of salvation. Next was the 7 equipment enhancement coupons. Whether this was a stroke of luck or misfortune, Karl had yet to experience the exhilarating and tension-inducing system of enhancement in this world. Nevertheless, he decided to save this item rather than apply it to his current dilapidated cross. Finally, there was the item that left Karl utterly perplexed, the character slot expansion voucher. While termed a voucher, it was essentially a card resembling a bank card. The question remained, how was it to be used? Just as the thought of usage crossed Karl's mind, the surrounding scenery swiftly transformed. In the next moment, he found himself in a black space, surrounded by countless floating character panels, with only the classes designated for males glowing. Did this imply that he could choose a profession other than that of a healer? Initially, Karl felt a surge of excitement. Who wouldn't desire to wield a sword and traverse the world as a formidable warrior or a dashing swordsman who could effortlessly vanquish foes? However, he soon realized a pressing concern. If he transitioned to another class, would he retain his original paladin template? From a survival standpoint, no role could be more vital than that of a healing support character. Suddenly, Karl felt the surroundings whirl around him, swiftly returning him from the profession selection space to the sewers. Cassandra, meanwhile, tugged at her sleeve, her expressive eyes filled with worry. From her expression, Karl immediately understood the reason. He must have appeared to her as if he were entranced, oscillating between joy and despair. Do not worry, Cassandra, I am unscathed. It is merely that you cannot perceive it. As Karl extended his hand to gently caress Cassandra's silky black hair, his gaze inadvertently shifted to the magnificent polearm, a relic of death that she clutched. In the past, such an unsuitable weapon would have been relegated to a singular purpose of disassembly, yet now, As he observed the girl before him looking at him with confusion, an audacious idea blossomed in Karl's mind. Cassandra, extend your hand to me. He placed the character expansion voucher in his palm and grasped Cassandra's delicate, soft hand, focusing his thoughts intently. Ah! A clatter echoed as Cassandra gasped, the sword slipping from her grasp and clattering to the ground. Her eyes widened in bewilderment as they darted around, reflecting her confusion. Witnessing her reaction, Karl could not help but smile. It seemed his hypothesis was validated. This was indeed the true application of the character expansion voucher. Congratulations, Cassandra. It appears you are finally able to perceive the same vistas as I do. Chapter 17. The jarring reality. This was a nightmare. In a fit of boredom and self-validation, she had executed a plan that should never have been set in motion, resulting in a tragedy that claimed countless lives across Gotham. As the architect of this chaos, she had paid the ultimate price with her own life. Stephanie fervently wished that this ordeal was merely a figment of her imagination, and that upon awakening, she would find herself in her home or the Batcave, being chastised by Batman for dozing off during duty. However, as she gazed upon the damp, dimly lit ceiling of the sewer, Stephanie was compelled to confront a harsh truth. The nightmare was far from over. Are you awake? I was concerned that you might not regain consciousness due to excessive blood loss and cerebral hypoxia. Shifting her gaze, Stephanie beheld a stranger, a young man clad in white with brown hair, who, upon noticing her awakening, reached out to remove the warm, damp cloth from her forehead. As his hand brushed against her skin, memories from her unconsciousness resurfaced, along with a fragment of a conversation. You saved me. Your name was something like Karl. Karl Rosso. It's fortunate that you still recall your previous memories. That simplifies matters. Karl grasped Stephanie's hand, gently tugging her into an upright position. Thank you. Although I am uncertain how you managed it. What would have transpired without your intervention? Oh no. Where's my equipment? To her astonishment, Stephanie discovered that she was clad in a worn, simple burlap garment. Her once form-fitting battle suit and utility belt were conspicuously absent. Her eyes were soon drawn to a small table beside Karl, where her belongings, from undergarments to an array of tactical gadgets, were meticulously laid out, having been unearthed from her utility belt. Apologies, but may I first retrieve my belongings? Just as Stephanie was about to rise from her sickbed, Karl firmly pressed down on her shoulder. To be precise, those items once belonging to you, Miss Stephanie Brown. You wouldn't expect me to treat your life-threatening injuries and fend off your pursuers without any form of compensation, would you? Taken aback, Stephanie found herself momentarily speechless. It was unclear whether it was the revelation of her identity or the shocking act of her savior, seizing all her possessions that left her stunned. Yet, she quickly resolved to take action. I'm afraid I cannot relinquish my gear here. With swift resolve, Stephanie grasped Karl's arm that held her shoulder and executed a deft maneuver, using her judo skills to throw Karl onto the sickbed, pivoting to dash toward her belongings. Clang! The sharp sound of a blade being drawn halted her in her tracks, frozen in a stance ready to flee, resembling a statue. It was not merely the palpable malice that enveloped her, but also a sensation of slender, hair-like strands suddenly ensnaring her body, rendering her immobile. Do not be alarmed, Cassandra. I am unharmed. Release her. Clang. The sound of the blade returning to its sheath echoed behind Stephanie, causing beads of cold sweat to form on her brow. She had been utterly unaware of another presence lurking behind her moments ago. The strange strands then snapped as if they had never existed. You may continue practicing your blade shadow skills outside, Cassandra. I shall take care of Miss Stephanie. I trust she understands her position now. Turning her gaze, Stephanie beheld Karl sitting cross-legged on the sickbed, seemingly unfazed by the earlier throw. The Asian girl named Cassandra, wielding a katana nearly as tall as herself, cast a sharp glance at Stephanie before exiting the room. Who are you? No, that is not the crux of the matter. The essential point is that I cannot remain here. I must return swiftly. Calm down, Stephanie. You are well aware of the consequences of recklessness. Moreover, I intended to escort you back to the surface, as I have already discussed with Miss Barbara Gordon. Karl gestured toward Stephanie's phone resting on the table. Upon hearing Barbara's name, Stephanie appeared to relax her guard slightly, hesitating for a moment before settling back onto the sickbed. You know Barbara? By the way, I did see information about you from her. Stephanie's inadvertent revelation confirmed Karl's suspicion that Barbara had indeed contemplated his proposal. However, it seemed that other matters had delayed progress, or perhaps a further nudge was necessary. Karl had also discerned that this girl named Stephanie was surprisingly innocent and uncomplicated, suggesting she might be easily managed. After organizing his thoughts in his mind, Karl conceived a plan that was somewhat audacious. However, if executed successfully, the current chaos in Gotham, coupled with Batman's temporary absence, might present the perfect opportunity for him to help Cassandra establish a foothold on the streets. Stephanie, I know far more than you can imagine. I am aware of your identity. You are the daughter of the Clue Master, a disruptor, and even once served as Robin, including the fact that you have been dismissed by Batman. I am fully informed. Stephanie stared at Karl in shock, her lips slightly parted, trembling as she struggled to find her voice. Karl offered no further explanation, understanding that by maintaining an air of mystery, this inquisitive girl would inevitably engage in speculation. Could it be that you are an undercover ally of Batman? But how could that be? He has never mentioned your existence to me. A cryptic smile played on Karl's lips. He neither confirmed nor denied Stephanie's assertion, knowing that a little more intrigue would earn him the trust of this young woman. Stephanie, Batman does not disclose everything to those around him. You should be well aware of that. For instance, he likely never revealed to you that Matches Malone is merely one of Batman's alter egos. At the moment she grasped this shocking revelation, Stephanie's expression was nothing short of remarkable. First, she appeared as if struck by lightning, visibly stunned, then fell into deep contemplation. It all began to make sense. If it were indeed his other identity, it would naturally not be mentioned in the plan, as Matches Malone was supposed to be the executor of that very plan. As she analyzed step by step, she started to believe Karl's words. Batman's plan was flawless. The issue lay with her. By acting on the plan during Batman's absence from Gotham, Matches Malone would, of course, not make an appearance, and from the outset, she was destined to fail. Upon realizing the implications, her complexion turned ashen, and with her teeth gently biting her lower lip, her tear-filled eyes brimmed with sorrow. Oh, how wonderful it is. At least I have not betrayed his trust. It seems he never truly trusted me, not even revealing his disguised identity. Drip drop. Crystal-clear tears cascaded down the young woman's fair cheeks, her frail shoulders trembling slightly, faint sobs barely audible. It is not yet time to succumb to despair, Stephanie. At that moment, Karl gently brushed his fingers across Stephanie's cheek, wiping away her tears. If you assist me, perhaps I can help you rectify this situation before Batman returns. Chapter 18. Departing from the sewers towards Gotham. Stephanie appeared to regard Karl as an ally of Batman, someone entrusted by him to help clean up the aftermath. Even though her heart was shattered by Batman, this guilt-ridden young woman still harbored an unwavering trust in him. Consequently, she quickly lowered her defenses and divulged the entire sequence of events to Karl. It became apparent that this scheme required a figure to unify the chaotic factions of Gotham's underworld. Originally, Batman intended to undertake this task himself, but in his absence, had the conflicts among Gotham's various powers escalated beyond resolution? Indeed, suspicion now reigned, as each faction eyed one another, questioning who was the mastermind behind the theft of their prized possessions, igniting flames of conflict throughout the streets of Gotham. The only solution was for me to return all the stolen items and quell the anger of these gang leaders. With reddened eyes and her teeth biting down on her lip, Stephanie wrestled with a mixture of reluctance and guilt. However, Karl shook his head at this moment. No, they have already succumbed to bloodlust. Even if you were to return now, it would be futile. The likelihood of falling into a trap akin to that set by the clock king awaits you should you approach their lair again. What shall we do? They are losing all sense of morality. Even the families of gang members and innocent bystanders are not spared. The damages inflicted are a consequence of my errors, she lamented. I have already stated that I will assist you in resolving all of this. But first, you must cooperate with me and provide information regarding the involved gangs, as well as what exactly you pilfered from them. Karl gestured toward the haphazard array of items strewn across the table. After a moment of hesitation, Stephanie chose to trust Karl and began to articulate her account softly and in detail. Among the items was a comprehensive architectural blueprint, belonging to the leader of the Cobblepot family, the Penguin, which depicted all the secret mechanisms and hidden chambers within his iceberg lounge, a ledger of transactions. The property of Black Mask from the Sionis family, documenting his collusion with certain high-ranking officials in Gotham City, along with evidence of corruption and bribery. A coin with both sides bearing the same face, but one side inscribed with intricate markings, belonging to the leader of the Two-Face gang. Said to be both the source of his schizophrenia and his only stabilizer. Losing it would exacerbate his condition. In addition, there were numerous other items: rings, necklaces, videotapes, voice recorders, diaries, and more, all belonging to a multitude of criminal factions including Maroni, Sabatini, Elliot, Yakuza, Odessa, Moxon, Dimitrov, Ivanescu, Riley Sullivan, and Ruberson, so many that Karl found it challenging to even remember their names. This left Karl in awe of Gotham, a place where local crime syndicates could nearly form their own football league, even amidst Batman's and Gordon's relentless efforts to combat them day and night. At that moment, Stephanie noticed the absence of something crucial from the table. Alas, where is the mother box? That is a vital artifact belonging to the Falcone family. And it was during my infiltration of their base that I was ambushed. Karl waved his hand nonchalantly, a look of indifference etched on his face. No need to worry. The star mother box has already been returned. If all goes well, the gang leader, known as the Roman, should no longer pose a problem. After listening to Stephanie's explanation, Karl's plans began to crystallize in his mind. He stood up and called out loudly towards the door, "Cassandra, come gather the important items. It is nearly time for us to depart." "You are leaving? Where are you going?" Stephanie's eyes were filled with a mix of anxiety and panic. For her, Karl was her only lifeline at that moment. "To be precise, we are the ones departing. Did I not mention earlier that I have made arrangements with Barbara to ensure your safe return to the surface?" After several hours, Karl and Cassandra had packed their essential belongings and, alongside Stephanie, traversed the darkened tunnel of the sewer. "Where are we headed, Mr. Rosso?" Stephanie inquired. "Just call me Karl." "Stephanie, we are on our way to meet the master of this sewer. It would be ill-mannered to leave without paying him a visit." The question lingered, yet it was not long before Stephanie grasped the answer. "What is it, Karl, my good brother? We were just here yesterday." At the deafening sound of the killer croc, Stephanie instinctively hid behind Karl, though her form was quickly captured by the beast-like, pale yellow eyes of the creature. "Have you picked up another woman?" the killer croc remarked. She appears to be slightly older than Cassandra. She is indeed of an age to be enjoyed." "You misunderstand, my dear killer croc. She accidentally wandered into the sewer from the surface, and Cassandra and I intend to escort her back," Karl replied, bemused, while the expression on Killer Croc's face darkened, transforming from menacing to utterly ferocious. "I have already stated that it is perilous above. I will not permit Gotham to descend further into chaos. Your little minions will be unable to forage above, and the food supply for the sewer residents will dwindle." Killer Croc fell silent, evidently struck by Karl's words. "Do not fret. I will continue to descend periodically to tend to my brethren in the sewer. Besides, with Gotham in such disarray, there is no time to pursue me." "There has never been a more opportune moment," Karl asserted. Suddenly, Killer Croc seized a bag from behind him and hurled it at Karl with force. Catching the bag, Karl felt its weight and, upon opening it, discovered it was filled to the brim with dollar bills. In a city where bank heists were a daily occurrence, it was not uncommon for money to find its way into the sewers. However, here, such currency was merely inadequate kindling, better off discarded. With a grunt, Killer Croc settled onto the ground, turning his head away. "Do not return incessantly if there is nothing of consequence to discuss, lest you attract the attention of others to the sewers," he admonished. Karl felt a warmth in his heart. Perhaps the assassin crocodile, despite his stern words forbidding Karl's departure, had secretly prepared funds for his ascent on the surface. Casually, Karl tossed a bag brimming with dollars to Stephanie behind him, then exchanged a knowing glance with Cassandra. In unison, they stepped forward and embraced the formidable, scaly figure of the assassin crocodile. "However, should you find it untenable above, remember that the sewers shall forever be your home. No matter the troubles you encounter above, descending through the manhole leads you back to your sanctuary." Chapter 19. The art of sheathing the blade. Upon returning to the surface of Gotham City, the first thing Karl sought was to inhale the fresh air above. Yet, his hopes were dashed. The first breath he took was heavy with the acrid scent of saltpeter and sulfur. As he emerged from the dislodged manhole cover, an earth-shattering explosion resounded. Initially, he presumed it to be an ambush, but quickly discerned that the chaos was not directed at him. The streets, though cloaked in the darkness of night, were ablaze with light. Tactical lights from various firearms illuminated the scene, and the sky was punctuated by the iconic bat signal. Flames erupted from Molotov cocktails, igniting the greenery, while nearby vehicles succumbed to gunfire, exploding in a fiery spectacle. In summary, the thoroughfare had devolved into a brutal battleground, with two factions utilizing the cars as cover and engaging in a frenzied exchange of fire. "We must swiftly find a safe passage from this place. And please return my equipment," Karl urged. Stephanie's eyes reflected a blend of guilt and anxiety, but Karl gently placed his hand on her shoulder. "It is unnecessary. We are close to the Gordon residence. We might as well deal with them, allowing you a peaceful night's rest." As soon as Karl finished speaking, Cassandra intuitively placed her hand upon the hilt of her katana and strode confidently toward the skirmishing parties. "Is someone approaching? Are they one of ours?" "No, they are enemies. Eliminate her too." "Wait, she appears to be a little girl. And what of it? This is Gotham. All manner of fiends roam here. Have you not seen that she wields a sword?" Both factions, locked in gunfire, simultaneously trained their weapons upon Cassandra. It was evident they were seasoned members of Gotham's violent underbelly, well aware that in this city, Neither age nor innocence should be underestimated. Bang! One of the gang members fired the first shot at Cassandra, but in the next instant, she vanished like a specter. Where did she go? Find her. Clang. As others searched for Cassandra, she reappeared before Karl and Stephanie, her katana seamlessly sliding back into its sheath with a crisp sound. Swish! The sound of blades slicing through flesh and the piercing screams of gang members almost resonated simultaneously. The gang members, who were previously locked in a standoff behind cover, fell one by one to the ground, their tendons severed, rendering them helpless and writhing in agony. What transpired? Utilizing her dynamic vision honed through Batman's training, Stephanie observed with clarity that Cassandra first launched an incredibly fine thread from her hand, ensnaring the most distant gang member, and then leveraged her own body to pull herself closer while evading bullets. With a flourish of her blade, she unleashed a magnificent display of swordsmanship, the dark purple aura of her sword resembling a nocturnal blossom, enveloping the surrounding foes. She then swiftly charged at another gang member, her katana glinting ominously. In that fleeting moment, Cassandra sheathed her blade. What? Stephanie realized that Cassandra's final movement transcended mere speed. It felt as though she had momentarily seized a fragment of time itself. From the initiation of the attack to the moment she sheathed her sword before Karl, it seemed as though neither her sword's aura nor her thrust had struck the enemy. Yet, when Cassandra appeared before her in a blink and the sound of the blades sheathing echoed, all foes had already succumbed to her strikes. How did she accomplish this? Stephanie gazed at Cassandra in astonishment, while the latter merely cast a smug smile towards Karl, as if anticipating praise. Karl, appearing fully aware of the outcome, gently ruffled the girl's hair. Well done, Cassandra. It seems you have adeptly mastered the use of your skills. Now, let us seize the opportunity to hasten our arrival to Barbara. There's no need to collect their equipment. We have more pressing objectives. Preventing the girl from searching the fallen gang members, Karl and Cassandra strode confidently among the scattered bodies, while Stephanie trailed behind, her eyes filled with wonder. Who were these siblings, and how did they possess such formidable powers? At the Gordon residence, in Barbara's room, Dick said, "Help me send another message to Batman via the watchtower, informing him that the situation is dire. We are critically understaffed." There's no need to apologize, Dick. I understand you're preoccupied with matters in BL Davin. Currently, Barbara Gordon appeared more haggard than during her previous meeting with Karl a few days ago. Her orange-red hair was somewhat dry and disheveled, her delicate features etched with fatigue, and her eyes, hidden behind glasses, were bloodshot. Tim was still unaccounted for. But according to the travel records I found, it seemed he had gone on a trip. My greater concern lies with Stephanie. Cough, cough. I'm fine. I've just not slept in too long. Wait. It seems there's another emergency. Maintain communication, and please send my regards to Starfire. After severing communication, Barbara took a deep breath and sipped her bitter coffee before beginning to scrutinize the recently intercepted internal messages on her computer screen. Carmine Falcone, the Roman, had been discovered lifeless in his office, his mouth stuffed with metallic fragments resembling those from a mother box. How unfortunate that at this very moment, another significant gang leader had perished. The situation was spiraling out of control. Barbara felt her already muddled mind throbbing painfully, on the verge of splitting. While she believed the notorious crime boss deserved his fate, she was acutely aware that with the Roman's demise, the subordinates he had once controlled would only descend further into chaos. Having gone nearly 3 days and nights without sleep, Barbara, a mere mortal despite her training, was nearing her limits. Yet, rest was a luxury she could not afford. She was needed to coordinate law enforcement and medical services, monitor the conflict zones, and evacuate civilians, tasks that demanded her strength, with no one else to share the burden. Moreover, her heart was heavy with concern for Stephanie, whose fate in the sewers remained uncertain. Suddenly, a noise from the window jolted her, and with her nerves frayed, Barbara instinctively drew her handgun, aiming it behind her. The weapon was borrowed from her father, James Gordon, and in the current turmoil, it was no surprise that an incident akin to the Joker's past intrusion could repeat itself. Who is it? Raise your hands or get out, Stephanie? Am I dreaming? Is that you? Barbara, it's me. Are you all right? Stephanie exclaimed as she embraced Barbara. The tension that had long gripped Barbara began to dissipate, and she felt herself nearing the brink of collapse, her vision growing hazy. I'm fine, just exhausted. At that moment, a ghostly green light flooded Barbara's sight, accompanied by a familiar warmth enveloping her entire being. We meet again, Miss Gordon. Consider this healing a bonus in our transaction. Chapter 20. Sisters Concealing Secrets. Karl extended his hand, and a warm, rapidly healing light enveloped Barbara Gordon's body, which was on the verge of collapse. Thank you, Mr. Karl. I feel much better. Barbara brushed her disheveled hair aside, striving to appear less disheveled. While I can mend the physical toll of your exhaustion, I am powerless to alleviate your mental fatigue. I strongly advise you to rest, Miss Gordon. As there was little furniture in Barbara's room, Karl unceremoniously took a seat at the edge of Barbara's bed, while Cassandra stood awkwardly beside him, her gaze lowered as she toyed with the hilt of the katana. Barbara seemed to have discerned the origin of the sword, her glasses reflecting a contemplative glimmer. First, thank you for saving Stephanie. No need for gratitude. This is merely a transaction. You fulfill my requirements, and I will, as you instructed, rescue Stephanie and return her safely to you. Is that not so? Barbara paused momentarily, recalling no such agreement had been made with Karl. However, upon catching the meaningful look in Karl's eyes and noticing Stephanie's bashful expression beside him, she quickly grasped his implication. This man was deliberately attempting to coerce her into aiding their deception. A wave of discomfort washed over Barbara. She had initially intended to refuse Karl's request, but now she understood the dire consequences of such a refusal. Not only did Karl and the girl beside him evidently possess formidable combat skills, but she also recognized that should Stephanie uncover the truth, this proud and impulsive girl might do something foolish, such as sacrificing her life to spare Barbara from embarrassment. Moreover, Karl had already extended considerable goodwill towards them. From the preliminary treatment of her paralysis to rescuing the near-death Stephanie from the sewers, these were significant acts of kindness that Barbara could not disregard. After a brief contemplation of several seconds, Barbara weighed the pros and cons and arrived at a conclusion. You are correct, Karl. You have fulfilled my previous request. And in that case, I shall honor my promise to assist you, albeit not at this moment. At that instant, Karl's eyes narrowed dangerously, and Cassandra instinctively lifted her head, her fingers hovering over the katana's hilt. The atmosphere in the room grew palpably tense, as if the temperature had dropped several degrees. No, I do not intend to breach our agreement. However, as you can see, amidst the current chaos in Gotham, I am both preoccupied and unable to assist you. Yet, I assure you, as soon as the turmoil in Gotham stabilizes somewhat, I will prioritize creating new legal identities for you. Upon hearing Barbara's hasty clarification, a smile crept onto Karl's lips, and the previously tense atmosphere dissipated entirely. That is certainly acceptable, Miss Barbara. I understand that you are quite busy at the moment. But I, lacking patience, do not wish to linger in the sewers. Therefore, I have brought a change of clothes with me. Change of clothes? Although taken aback, Barbara inquired. May my sister and I temporarily stay here, Miss Barbara? Yes, Dad, it's me. I have a friend whose home has been affected by gang conflicts and now has nowhere to stay, so I'd like to borrow your room. Don't worry, I will help put away the guns in your room. Is it a man or a woman? That is of little consequence, Father. You must be quite busy at the moment. I shall end the call now. With a soft click, as Barbara terminated the conversation, Stephanie, seated cross-legged on the bed, spoke in a tone tinged with guilt. If it is inconvenient for you, Barbara, I could take the siblings to my home, but you reside in a female student dormitory. Stephanie, moreover, their stay here is to ensure I do not breach any agreements. Nevertheless, there is an advantage to this arrangement. Initially, when Barbara learned that Karl wished to temporarily reside here, she was indeed taken aback. Yet upon reflection, she regarded it as a prudent decision. With Gotham in utter chaos, the involvement of formidable individuals like the Karl siblings would only exacerbate the situation. Allowing them to stay at her home would, to some extent, enable her to keep watch over them. Furthermore, once Batman returns, it could facilitate their meeting, perhaps upon understanding the assistance they provide. He would endorse her efforts to help them illicitly alter their identities. Taking a deep breath, Barbara set aside the matter of the Karl siblings for the time being and turned her serious gaze toward Stephanie. All right, Stephanie. I assure you I will not lose my temper. However, I require you to recount everything precisely. What transpired that has led us to this predicament? What exactly did you do? After a moment of hesitation, Stephanie lowered her gaze and quietly divulged her unilateral execution of Batman's plan. Yet, she concealed the part about stealing significant items from the gang leader, merely mentioning how she fabricated letters to gather the leaders, inciting suspicion and conflict among them. Barbara furrowed her brows, adjusting her glasses as disbelief washed over her. Is it truly possible to achieve such an outcome solely through forged letters? The issue lies not only in your audacity. Batman's plan should not have encountered such a grave oversight. Lost in contemplation, Barbara failed to notice the flicker of unease in Stephanie's eyes. I believe the crux of the problem lies with Match Malone, for some unknown reason. He was absent from the assembly where he should have been present. Barbara's eyes widened in realization. Ah, that explains everything. Meanwhile, Stephanie, who had been closely observing Barbara's changing expressions, felt a tightening in her chest, her small hands gripping the bedclothes until her knuckles turned white. It was evident that Barbara was aware of Match Malone's identity. Batman had shared this intel with his most trusted allies. Yet it was clear she was not among that circle. In that instant, a barrier formed in Stephanie's heart toward both the once unquestionable Batman and the present Barbara. "I'm sorry, Barbara, but there are matters I must keep from you as well." Stephanie bit her lip, then rose from the bed, approaching Barbara's wheelchair. "I understand my mistakes, Barbara, but may I at least be allowed to undertake some actions to atone for them?" "Stephanie, it would be prudent for you to remain silent and refrain from making any rash movements. You misunderstand. I have no intention of stirring up trouble again. What I mean is, I am here to assist you in monitoring Gotham and coordinating resources." Stephanie's words stirred something within Barbara. In truth, she could no longer bear the weight of solitary labor. Though somewhat impulsive, Stephanie possessed the competence to temporarily assume her duties. More importantly, having Stephanie here brought her a sense of security, as mere monitoring and scheduling would unlikely lead to further complications. "Very well then, I shall rest for a few hours. You can temporarily take over my responsibilities. If possible, please keep an eye on Karl and his sister." Chapter 21. The Penguin's Dilemma. James Gordon's room was exceedingly modest. As the commissioner, he owned merely a few old and inexpensive garments in his wardrobe. Aside from a bed and a desk, there was scarcely any other furniture. Nevertheless, Karl and Cassandra rummaged through every drawer and every concealed space in the wardrobe as if they were bandits. "Found it!" Karl exclaimed, pulling from the depths of the desk drawer a small, hard metal object. It was an egg-shaped golden badge, intricately engraved with a falcon surveying the city, surrounded by Gothic script. Evidently, this was James Gordon's spare police badge. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Karl and Cassandra exchanged glances and swiftly restored the room to its original state, almost leaving behind a blur in their wake. Click. As Karl gently opened the door, he was greeted by a faint aroma of body wash mixed with a delicate, youthful fragrance. There stood Stephanie, her hair still slightly damp, clad in a somewhat oversized, charming pajama set, fingers intertwined and head bowed as she lingered at the threshold. "What's wrong, Stephanie?" The girl hesitated momentarily before murmuring in a voice as soft as a whisper, "Barbara is already asleep. She once learned a special meditative sleep technique, allowing her to fully restore her energy in just 3 hours. However, during this period, unless someone forcibly awakens her, she will not stir." At this point, Stephanie lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions as she stared at Karl. "So, during this time, she will be oblivious to whatever you do." Karl felt a wave of relief wash over him. It appeared the plan was unfolding smoothly. He turned to Cassandra, who had already grasped the situation and was preparing the items they had arranged earlier. "Are you both ready to depart now? Can you tell me what you intend to do?" Karl extended a finger, gently pressing it against Stephanie's lips, shaking his head solemnly to halt her from speaking further. "Did we not agree earlier? You would assist me in keeping Barbara in the dark, while I would aid you in restoring order to Gotham's current chaos." Stephanie bit her crimson lip lightly, hesitating for a moment before finally nodding. "I hope you can truly accomplish this, but I have one final question. Speak. When you changed my clothes in the sewers, was that not my compensation? I will not return them. So what do you need my clothes for?" Stephanie's cheeks puffed out in indignation as the thought of her intimate garments being taken by this man, especially after enduring a lengthy battle and becoming thoroughly soaked in sweat, filled her with a tinge of embarrassment. Karl pondered for a moment, realizing that the truth would eventually surface, and thus decided to be candid. "I gifted your clothes to Cassandra. She requires suitable attire for combat, and your outfit is quite fitting." Upon hearing Karl's explanation, Stephanie felt a sense of relief. She had witnessed Cassandra's battles and understood the necessity of having clothing that balanced mobility and protection. However, another thought crossed her mind, her gaze inadvertently drifting toward Cassandra's chest. "What about the others? The garments within should not be suitable for Cassandra, I believe." In truth, this was what Stephanie genuinely wanted to inquire about. "If you do not require them, could you possibly return them to me?" "Ah, those have already been utilized," Karl responded almost reflexively. His words were indeed truthful. Perhaps due to prolonged combat usage, her undergarments had also been transformed into blue fabric. Yet, even in his madness, Karl would never allow Cassandra to don such revealing attire for battle, nor would he himself. However, the considerable quantity of small crystals generated from the decomposition of the blue fabric indicated that Stephanie's garments had long been discarded into the decomposer for crystal conversion. Unfortunately, by the time Karl realized the ambiguity of his response, it was too late. It was evident that Stephanie's interpretation of utilized diverged from reality. Stephanie's cheeks paled momentarily before flushing a deep crimson, ultimately filled with both embarrassment and anger as she delivered a sharp kick to Karl's calf, with her slipper-clad foot. Pervert. The girl sprinted back to Barbara's room, while Karl, who should have intercepted Stephanie to clarify the misunderstanding, found himself frozen in place, unable to react for a prolonged moment. Why did I suddenly regain health and energy? In that instant, it seemed Karl understood the nature of the girl's foot attack ability. In Gotham's Diamond District, within the renowned affluent establishment known as the Iceberg Club, a short, portly man dressed in a tailcoat, his waist nearly equal to his height, sat in a subterranean office. Behind him loomed a massive glass ice chamber, through which one could observe an array of comically adorable penguins of various species. Although the temperature in this room is exceedingly low, akin to that of a cold storage facility, it is peculiar that beads of sweat, no larger than peas, continue to trickle down the long, hooked nose of the stout, short man who is currently engaged in a phone call. How many times must I reiterate, Black Mask? It was you who initiated the assault on my enterprises in the East End, was it not? I am merely retaliating. The provocateurs are your subordinates. Hello? Hello? Damn it. Dante, why are your men interfering with my operations in Burnley? Even if it is currently under the control of the Romans, it was originally mine. Do not shout at me. Two-Face, make Dante come speak with me. The Penguin, Oswald Cobblepot, furiously slammed the receiver down, sending the exquisitely crafted vintage telephone flying. However, he quickly regretted his impulsive action, as he realized that, given his unusually corpulent stature, retrieving the phone from the floor would be no trivial task. Cheshire Cat, please retrieve the phone for me, the Penguin uttered in a low voice. Yet, the tall, elegant woman standing behind him remained indifferent to his request. I did not intend to be your secretary, Penguin. My role is solely to serve as your bodyguard. Cursing under his breath, the Penguin reluctantly rose unsteadily from his chair to pick up the telephone. The woman, referred to as the Cheshire Cat, merely observed his slightly comical struggle with an amused expression, as though watching a performance. Although you have been holed up in this Iceberg Club's basement for days, leaving me with little to do, at least I can enjoy a show from the Penguin. Do not misunderstand, I am not referring to you. Despite the insult directed at him as the employer, the Penguin chose to remain silent. He was acutely aware that the woman known as the Cheshire Cat, though sharp-tongued and ill-tempered, possessed exceptional combat prowess and a sterling reputation, making her an invaluable bodyguard in Gotham City. Most of the Penguin's former secretaries and aides had already been dispatched to defend the various enterprises under siege. Thus, he found himself sequestered in the depths of the Iceberg Club, maximizing his chances of evading assassination attempts. Even when subjected to insults, when continually at a disadvantage, and when facing humiliation, survival until the end remains the Penguin's guiding philosophy. He is not oblivious to the indignities he endures, on the contrary. He harbors a profound sense of pride. Yet, transforming his feelings of inferiority into a weapon for his survival has been the secret to his rise from a discarded scion to the head of Gotham's most notorious crime syndicate. Just as he huffed and puffed, reconnecting the telephone line, it unexpectedly rang once more. Hello? What is it? Did I not state that the Iceberg Club was closed for business? There is a stranger at the door with a badge, and he insists on entering to conduct a search? Chapter 22. The two who disappeared from surveillance do not linger here, or do not blame me for being impolite. Oh, and how do you intend to be impolite? Please elaborate, Cassandra. Ensure everything is documented in the law enforcement notes, as Commissioner Gordon will likely find this very intriguing. At the opulent entrance of the Iceberg Club, Karl and Cassandra stood upon the marble steps, encircled by several tall men clad in black suits. Initially, these gentlemen exhibited a rather unfriendly demeanor towards Karl and Cassandra. However, upon noticing the rusted badge affixed to Karl's coat, their expressions swiftly shifted as they exchanged glances. We apologize, but our intention is to inform you that the Iceberg Club is currently closed for business and is not accepting visitors, one of them stated. Have you considered that this may not merely be a visit, but rather an impromptu search? Karl retorted. Of course, you may refuse. But should a formal search warrant become necessary, it is likely that more than just the two of us will be arriving. Upon hearing the subtly menacing undertone in Karl's words, the leading bald African-American man in a suit took a few steps back, visibly perturbed, and then hurriedly dialed a number, whispering a few urgent phrases. Boss, he indeed said that. I have confirmed it. They are legitimate. There are only two individuals, a young man and an Asian girl, both unfamiliar faces with no visible firearms, though they are carrying peculiar items and a small handbag. Though only fragments of the conversation reached his ears, Karl felt a wave of relief wash over him. It appeared that his pretense of being an agent had not been compromised. After all, the doorman of the Iceberg Club must possess a certain acumen for item appraisal. Finally, after what seemed like several minutes, the suited man approached, still holding the phone. and bowed slightly in respect towards Karl. Our employer, Mr. Cobblepot, has stated that the Iceberg Club is a legitimate establishment, thus there is little to investigate. However, if you are not averse to wasting time, I can lead you on a thorough search, allowing you to complete your task seamlessly. Karl narrowed his eyes slightly, a bemused smile gracing his lips as he waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for your assistance. I shall simply take a stroll to fulfill my task. After all, the establishment is currently non-operational, so my wandering shall not be of any consequence, correct? What I truly desire is to meet with Mr. Oswald Cobblepot, the infamous penguin, to inquire about a few matters. Might he have the time for such a meeting? The suited man frowned and muttered a few more words into his phone before turning back to Karl a moment later. Regrettably, the boss has just departed Gotham for a trip, hence he is unable to arrange a meeting with you at this time. You are free to search within the Iceberg Club, but the boss has kindly asked me to remind you that, as an entertainment venue, it may contain some rather perilous mechanisms and creatures. Please refrain from touching anything that you ought not to. As the suited man stepped aside to clear the path, Karl and Cassandra strode confidently into the Iceberg Club. Despite the dim lighting, the lavish interior decor was palpable, encompassing everything from gaming halls to ballrooms, bars, and restaurants, all meticulously appointed. On the surface, this establishment serves as a social hub in Gotham, yet it also functions as a clandestine conduit for the circulation of illicit funds. In a certain sense, it may be regarded as another concealed financial center lurking in the shadows of Gotham. However, it is said that at the onset of the gang warfare in Gotham, the Penguin was the first to shutter all his enterprises, including the Iceberg Lounge. To conserve his strength and mitigate losses, he even vanished from the public eye, feigning an escape from Gotham to seek refuge. This behavior aligns with the Penguin's typical modus operandi, characterized by a prudent and low-profile approach to preserving his power, biding his time for the decline and dissolution of rival factions before seizing the opportunity to expand his criminal empire. Yet, due to Stephanie's provocative letter, which incited suspicion by impersonating handwriting, coupled with the rampant paranoia among gang leaders who had lost valuable assets, the Penguin found himself caught in the crossfire. Apart from the core Iceberg Lounge, which remained unscathed, his other enterprises had been, to varying degrees, encroached upon and occupied. As Karl and Cassandra traversed the desolate expanse of the Iceberg Lounge, although the Penguin's henchmen, including the suited man, did not follow them, Karl could still sense an omnipresent gaze emanating from the shadows. Meanwhile, over 50 meters below them, the Penguin, cigar clenched between his teeth, scrutinized Karl and Cassandra's every movement through the images displayed on a projection screen, his expression darkened by the revelations from hidden surveillance cameras. The unsettling thought that even the portraits on the walls and the tulips in the planter's concealed cameras sent a shiver down his spine. The Cheshire Cat, with a voice both alluring yet tinged with sarcasm, mocked the scene, her gaze fixed on Cassandra from various angles on the screen. The Penguin, seemingly accustomed to the acerbic wit of his female bodyguard, diverted his attention to Karl. He pondered the authenticity of the duo before him, questioning whether they were genuine humans. As Gotham's most renowned purveyor of information, the Penguin had memorized the faces, names, familial backgrounds, and weaknesses of all, and he was certain that he had never encountered this pair before. However, they could potentially be newly assigned or recruited agents in response to Gotham's chaotic gang turmoil. More importantly, as long as their badge was legitimate, anyone in possession of it, even if a fraud, was not to be underestimated. The Cheshire Cat momentarily subdued her typically cynical demeanor, thoughtfully observing Cassandra. Setting aside the man, it was evident that the girl's movements were indicative of rigorous training. Her posture, whether in motion or at rest, was one of readiness for confrontation. She was certainly no ordinary individual. Indeed, she was an adept martial artist. Yet, this remarkable girl displayed an unmistakable subservience, or, perhaps, an unwavering trust towards the man, discernible through her subtle gestures. It is an unintentional synchronization of one's footsteps and breaths with another. Who exactly is this man? Although he lacks the piercing gaze of the Cheshire Cat that could discern the range of one's abilities, the Penguin possesses an astute and seasoned acumen in observing interpersonal dynamics, a skill that underpins his very existence. The Cheshire Cat furrows her delicate brows slightly, retrieving from behind her a white feline mask adorned with blood-red patterns, which she affixes to her face, simultaneously reaching for a short dagger approximately half a meter in length at her waist. Should I take the initiative? No, this will suffice. Let them engage in futile endeavors and meander about before departing. The Penguin pinches a cigar between his large, misshapen fingers, exhaling a relaxed puff of smoke. He feels a sense of relief for having refrained from rashly confronting this enigmatic pair, and his subordinates have skillfully avoided creating any enmity. Regardless of the true identities and intentions of these individuals, they are currently relegated to aimlessly wandering on this level. This will do, until the chaos in Gotham is resolved. No one shall locate me. At that moment, the Cheshire Cat's tone shifts to one of urgency and agitation. Something is amiss. Quickly, activate all surveillance cameras. Penguin. How did they suddenly vanish from the monitors? Chapter 23. The Hammer of Repentance. How could this be? Where have they gone? The Penguin furrows his brow. Pressing a button on the umbrella at his side, the images on the projection screen shift rapidly. Yet the two individuals who had been lingering in the center of the hall mere moments ago have inexplicably vanished without a trace, as if they have evaporated into thin air. Despite the frigid temperature surrounding him, beads of perspiration begin to form on the Penguin's forehead, pooling and dripping from the tip of his elongated, hooked nose. He is acutely aware that, while the clients remain oblivious, the covert surveillance equipment he installed at the Iceberg Club should be entirely comprehensive, serving both his intelligence-gathering needs and security precautions. However, the fact that these two have disappeared from all hidden cameras implies one thing. They must have discovered the blind spots in his surveillance, or perhaps created them. After all, some cameras are positioned atop movable vases or small decorative sculptures. If one were familiar with the locations of all the surveillance devices, it would be possible to engineer minuscule blind spots in this manner. The troubling question arises. The only entities capable of achieving such a feat are either the Penguin himself, the architect of this entire setup, or those who have obtained his lost architectural blueprints of the Iceberg Club. Could it be that this pair is responsible for stealing the blueprints? Are they the masterminds behind Gotham's current turmoil? A sense of panic stirs within the Penguin. Yet he quickly endeavors to reassure himself to remain composed. Everything is fine. There is no need to rush. Perhaps my subordinates merely shifted the camera position during their cleanup. Moreover, even if the adversaries did acquire the blueprints, it would be impossible for them to breach the impeccable defenses in place to reach this location. The Penguin resides in a secret chamber that he has long completed, situated 50 meters beneath the Iceberg Club's third underground level. This space is meticulously designed to the specifications of a nuclear fallout shelter, capable of withstanding the catastrophic devastation of a hydrogen bomb. It is stocked with provisions for both him and his bodyguard to last over 50 years, ensuring an ample supply of water, food, and electricity. Furthermore, from the first underground level to the second, he has installed countless lethal traps and automated weaponry to thwart any intruders. All doors and mechanisms can only be disarmed from within, and he is confident that, without his express permission, not even a fly could enter. However, as the Cheshire Cat once remarked, the only drawback is the near absence of entertainment, save for the enjoyment of observing the beloved pet penguins that he has brought along. Beyond being a criminal mastermind, the Penguin is also a brilliant engineer. The ever-present umbrella of traps, which has caused Batman countless difficulties, is his own creation. Thus, he soon realizes that his perfect sanctuary harbors a grave oversight. The Penguin ice house behind him requires a sustained low temperature, yet for safety reasons, it cannot be linked to the independent air filtration system used by the Penguin. This necessitates a connection to the air conditioning system above the Iceberg Club. Of course, for an ordinary person, even if they were aware of this fact, navigating the intricate and narrow air ducts to reach this location would be nearly impossible. However, if one possessed the structural blueprints of the Iceberg Club, suddenly, two heavy thuds echoed from behind him. The Penguin swiftly twisted his short, stout neck to glance back at the ice house. In that fleeting moment, he confirmed his suspicions. Through the transparent glass, he spotted a young man and woman emerging from the air conditioning duct atop the ice house, brushing off the dust and frost from themselves, while the poor little penguins huddled in the corner, trembling in fear at the unexpected intruders. The young man, with his brown short hair and pleasing features, first clenched his fist and struck the glass barrier that stood between him and the Penguin. With a dull thud, the glass remained unyielding. The Penguin felt a slight sense of relief. Even if someone had infiltrated his sanctuary, this 30-centimeter thick tempered glass could not be shattered by mere human strength. However, the Penguin had clearly underestimated his opponent. The young man displayed no signs of frustration. Instead, he took a step back and muttered something under his breath. Although the words were inaudible through the glass, the Penguin was able to decipher his lips. The phrase "hammer of repentance" soon became clear to him. In an instant, the young man's hands, previously held in a loose grip, began to emanate a golden, translucent substance that rapidly extended and materialized, conjuring a colossal battle hammer nearly 4 meters in length out of thin air. How could this be possible? Could it be merely an illusion? Yet, with a powerful swing of his hands gripping the hammer, the young man shattered the last vestige of fantasy lingering in the penguin's heart. Bang! Clang! The colossal, translucent golden warhammer, imbued with overwhelming force, brutally smashed through the specially crafted 30-centimeter thick tempered glass. Although the hammer itself shattered and gradually vanished, the ferocious impact sent the penguin hurtling through the air, away from the glass. The Cheshire Cat, nimble and quick, leaped up and caught the penguin by his tailcoat, demonstrating her professionalism as a mercenary despite their usual verbal hostilities. "Mr. Oswald Cobblepot, I presume? And this green silk attire, coupled with your black hair and feline mask, must make you the illustrious Miss Chin Ruan, if I am not mistaken." The Cheshire Cat nonchalantly set the penguin down and drew a gleaming short katana from her waist. Karl recognized this weapon as a wakizashi, typically wielded by samurai as a secondary weapon or utilized by assassins for stealthy killings. The term illustrious is an affront to an assassin, and I am quite intrigued as to how you discern my true name. Although her words seemed directed at Karl, the Cheshire Cat's icy gaze remained fixed on Cassandra, who had already rested a hand upon her blade's hilt, signaling an imminent confrontation. At that moment, Karl spread his hands in a gesture of goodwill, presenting a benign smile. "Despite the slight complications during my entrance, I bear no malice towards either of you. If possible, could we all lower our weapons and engage in a civil discussion?" However, Karl's sincere overtures were met with hostility as the penguin raised his umbrella, unleashing a barrage of bullets from its end akin to the fire of a machine gun. Yet, Karl had anticipated this maneuver the instant the umbrella was lifted. He summoned a radiant, translucent barrier of azure light, intercepting every bullet. Nevertheless, the smile on his face grew colder. "To clarify, my gesture of friendship does not stem from any fondness for your nefarious kind. It is simply a means to save time. However, it seems that subduing you may indeed prove to be a more efficient course of action." Chapter 24. The straight punch of the tiger strikes with an aerial slash. The reasons behind the penguin's unwavering attachment to his umbrella are many and varied. Some believe he wishes to maintain the facade of a gentleman. Others speculate it is a remnant of his mentally unstable mother's insistence. Still, others attribute it to the trauma of his father's pneumonia-induced death from rain exposure, while some assert the umbrella itself serves as a formidable concealed weapon. It appears, at the very least, that the last assertion is not merely a rumor. As bullets cascaded from the top of the umbrella like raindrops, they were thwarted by Karl's luminous barrier. The penguin man pressed a button on the umbrella's handle, and it instantly unfurled, serving as a shield before him. "There's no need for such measures, penguin man. I merely intended to converse with you. I would much prefer to converse with your corpse." With a swift motion, 2 miniature missiles, no larger than fingers, were launched from behind the umbrella. Despite their diminutive size, they arced through the air, circumventing the light wall as if guided by an unseen force, pursuing Karl relentlessly. Divine light coalescence. A golden radiance descended from above, surging into Karl's being and transforming into a shockwave that radiated outward. The 2 miniature missiles detonated instantaneously, resulting in a violent explosion. Did we take them down? The penguin man cautiously peered out from behind the umbrella, scrutinizing Karl's condition. Just then, a golden beam of light erupted from the enveloping smoke of the explosion, hurtling straight toward the penguin man. Clang. The material of the penguin man's umbrella was inexplicably resilient, as Karl's spear of victory failed to pierce it immediately. However, the force of the impact caused his hands to bleed profusely, the umbrella flying from his grasp. "Enough. My patience has its limits. It is high time we sat down for a discussion." Karl strode confidently from the smoke of the explosion, having preemptively detonated the missiles and cast a protective spell of divine light upon himself. Aside from a layer of dust, he emerged virtually unscathed. As he advanced towards the frightened penguin man, he noticed that the battle between the 2 ladies nearby was nearing its conclusion. Clang, clang, clang. The Cheshire Cat's small blade clashed repeatedly with Cassandra's katana. Although Cassandra appeared younger, she dominated in both agility and strength. Having acquired the blade shadow template, Cassandra, like Karl, benefited from equipment enhancements. She donned a complete set of Stephanie's battle attire, albeit only rare blue gear, yet it sufficed to augment her strength beyond the ordinary. The Cheshire Cat, despite possessing greater combat experience and evading strikes with nimble movements, soon found herself cornered by Cassandra, her breath growing increasingly erratic. Clang. Cassandra executed an upward strike, sending the Cheshire Cat's small blade soaring through the air. The latter retreated several steps, weary and leaning against the wall. It appeared that victory was all but assured. Hearing the commotion, Karl glanced in their direction, his pupils dilating in alarm. With the clarity of an observer, he quickly sensed something amiss. "Cassandra, do not touch that sword." However, his warning came too late. Although Cassandra's combat skills were formidable, her lack of practical experience placed her at a disadvantage. During the years she spent in the sewers with Karl, Cassandra, influenced by him, had developed a conditioned reflex for collecting equipment. Thus, the moment the Cheshire Cat's small dagger soared into the air, Cassandra instinctively raised her hand to grasp the hilt, seizing it. However, at that instant, the expression on the young girl's face shifted rapidly, and her previously impeccable posture wavered slightly. The Cheshire Cat, shedding its earlier despondency, revealed cold, murderous intent in its concealed gaze as it propelled itself towards Cassandra like a cannonball, its sharp claws gleaming with a menacing dark green light. Although Cassandra's gaze was somewhat unfocused and she wished to evade, for reasons unknown, her movements were noticeably sluggish. Just as the Cheshire Cat was about to claw at the girl's cheek, a gust of wind surged forth as Karl's fist intervened from the side. Blocking the attack, a sharp scratch appeared on Karl's arm, yet he swiftly countered by seizing the Cheshire Cat around the waist and launching it forward. In the very moment the Cheshire Cat was released, he drew forth a wooden cross from behind him with lightning speed and swung it powerfully upwards. With a close-range punch followed by a tiger strike, Karl executed a combination of moves, seamlessly linked despite having no formal training in close combat. Once the tiger strike successfully grasped its target, even a martial arts master like the Cheshire Cat could not escape the ensuing onslaught. Thud! The Cheshire Cat was forcefully struck in the chest by the cross, sent hurtling backwards to crash against the wall before sliding down. Just as Karl intended to pursue further, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and upon closer inspection, he discovered a fine scratch from claws on the back of his hand. Cough, cough, it's futile. I suggest you learn from that girl. If you refrain from unnecessary movements, you might extend your life by a few minutes. The Cheshire Cat gasped, clutching its chest. But its eyes gleamed with the triumph of victory beneath the mask. Karl frowned slightly and turned to Cassandra, whose complexion had turned pale. Her small hand gripping the weapon trembling ever so slightly. It was poison, potent and fast-acting. Karl silently reproached himself for not warning Cassandra earlier. The Cheshire Cat, a world-class assassin, relied not only on her martial prowess, but also on her expertise in toxins. The Cheshire Cat fixated on Karl, anticipating the moment he would succumb to the effects of the poison, yet Karl displayed no sign of panic. Instead, he raised his hand gently and intoned a word, purification. A halo emanated from Karl, expanding outward, and upon contact with the light, Cassandra exhaled deeply, discarding the small dagger that had been tampered with by the Cheshire Cat. Karl, with an unwavering demeanor, strode towards the Cheshire Cat, showing no signs of being affected by the toxin. How could this be? The Cheshire Cat, perplexed by the unfolding circumstances, was acutely aware that her unique venom could incapacitate even the most superhuman of beings. As Karl advanced, the enigmatic girl behind him began to regain her composure, prompting the Cheshire Cat to discreetly reach for the jade stone nestled in her belt. In that moment, she contemplated the possibility of eliminating everyone at once. Stop. We surrender. And you, cease your actions, Cat. Karl halted his steps and turned toward the source of the voice, where the Penguin Man, with a grim expression, raised his hands in a gesture of capitulation. Had Mr. Cobblepot finally grasped the situation? Upon hearing Karl's words, the Penguin Man smirked slightly. Humph, accepting defeat has always been my virtue. Besides, I cannot allow my precious pets to fall victim to that madwoman's poison. Chapter 25. I wanted all Karl and Cassandra settled into the velvet chairs opposite the Penguin Man's desk. The only discomfort stemmed from the slightly frigid temperature of the room, as Karl had just shattered the glass barrier of the ice house, causing a few audacious penguins to waddle over. Despite Cassandra's formidable skills, she remained, at heart, a mere girl of 15 or 16, hesitating to reach out to the endearing creatures approaching her. Be cautious, Cassandra, for penguins possess teeth, and their sharpness is quite deceptive beneath their charming fade. At Karl's warning, Cassandra withdrew her hand, while the Penguin Man, seated behind the desk, regarded Karl with a knowing glance. To be precise, it is the penguin's beak that contains backward-facing barbs. Although they may appear intimidating, there is no cause for alarm. They typically consume small prey such as krill and jellyfish. Their fangs are not designed for hunting formidable adversaries, but rather to prevent their meals from escaping. Karl squinted slightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This was understandable. In the Antarctic, where predators are scarce, food is limited. However, in a place like Gotham, characterized by a ruthless survival of the fittest, one cannot afford to live passively. The Penguin Man observed Karl for a moment, then offered him a cigar. After Karl declined with a wave of his hand, the Penguin Man took a deep drag himself. Let us dispense with the pleasantries, Mr. Rosso. What is it that you truly seek from me? If it is money, I can provide any sum you desire. Though I suspect that with your capabilities, financial constraints are not your concern. As for intelligence, I do not wish to evade the matter. But my information network is currently non-operational. I want it all. Karl's calm voice interrupted the Penguin Man's discourse. I require not only an unlimited financial provision, but also for you to deploy your entire intelligence network in my service. The Penguin Man was momentarily taken aback before unleashing a series of dry, rasping laughs. Ha ha ha, that is quite amusing, Karl. Yet, I believe this is merely a jest, for it sounds as though you intend to usurp all that I have diligently cultivated over the years. No, in truth, I desire far more. I not only require your influence and wealth, but I also seek your talents and gifts to assist me. The penguin's countenance darkened further. His grotesquely plump fingers interlaced before him, his cold gaze fixated on Karl through his hooked nose. Why would I do such a thing? After years of struggle, I did not toil merely to provide for them. With the power I can offer you, things you may yearn for yet never attain. You could not only dominate Gotham's criminal underworld, but also ascend to earn the respect and reverence of all its inhabitants. Akin to that of Thomas Wayne. With a thud, the penguin's cigar fell onto the table, yet he appeared oblivious, staring dumbfounded at Karl. What nonsense are you spouting? Karl leaned forward, gesturing for the penguin to come closer. After a moment's hesitation, the penguin laboriously hoisted his rotund frame, inclining his ear toward Karl's lips. This plan of yours is utterly mad. Do you truly believe I would trust you to execute such a scheme? You will believe, for this plan is already in motion, proceeding even more smoothly than I had envisioned. Cassandra, show Mr. Cobblepot the contents. Upon hearing Karl's words, Cassandra promptly retrieved a small pouch from behind her waist, opening it to spill its contents onto the table. The penguin, seasoned by years of experience, instantly recognized the items strewn before him. Yet even so, he trembled as he removed his monocle to wipe it, fearful he might be mistaken. These are the possessions lost by the crime syndicate leaders, so it was indeed your doing? You incited discord among the gangs, leading to this bloody turmoil in Gotham over the past few days. After placing the blueprint of his iceberg lounge back on the table, the penguin lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Karl with a conflicted expression. This plan, was it truly your creation? To me, only a fool or a madman could conceive such a strategy. And in Gotham, there exist only two individuals of such madness. One resides in Arkham's highest security ward, and the other is the one who imprisoned him. At this point, discussing it is futile, Penguin. It is time for a decision. Will you stake your fortune and life on this gamble, joining me as a player in this scheme? Or will you continue to endure, striving for the best outcome, which would merely leave you as a shadowy king of Gotham's underbelly? The penguin rose from his chair, not responding immediately to Karl, instead pacing before his pet penguins, lost in contemplation. Moments later, he retrieved an object resembling a pocket watch from the inner pocket of his tailcoat. After contemplating it for a brief moment, he returned it and turned his gaze towards Karl. Why me? Because you possess a remarkable intellect. Gotham is not devoid of clever individuals. Yet you are among the rare few who, upon capture, would find themselves confined in Blackgate Prison rather than Arkham Asylum. Of course, what Karl did not articulate was that he had gleaned insights into the penguin's childhood and inner character through certain off-the-record means. Even if only half of it were accurate, it was sufficient to instill confidence in persuading the penguin to collaborate with him. The penguin curled his lip. Being astute, he might have sensed something amiss. Yet he refrained from elaborating, simply resuming his seat and lightly drumming his fingers on the table. The final question, how do you intend to handle him? Though he was currently unaware of the man's whereabouts, Karl knew that if he returned, he would not remain passive. I do not intend to diminish my own morale while inflating his. However, based on my extensive dealings with him over the years, I can assure you that our plans will not escape his notice. Though the penguin did not explicitly state it, Karl immediately understood whom he referred to. You need not worry about that. To be candid, I have never contemplated deceiving the world's greatest detective, nor do I intend to employ any underhanded schemes to eliminate him. While I could do so, it is unnecessary. Once he becomes aware of our plans, he will realize that preventing us would entail far greater sacrifices. Moreover, he understands better than anyone that our endeavor is the correct choice, the most beneficial option for Gotham. He may regard Gotham as his own possession. If so, we shall boldly wrest it from his grasp. No, not merely Gotham. I seek to seize even more from him, those who surround him. As he spoke, Karl sensed a surge of emotion, compelling him to pause and regain his composure. Even Cassandra could not help but steal a curious glance at him. The penguin's face bore a smirk tinged with intrigue. If I am not mistaken, you seem to harbor a desire for revenge against Batman? Karl hesitated. He was acutely aware of this sentiment and had no intention of deceiving himself or anyone else. If possible, consider it a manifestation of disillusionment with an idol, akin to that of a jaded fan. Chapter 26. The Cheshire Cat's favor. After scrutinizing Karl for a while, the penguin resumed his previous facade of feigned elegance, relighting his cigar, his monocle glinting with shrewd cunning. Let us not delve into each other's pasts. It serves no purpose. Let us speak plainly. What do you require of me? Karl glanced at the wall clock. It was precisely 1 o'clock in the early morning. He remembered distinctly that when he left Gordon's residence, it was precisely midnight. With a little over an hour to spare, he mused, it appears to be ample time. After a brief mental calculation, Karl quickly determined his subsequent course of action. I seek the finest motorcycle, compact in size, and I require your assistance in pinpointing the precise locations of all prominent gang members. How could I possibly ascertain this? Yet, I know you possess the means to provide such information. Even if you conceal yourself here, your informants must be scattered throughout Gotham's skies. Am I mistaken? The penguin furrowed his brow, casting a meaningful glance at Karl. All locations? Are you certain? Currently, there are over 10 sites of gunfire erupting simultaneously across Gotham. Not to mention the traffic restrictions littering the streets. Trust is paramount. Do not question that our collaboration hinges upon this. Penguin. Moments later, Karl and Cassandra strolled confidently back to the ground floor of the Iceberg Lounge via the main route. Along the way, he discerned numerous firearms and turrets cleverly concealed within the corners of the ceiling and walls. However, due to the temporary deactivation of the defense system by the penguin, they faced no hindrances. In the parking lot outside the Iceberg Lounge, Karl beheld the mode of transportation promised by the penguin, along with a lithe figure leaning against the vehicle, adorned in a feline mask. During his earlier conversation with the penguin, the Cheshire Cat had been discreetly ushered out of the room, for their plans were not meant for the ears of a mercenary. Miss Cheshire Cat, I trust your employer has informed you that there is no need for hostility between us, correct? My forthcoming mission is to ensure his safety. Yet that does not preclude me from eliminating others at my discretion. The Cheshire Cat extended her onion-like fingers, gently caressing Karl's cheek, her touch gliding tenderly down to his throat. Her nails, laced with deadly poison, hovered perilously close, less than a millimeter from his neck. Nevertheless, Karl maintained an air of composure, revealing neither tension nor alarm. However, Miss Cheshire Cat is a woman of intellect. I believe you, as an elite assassin, would not act impulsively. A glimmer of appreciation danced in the depths of her eyes beneath the mask, and she withdrew her hand, reaching instead for the small dagger affixed to her side. Cassandra, standing nearby, immediately adopted a vigilant stance, her hand resting on the hilt of her katana. Yet, Karl raised a hand, signaling the young woman not to strike, for he felt no animosity emanating from the Cheshire Cat. With a click, she unsheathed the small dagger and presented it to Cassandra, who hesitated, recalling the lesson learned moments prior, and did not immediately accept the weapon. Consider this a token of gratitude. For an assassin, failure and death are inevitable. Since I have spared your life, you are owed a debt of gratitude. Fear not. It is devoid of poison now. After a moment's hesitation, Cassandra turned to Karl, and only upon his gentle nod did she cautiously accept the dagger. And you, Mr. Karl Rosso, as you can see, I possess no other treasures to offer you at present. Instead, why not allow you to choose how I may repay your kindness? The voice of the Cheshire Cat was imbued with a touch of allure, as she leaned forward slightly, raising her head to gaze at Karl with fiery eyes. From this angle, Karl could glimpse the enticing cleavage revealed by her neckline. Then I shall graciously comply, he said, extending his hand to gently lift the Cheshire Cat's mask, revealing the exquisite and beautiful visage of an Eastern woman beneath. Her captivating phoenix eyes gazed at Karl with an abundance of charm, and as she delicately licked her red lips with her pink tongue, her allure intensified. It feels rather delightful. Thank you for the compliment. Just as the Cheshire Cat intended to climb onto Karl's shoulders, he unexpectedly pushed her away. All right, thank you, Miss Cheshire Cat, for this splendid mask. It will serve Cassandra well. However, I am a bit pressed for time today. Let us arrange another meeting when we have the chance. With that, Karl mounted his motorcycle and casually handed the mask to Cassandra. The young girl, upon receiving the mask, seated herself behind Karl, her gaze towards the Cheshire Cat tinged with a hint of provocative amusement. What does this mean? Hey, the Cheshire Cat's expression darkened, yet Karl paid her no heed, igniting the engine and departing with Cassandra amidst the roar of the motorcycle. Left behind, the Cheshire Cat stomped her foot in frustration, her teeth biting her red lip as she watched Karl and Cassandra's figures gradually fade into the distance. As an assassin, being bested in combat was not particularly surprising for the Cheshire Cat. However, What troubled her more was the manner in which Karl had neutralized her most prized poison. From her early studies of toxins, the Cheshire Cat knew well that the art of antidotes required even greater finesse than that of poisoning. For a poison expert, failing to comprehend Karl's method of detoxification for even a day rendered her unable to sleep soundly. "Karl, is it? I shall remember you. And one day I will uncover your secrets," she vowed. In the early hours at the Gotham City Police Department, in the chief's office. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." As Gordon's slightly fatigued voice echoed, the door suddenly burst open with a loud bang, and a tall, corpulent detective hurriedly entered, visibly out of breath. "What is it, Harvey? What has happened now?" Upon seeing the other's serious expression, a sense of unease gripped Gordon. The stout detective was named Harvey Bullock. Despite his occasional indulgence and laziness, he was indeed one of Gordon's most trusted aides. Having weathered many storms, he rarely exhibited such tension unless the matter was grave. "We just received an anonymous report indicating that within the past hour, nearly 10 locations across Gotham City have simultaneously experienced severe violent incidents." "Not again," Gordon lamented, rubbing his temples in exasperation. He had begun to acclimate to such disheartening news over the past few days. Initially, he had hoped to find a moment to return home and see whom Barbara had brought back for the night. But it appeared that yet another night of work awaited him. "Examine which brothers remain unscathed and have them assemble here shortly. We shall soon depart." "No. The issue does not lie here. A colleague has already surveyed the scene, and indeed, gang members were present, yet all have succumbed to incapacitation, gravely injured on the ground." Gordon glared intensely before abruptly rising, turning his gaze towards the window, where the white bat symbol was conspicuously visible against the night sky. Could it be that he has finally returned? No, that is not the case. According to the accounts of survivors, it was not the Dark Knight who felled them. Detective Block inhaled deeply, his expression grave as he spoke. They refer to themselves as the Harbingers and Blade Shadows. And they assert their intention to declare war on all criminal organizations in Gotham simultaneously. Chapter 27. A name resounding in Gotham overnight. Marani family enforcer. Suspect, those are two phantoms. Bullets cannot touch them. They appear to lack substance. Taxi driver. Witness, it's as if they can teleport. I saw them in the East District, and then when I drove to the Burnley District, they appeared again. Barmaid. Witness, the one in white wielded a hammer, like a god of war, sending everyone flying. Nearby church priest. Witness, that was an angel wielding a cross. I saw that man in white summon a sun in the darkness. Roberson. Suspect, that was a demon. It conjured black demonic claws from thin air and summoned a luminous orb that shot lasers. Elementary school students caught in gang conflict. Witnesses, that S Superman and Supergirl. I saw them lift a van full of villains and toss it across the street. Nonsense. The one in white is Shazam. Didn't you see him summon lightning when he struck someone? Not at all. The one in white is Aquaman. I clearly saw him throw harpoons. The one in black seems capable of shooting threads and swinging about like Spider-Man from the comics. What are you babbling about? Spider-Man is merely a fictional character. If anything, he resembles Batgirl. Elementary school teacher leading the students. Witness, I cannot ascertain who they are, but I am certain they are all good people. The gentleman in the white robe rushed to Peter after he was struck by a stray bullet, and, after performing some unknown action, Peter miraculously healed. Thank goodness. Mountain City Dazi, codename Katana, gang leader, Kahara's bodyguard. The girl with the cat mask drew faster than I could by 0.35 seconds and evaded my vital points. There is no doubt she is a true warrior, and I yield to her prowess. Gotham General Hospital physician. Others among the injured, some have suffered severed tendons, while others have had broken bones misaligned during their healing process. In any case, these ruffians, pardon my outburst, I meant the patients, will likely face years of impaired mobility. It is truly a lamentable situation. There are approximately 10 to 20 such testimonies, and Gordon furrowed his brow as he meticulously perused these fantastical accounts, which, under ordinary circumstances, would have been forwarded to Arkham Asylum's archives. Ghosts, warriors, angels, demons, Superman, Supergirl, Spider-Man, Aquaman, and samurai. Such a plethora of disparate identities makes it hard to believe they could be attributed to just two individuals. Could it be possible that a team is operating simultaneously across Gotham in similar attire? In response to Gordon's speculation, Detective Brock promptly shook his head in denial. I have confirmed that their appearances at various locations were staggered by a few minutes. They did not occur simultaneously. More importantly, here is the evidence. Detective Brock produced a smartphone from his coat pocket and handed it to Gordon, who frowned slightly upon noticing the distinctly feminine and charming phone case, clearly not a possession of Detective Brock. This was temporarily confiscated from a female reporter at the crime scene under the pretext of being crucial evidence. Take a look at the latest footage. Gordon pressed his lips together, fully aware that Harvey Brock would not engage in such a complainable act without substantial justification. Hello, everyone. I am Vicky Vale, a special correspondent for the Gotham Gazette, reporting live from Grant Park. As you can see, the Two-Face-S henchmen and Black Mask-S gang are on the brink of confrontation, and our Dark Knight has yet to make an appearance today. Gordon clicked his tongue, recognizing the blonde reporter capturing her own live coverage. She was a well-known journalist in Gotham. Rumor had it she once dated Bruce Wayne and was famed for her audacity in pursuing breaking news solo. However, this was exceedingly reckless, reporting live from a battleground between two criminal factions, risking her life to stray bullets or worse. As anticipated by Gordon, the park erupted with the sounds of gunfire and explosions. Suddenly, a vehicle near the reporter was struck by a stray bullet, igniting its fuel tank and resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent the burning car soaring directly towards her. Bang! At that moment, the footage on the screen shook violently, revealing a white figure appearing before the reporter, wielding an exaggerated golden war hammer, which he used to deflect the flaming vehicle away. Remarkably, there was even a bystander unafraid of death, snapping selfies amidst the chaos. "Let me protect her. You handle the swift resolution," came a voice, deliberately lowered and hoarse. Although it bore a resemblance to a style familiar to Gordon, it was evidently not the same individual. As the words of the man in the white robe echoed, a petite figure clad in black agilely darted into the midst of the gang members engaged in a fierce exchange of gunfire. In an instant, cries of anguish reverberated through the air, yet the sounds of gunshots and explosions swiftly subsided. Within less than a minute, the dark figure re-emerged, her face adorned with a feline mask and two samurai swords, one large, one small, sheathed at her waist. Just as the two were poised to depart, the screen image jolted violently once more, revealing the female reporter seemingly sprinting towards them. Wait. Thank you for rescuing me. I am Vicky Vale, a special correspondent for the Gotham Gazette. May I, The reporter appeared to have sprained her ankle due to the recent explosion, losing her balance after just a few steps and tumbling down. Unexpectedly, she was caught just in time. You're a reporter? The camera finally captured the front of the man in the white robe, who donned a metallic helmet, his curious gaze visible through the intricately designed eye slots. I shall grant you 1 minute, Miss Vale. What inquiries do you wish to make? The reporter, taken aback, seemed surprised by his willingness to entertain her request for an interview, yet her professionalism swiftly prompted her to pose the most pressing question. May I ask why you attacked those gang members? The reason is straightforward. This is a declaration of war. My aim encompasses all criminal organizations, groups, and individuals within Gotham. Your deleterious influence has reached an unbearable threshold. Attention, all criminal entities of Gotham, he continued. I shall not only seize your vital possessions, but also strip you of your power, your subordinates, and ultimately, your very foundation. With that, he seemed ready to turn away, indicating that he indeed intended to allocate only a minute to the reporter. Wait, please tell us your name. Gotham's new superhero. He paused yet again, but did not glance back. I am the light that dispels darkness, seeking not vengeance, but judgment. I am the Harbinger. Chapter 28, A New Day in Gotham City. Now reporting the latest morning news. Since 2 a.m. last night, until now at 8:30 a.m., there have been no new gun-related incidents reported in Gotham City. The highest alert level has been lifted, although citizens are still advised to exercise caution while traveling. The surgical wards at Gotham General Hospital, Thomas Wayne Memorial Hospital, and Martha Wayne Memorial Hospital are currently overcrowded. Patients in need are encouraged to make prior appointments or seek care at alternative facilities. The bat signal, which has illuminated the sky for 3 consecutive days and nights, extinguished at 5 a.m. The leader of the Roman Empire, Carmine Falcone, is scheduled to be buried at 2 p.m. at the Falcone estate. In response to rumors circulating online regarding the Harbinger and the Blade Shadow, Commissioner Gordon has stated that he has no comment. The phenomenon of increasing cephalopods along the coastline persists, with experts suggesting it may be attributed to climate change. In the modest living room of the Gordon residence, siblings Karl and Cassandra, along with Stephanie and Barbara, are gathered together. Unlike the Karl siblings, who are engrossed in devouring their meal, the other 2 girls appear preoccupied, particularly Barbara, whose piercing gaze is fixated on Joaquin. Slow down, Cassandra, be careful not to choke. Perhaps due to the exertion from last night's endeavors or the scarcity of refined food in the sewers, Cassandra, despite appearing to restrain herself, is consuming the Gordon family's oatmeal, sausages, and luncheon meat with remarkable speed. Observing Cassandra's adorable yet embarrassed demeanor as she stuffs her cheeks, Karl feels a pang of sympathy. It is evident that the sewers are not conducive to a child's healthy growth, reinforcing his determination to establish a foothold in Gotham City. With this thought, Karl glances at Barbara, only to meet her profoundly complex gaze. What's wrong, Barbara? I understand. No need to worry. We'll be compensated for our meals here. That is not the issue. Barbara retorts. By the way, Barbara, your culinary skills are quite impressive. You've certainly altered my preconceived notions about Western cooking. You could become an excellent wife and mother in the future. Thank you, cough cough. I told you that's not the problem. Although Barbara momentarily falters, she quickly realizes Karl is intentionally diverting the topic, her playful demeanor shifting to seriousness as she points to the television screen still broadcasting the news. You need to be honest with me, Karl. Is what was mentioned in the news something you were involved in? What are you thinking, Barbara? I'm not that deep-sea creature. I have no interest in octopuses. What deep-sea creature? Enough with the diversions, be serious. Karl smirks, knowing that feigning ignorance is futile, given Barbara's analytical abilities. She has likely deduced his involvement from the fragmented accounts of witnesses online. However, he is unfazed, as he never intended to keep this under wraps for long. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deliberately accepted that female reporter's interview last night and revealed his identity. Conspiracies and machinations are ill-suited for him. Karl prefers to operate with overt strategies. He cast a glance across the table, noting that Cassandra, the little glutton, had nearly devoured all the food laid out, while Stephanie and Barbara appeared far more engrossed in the news on the television, lacking any appetite. Cassandra, could you assist Stephanie in tidying up the table? Barbara, let us retreat to your room for a more private discussion. Barbara hesitated momentarily, but ultimately maneuvered her wheelchair, joining Karl in her chamber. Upon entering, Karl unhesitatingly closed and locked the door, causing a ripple of anxiety to surge within Barbara. There's no need for such formality. I harbor no intentions of reproach. Merely a confession. Karl sat casually on the edge of Barbara's bed, exuding an air of nonchalance that momentarily rendered her speechless. What you did refers to last night when Cassandra and I took a stroll around Gotham while you slept, and we simply dealt with any unsavory criminal factions that caught our eye. It was as straightforward as that. Barbara adjusted her glasses, taking a deep breath, as if finally coming to terms with the gravity of the situation. You managed to assault every criminal faction in Gotham overnight. How is that even possible? No, wait. That's not the crux of the matter. Do you comprehend the ramifications of your actions? The consequence is that the factions, previously embroiled in suspicion and infighting, will cease their mutual attacks, having identified a common adversary. In the long term, this could lead to their unification, and the more influential organizations may absorb the weaker ones. However, my focus lies solely on the immediate effects. A knowing smile graced Karl's lips as he gazed intently at Barbara. That is to say, with the principal members of all factions severely injured, this war game has concluded, and Gotham shall enjoy a temporary tranquility, something you requested from me. When did I ever? Barbara gently covered her mouth, her expression revealing a dawning realization. As long as the chaos in Gotham stabilizes even slightly, I will prioritize assisting you in establishing new legal identities. Thus, the time has come for you to fulfill your promise, Barbara Gordon. Karl's tone took on a more serious note. Although his smile remained, his gaze grew increasingly frigid. You certainly have the option to disregard our agreement, especially since I may have taken advantage of the situation last night. But trust me when I say, I can bring tranquility to Gotham overnight, just as easily as I can plunge it back into chaos. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Barbara deliberated for several minutes. Just as Karl began to exhibit signs of impatience, she finally exhaled softly. Very well, Karl. I hope you will not give me cause to regret today's events. Karl's smile transformed into one of warmth as he stood and gently assisted Barbara in positioning her wheelchair in front of the computer. Certainly, Barbara would not regret it. Reflect upon the cessation of Gotham's war games and consider how many sacrifices will now be spared. You will realize that I am indeed a commendable neighbor to the citizens of Gotham. Barbara pursed her lips, yet her nimble fingers, as delicate as onions, continued to dance across the keyboard with remarkable speed. However, it was not long before she abruptly halted. I must ask you a question. Your initial file suggested that you were suspected of smuggling and had become separated from your family, resulting in a mental breakdown due to near drowning, leading to a life of scavenging in the lower sectors, until you were apprehended for murder during a supposed psychotic episode at Arkham Asylum. Is that true? Karl was not feigning ignorance. This was indeed the first time he was made aware of the original experiences of this body. Having never been sought out by relatives or friends, he had almost forgotten that he had not merely traversed souls, but had taken over a physical form. However, this was advantageous for him, as he felt no attachment to this body's parents. In truth, he had only one family now. Just remember to list Cassandra as my sister in my family relations. That is sufficient. Chapter 29, Barbara's Flying Kick. Alright, I have re-entered your and Cassandra's information. Now, your records have been expunged from both Arkham Asylum's patient files and Gotham's resident database. Karl Rosso and Cassandra Rosso are now identified as innocent, free individuals, facing no impediments in employment or education. Barbara stretched lazily, while Karl gazed at the document on the computer screen adorned with his name, feeling an inexplicable sensation. Have I truly become a bona fide Gothamite? Yet, he quickly adjusted his mindset. He understood that this was merely the first step. Establishing himself in Gotham would require considerable effort, particularly in evading the scrutiny of the Dark Knight, who had yet to return. Upon learning about his body's past from Barbara, Karl began to comprehend why, 3 years prior, that man had deemed it necessary to cast him into Arkham without offering a chance for explanation. After all, confronting a mentally unstable individual with a criminal record who had just smashed another's skull with a crucifix was entirely in line with his modus operandi. However, understanding the rationale was one matter. Accepting it on an emotional level was quite another. Additionally, if he were to return and his collaboration with the Penguin were discovered, he could only speculate on the consequences. Thus, he needed to seize this opportunity, while the Dark Knight was absent from Gotham, to undertake further actions to secure his position. By the way, Barbara, do you know when Batman will return? I do not know. I have just commissioned the Watchtower. I mean, how could I possibly know? I am not well acquainted with him. Barbara gazed at herself with dissatisfaction. Although she suspected that Karl was aware of her true identity, she had no intention of shattering this fragile faade. The attempt at subtlety had failed. However, it was not entirely fruitless. From Barbara's words, it became evident that she currently needed to use the Watchtower to contact Batman, suggesting that he was likely not on Earth at the moment. Karl had taken note of the news that morning, and it appeared that Superman had not been seen in Metropolis for several days. This led to further speculation that he was on a mission with members of the Justice League. Thus, the Metropolis news served as the most reliable barometer. Unlike the elusive Batman lurking in the shadows, Superman was always responsive during the day. Once news of Superman's return surfaced, it would indicate that the man had indeed come back. Our transaction is complete, Karl thought. Later, I shall inquire with Cassandra about her school preferences. Barbara attempted to maneuver her wheelchair towards the door, but Karl pressed his hand firmly against hers, halting her movement. It's not over yet, Barbara. Our initial agreement from our first meeting in the sewers remains unfulfilled, does it not? Upon hearing Karl's words, Barbara appeared somewhat flustered. But I rejected your proposal at that time, and just now, I acted to repay you for saving Stephanie and restoring order to Gotham. Are you reluctant to defy the law for your own sake, yet willing to challenge principles for others? Karl finally grasped why his earlier coercion had failed to sway Barbara. However, glancing at her lowered head, he swiftly made his decision. What are you doing? Put me down, Barbara exclaimed, attempting to resist. Ignoring her token protest, Karl slipped his arms beneath her armpits and knees, effortlessly lifting her from the wheelchair and carrying her to her bed. Consider this a gift from me, Barbara, as a reward for your tireless dedication to Gotham these past few days. I did not intend. Yet you seem to offer no resistance, Barbara, deep down. You are rather eager, are you not? Bestowing a favor upon Barbara bore no detrimental consequences. Given her character, she would undoubtedly reciprocate kindness in the future. More crucially, fostering a good relationship with Barbara meant that both Commissioner Gordon and Batman, the two most formidable figures in Gotham, would regard him with caution, making it a sound investment. As before, Karl gently placed Barbara on the bed, turning her onto her side and pressing his hands along her spine. Rapid healing, he intoned. His rapid healing ability was an enigmatic act of skill, with the efficacy and method largely determined by his subjective intent. In simple terms, he could restore injuries to pristine condition or, according to his will, shatter bones and misalign them, resulting in deformities. However, in the case of severe injuries, such as disabilities or amputations, multiple treatments may be necessary for restoration. Similarly, his other abilities, such as his most potent technique, the Orb of Revelation, which summons luminous spheres that enhance attributes, dictate that only those deemed worthy receive the benefits, while others are left to endure punishment. This is entirely subject to his whims. Barbara's past injuries involve neural severance, and modern medicine struggles to meticulously reconnect damaged nerves to restore her ability to walk. However, for Karl, this is a minor ailment. All he needs to do is concentrate and think that the nerves should be reattached. Finally, when the glow of rapid healing faded, Barbara's eyes sparkled with surprise and exhilaration. Let us give it a try. This time, I want to assist you, Karl declared, rising to offer her space. The young maideness delicate, porcelain-like feet lightly touched the ground. Taking a deep breath, she slowly centered herself and, with her feet supporting her weight, stood upright. I can finally stand. Thank you, Karl. I thought I would never see this day, Barbara exclaimed, tears of joy brimming in her eyes as she covered her mouth in disbelief at her upright posture. Karl, resting his chin on his hand, regarded her with keen interest. Previously, while confined to a wheelchair, he hadn't noticed that Barbara possessed a model-like physique, tall with long legs, her form devoid of any excess flesh. Barbara, why not give me a kick to test your strength? Karl suggested nonchalantly. Still lost in her excitement, Barbara stared at him in confusion. I said, kick me with all your might. You must be curious about how your athletic ability has recovered. Realization dawned on Barbara as she nodded in agreement. Then, with a swift motion, whoosh, her kick was as rapid as lightning. In that instant, Karl recognized that Barbara, once the original Batgirl and an assistant acknowledged by the stringent Batman, was indeed no ordinary individual. Bang! In the next moment, Karl's face met Barbara's icy foot in an unexpected yet intimate encounter. Oh, I'm so sorry. Are you all right? I thought you would dodge. Barbara exclaimed hurriedly, retracting her foot to check on Karl's condition. Knowing of his exploits in taking down the entire Gotham gang overnight, she assumed he was at least a fighter of Batman's caliber and had not considered holding back. To her surprise, however, Karl appeared unscathed, gazing at her with a peculiar expression. Once again, my stamina has been restored. Does Barbara count as a young lady? How does this contraption operate? Hearing Karl's murmurs, Barbara suddenly shivered. This fellow named Karl might possess some peculiar proclivities. Chapter 30. The Roman's Funeral. This is a funeral. Carmine Falcone, known as the Roman, once presided over an empire that reached the zenith of power in Gotham, wielding influence with unparalleled authority. As a traditional crime syndicate, his nefarious deeds primarily involved collusion with officials and the then commissioner, facilitating unbridled criminal activities and expansion. Yet, his illustrious reign turned a corner with the rise of the Dark Knight, rapidly spiraling into decline. It was not that the Roman erred. Rather, the times had shifted. In a city overrun by madmen and superhumans, the antiquated methods of a crime organization reliant on corrupt alliances became obsolete. Nevertheless, he did not succumb without a struggle. In an effort to reclaim his former glory amidst the throng of Gotham's power players, he sought to invest heavily in the black market, acquiring tools to covertly establish his illicit drug and arms factories without reliance on external energy supplies. He even attempted to recruit elite mercenaries, renowned even among superhumans. There exists a saying, if you cannot defeat them, join them. Yet, the Roman overlooked a crucial truth. Never attempt to grasp what eludes your control. In summary, perhaps fate played a role, but this once mighty Gotham godfather concluded his illustrious yet nefarious life. For many, however, his demise eclipsed the contributions he made throughout his lifetime. Under the pretext of mourning the Roman, the entire Gotham crime syndicate declared a temporary ceasefire, halting all hostilities, thus drawing the curtain on their war games. While everyone was acutely aware of the true motivations, the Roman's death afforded them a dignified pretext. Moreover, the Roman, having once held dominion over Gotham for decades, had entangled the leaders of various organizations in intricate webs of grudges and debts. His funeral attracted former enemies, friends, and subordinates alike, providing them an opportunity for discourse. Indeed, as the ceremony progressed, those gang leaders ceased to focus on the burial of the Roman, opting instead to congregate in the drawing room of the Falcone estate. Has everyone arrived? The enigmatic heir of the Elliot family maintained his air of mystery, while Marlin, the penguin, had not been seen for several days. He is quite fortunate. Perhaps he genuinely escaped on a holiday to evade all this, rather than feigning a trip like someone else. Upon hearing this veiled remark, the flamboyantly dressed penguin curled his lips in disdain. I only returned upon hearing of Mr. Falcone's passing. After all, he had shown me favor. Suddenly, a resounding crash interrupted the cacophony of voices. A man with a strikingly handsome yet melancholic visage on one side and a grotesquely twisted countenance on the other rose from his seat, his suit divided starkly in black and white. His name was Harvey Dent, though all referred to him by his appearance, Two-Face. The two-faced man stood sideways, his grotesque visage confronting the others, as his fist struck the marble round table with such ferocity that fine cracks emerged upon its surface. Enough. Spare me your insipid chatter. I did not come here for trivialities. Which one of you is that bastard's ally? The room fell into a heavy silence at the two-faced man's irate declaration. with each occupant casting dubious, wary glances around them, as if seeking a thread of evidence among one another. We are all victims here, two-faced man. Do you truly think one of us is complicit? The languid voice of the penguin shattered the stillness, as he adjusted his monocle and surveyed the others with a knowing gaze. A man capable of obliterating an entire gang's stronghold overnight is certainly of a different caliber. I doubt anyone is foolish enough to attempt to manipulate a figure of such formidable prowess, especially not one who now lies in a pit outside. Ahem. An awkward cough broke through the tension. It belonged to Alberto Falcone, the son of the Roman. Yet, despite being in his own home, he could do little more than seethe in silence at the indignity his father faced at the funeral. Gotham is a place governed by the law of the jungle, where reason holds no sway. Another self-proclaimed vigilante for justice? This only complicates our endeavors further, remarked Manuel Escambuti, a man of ostentatious demeanor. I do not believe he is akin to that bat. Previously, the bat posed threats of mere fractures, but last night's individual truly severed tendons, contorting bones with the intent of inflicting permanent disability. Kosovo, the leader of the notorious Odessa thugs, spoke in a grave tone, his voice revealing a hint of trepidation. Are you suggesting he is akin to that failed comedian in Arkham? The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly oppressive at the words of Guan Lin, the female crime lord from the east. We cannot remain passive. The penguin once again disrupted the silence, this time pressing his hands upon the table to elevate his portly form. If this continues, we shall be picked off one by one, or worse, we shall succumb to the strife he incites amongst us, just as we have witnessed this time. I believe the moment has come for us to unite, to form a coalition that will oversee a ceasefire amongst ourselves until we can apprehend this individual, forbidding any conflict between our ranks. The penguin's proposal ignited a fervor around the round table. How is that possible? I still have territories under the control of that bastard from the island. My daughter was kidnapped by you, Kron, just 2 days ago, and 3 of her fingers were severed. Do you expect me to let this go unchallenged? Yet, the so-called harbinger holds leverage over me. It is imperative we deal with him first. How shall we define territorial claims, based on 3 days ago, or current realities? Smack. I concur with the penguin's proposition. A voice, sounding both refined and imbued with an intangible authority, resonated through the air. The crowd turned to discover the enigmatic Two-Face presenting his other, handsomely brooding visage. We cannot allow the number of troublesome individuals in Gotham to proliferate, nor can we permit ourselves to become mere pawns in someone else's game. I am willing to join the alliance proposed by the penguin. This declaration undoubtedly sent ripples of shock among the others, as the factions within Gotham varied greatly in influence, with Two-Face and the penguin clearly positioned at the pinnacle. Their combined power accounted for a staggering 40% of the city's criminal organizations. I have a question, interjected a man adorned with a black skull mask and clad in a striped suit, his voice a chilling rasp. In the event of conflicting interests over territory, how shall we resolve such disputes? It is only natural that the 3 most powerful individuals within the alliance should deliberate and vote, establishing that might makes right. Upon hearing the penguin's words, the atmosphere surged with unrest. I see now, this is no mere alliance. It's a conspiracy. You aim to exploit the weak and consolidate power. I refuse to fall for your tricks. Play your games as you wish. The first to rise and turn away was a crime lord from a far eastern island nation, and it appeared he had garnered a small following of like-minded individuals. A sudden silence enveloped the room as the sound of a bullet hole appearing in the forehead of the dissenting leader caused a collective gasp. The masked figure, having drawn his weapon and prepared it with a nonchalant ease, stood up. I concur with the penguin's proposal. Any member of the alliance who refrains from aggression shall be exempt from any attacks. With that, he cast a piercing gaze over the assembly. Now then, who stands in support, and who opposes? Chapter 31. Life in Gotham City continues unperturbed. Have both the Black Mask and Two-Face agreed? This is unfolding more smoothly than anticipated. It's to be expected that the smaller gangs would oppose, as they are the ones facing annexation. I shall seek opportunities to suppress them further, but that can wait. Currently, Gordon is deploying agents everywhere, setting traps to ensnare me. I lack the man's counterintelligence capabilities. Any reckless move now would lead to capture. Is the initiative in the hands of Black Mask? That is inconsequential. You understand better than I the old adage about the bird that sticks its head out. Our singular purpose remains to temporarily consolidate Gotham's criminal forces. My apologies, but hold on a moment. Karl momentarily set aside his phone, having heard the sound of Barbara's door opening in the living room. A faint smile played upon his lips as he returned the phone to his ear, lowering his voice. It seems that if all goes well, I shall be able to make my move again tonight. Please inform Deputy Mayor Hamilton Hill to proceed to headquarters as originally planned. I shall await him there. Director Gordon will not pose a problem, I assure you. Do not forget, Penguin, trust first and question later. Karl hung up the phone and opened the door, stepping into the living room. There, he found Barbara bending down at the entrance, tying her athletic shoelaces. She was clad in a snug-fitting workout outfit, her long, graceful thighs defying any notion that she had once been unable to move her lower limbs for many years. Barbara, are you heading out? Oh, is that you, Karl? His sudden voice seemed to startle Barbara, who appeared to have been lost in deep thought moments before. She turned her head, glancing curiously at the empty room behind him, adjusting her glasses. Where is Cassandra? I thought she was with you in the room. I asked Stephanie to take her to tour the nearby high school, as she is preparing to transfer. Are you planning to go out, Barbara? Yes, I intend to exercise. Even though the nerves are recovering, the muscles must gradually regain their former state through rehabilitation. Karl observed her model-like legs with interest. I dare say your current condition exceeds that of many, particularly in terms of the speed and power of that flying kick. Barbara seemed to recall something, a faint blush coloring her cheeks as she quickly averted her gaze. Please, don't say any more. I'm getting ready to leave. Perfect, I shall accompany you. I have a few matters to attend to as well. Barbara's demeanor shifted, her gaze sharpening with a hint of wariness as she scrutinized Karl. What do you need to do? Who do you intend to meet? It was understandable for Barbara to feel tense. After all, Karl had managed to offend the entirety of Gotham's criminal underworld in a single night, a rare feat in a city teeming with talent. Moreover, Barbara's instincts told her that Karl's actions harbored deeper intentions. However, Karl spread his hands innocently, wearing a placid smile. Do not be so anxious, Barbara. I merely seek to find a respectable job. A job? This answer clearly caught Barbara off guard, as her expression indicated disbelief. Is that such a peculiar notion, Barbara? Otherwise, why would I ask you to assist me in acquiring a clear and unblemished identity? While Barbara was momentarily stunned, Karl had already changed into his shoes and gave her shoulder a reassuring pat. I too need to earn a living, after all. Cassandra's tuition and living expenses must be addressed. Or do you think it would be better for me to establish a nefarious cult for fundraising? Or become a mercenary for hire? Or even employ my abilities for theft? Karl's words were as seamless as they were convincing. Yet Barbara regarded him with a skeptical gaze. And what type of work do you intend to pursue? Nothing is yet determined, Miss Barbara. I intend to wander around Gotham for a while and explore. At this juncture, Karl turned to Barbara with keen interest. As it happened, Miss Barbara was also planning to step out. Might I have the honor of having you as my guide? In the bustling streets of Gotham, where people came and went, the pair of Barbara and Karl drew the attention of many passers-by. Barbara's model-like physique and exquisite features were inherently captivating, and Karl, with his fair complexion and striking looks, stood out as a rare handsome youth in a land where beauty often accompanied plumpness. Barbara noticed the glances, especially since they were in her neighborhood. The curious, gossiping, and even somewhat benevolent stares from her neighbors made her feel a tad bashful. Nevertheless, she acquiesced to Karl's suggestion. After all, it was far better to personally accompany this enigmatic man rather than let him roam Gotham unchecked, which afforded her a greater sense of security. In contrast to Barbara, who harbored various thoughts, Karl appeared genuinely enthralled by the sights of Gotham, eagerly observing his surroundings. Just days prior, this very place had transformed into a battlefield, yet merely a day later, life seemed to have resumed its normal rhythm. The remnants of exploded vehicles lay scattered, yet commuter cars were already parked nearby. Bullet holes marred the trees along the sidewalks. But green workers hummed cheerfully as they pruned the branches. Dark red stains still marred the pedestrian paths, yet a group of students walked by, laughing and chatting amiably. Did you catch that discussion thread yesterday regarding the Harbinger and Shadowblade? Is it genuine or merely a rumor? Of course it's real. There are so many witnesses. I heard the information was just suppressed. Those fellows are quite adept at covering things up rather than addressing the real issues. Hey, enough of that. What do you think? What level of power does the Harbinger possess? Is it city-destroying level? Building-demolishing level? Have you not heard? He can unleash a miniature sun that explodes, at the very least. It's street-destroying level. In that case, I believe the Harbinger would easily defeat Batman. Easily. Batman can fly, drain blood, and transform. How could he be defeated? Karl raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that even in this world, there existed individuals whose strength was deemed trivial amidst a mix of unfounded rumors. However, from this perspective, it became evident that Gotham's citizens had long since grown accustomed to such dire circumstances. One could hardly survive in Gotham without a thick skin. Simultaneously, Karl gleaned two crucial pieces of information from the student's discourse. First, the Harbinger's image had significantly deteriorated. Second, The initial appearances of the Harbinger and Shadowblade had left a relatively favorable impression on the citizens of Gotham. As Karl and Barbara arrived at an intersection, Karl glanced at the signpost, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Barbara, I wish to explore over there." On the bullet-riddled sign, the prominent edifice at the end of the street is unmistakably marked, the Gotham City Police Headquarters. Chapter 32 is a renowned landmark in Gotham, the very heart of the organization dedicated to maintaining order in the city. "Let us enter, Barbara," Karl declared, glancing up at the gleaming emblem under the sun, boldly striding toward the entrance. "Stop." Yet, he was immediately halted by the frantic grip of the girl beside him, who pulled him back. "What are you thinking, Karl? What do you intend to do here?" Barbara, drenched in sweat and confusion, never anticipated that Karl, who had been so obediently exploring Gotham with her moments ago, would suddenly pause at the threshold and brazenly attempt to enter. "I'm merely visiting. It's a public space, after all. As a citizen of Gotham, I see no issue in taking a look inside. But there is a significant problem." Barbara's instinctive wariness toward this enigmatic man ignited a sense of foreboding within her. She regretted not consulting a psychologist regarding Karl's mental state before attempting to clear his record. Was it possible that Arkham Asylum and Batman had not misjudged him? Perhaps Karl truly was troubled. After failing to extricate himself from Barbara's grasp, Karl turned nonchalantly, letting out a resigned sigh, his gaze piercing as it fixed on her. "Very well, I shall reveal the true reason. It is for you, Barbara." "What?" "Barbara, you have yet to disclose to your father, Commissioner Gordon, that you have regained the ability to walk." Barbara's averted gaze confirmed Karl's suspicions. Truth be told, it was an easily discernible fact, especially since Karl had been residing in Barbara's home for the past couple of days. When Gordon called Barbara, her conflicted expression, caught between hesitation and turmoil, did not escape Karl's notice. As for the reasons behind this secrecy, considering the characters of the Gordon duo, it was not hard to surmise. Even though the War Games incident had temporarily subsided, the ongoing work of incarcerating, transferring, and interrogating gang members continued, not to mention the additional effort required to investigate the apocalyptic and Blade Shadow matters. Indeed, this was arguably the busiest period. With Commissioner Gordon's hands-on approach, it was inconceivable for him to withdraw to his home at such a time. As for why Barbara refrained from sharing this news over the phone, it could be twofold. Perhaps she feared it would distract Gordon from his duties, or she might have harbored the desire to surprise him. Given the nature of the esteemed commissioner, it would not be surprising if he went several weeks without returning home. "I believe the opportune moment is now. You should visit him under the guise of a family visit to surprise Commissioner Gordon. I am convinced this would uplift him more than any gift could ever achieve." Hearing Karl's heartfelt and earnest words, Barbara inadvertently loosened her grip on his arm. "You do have a point. But I don't understand, Karl. Why would you consider me to this extent, Barbara? Am I not mistaken? Is it truly you, Barbara?" Suddenly, a familiar female voice echoed from behind, causing Barbara to startle. For reasons unknown, she instinctively released her grip on Karl's hand, turning around as swiftly as a cat caught in the act of stealing. "Indeed, it was you, Barbara. My goodness, when did you recover?" A woman with a healthy, sun-kissed complexion and fresh black hair tied into a single ponytail gazed at Barbara with a mix of surprise and joy, immediately embracing her with warmth. "Officer Renee Montoya, I never expected to see you here. What nonsense are you talking about, girl? This is my workplace. After all, that line should belong to me." Before Barbara stood Renee Montoya, a core member of Gotham's Major Crimes Unit and a trusted aide to Commissioner Gordon. Of course, in private, she and Barbara shared a sisterly bond, akin to best friends. "Commissioner Gordon has been rather distant. How did we remain oblivious to your recovery?" "Ah, no. That is not true. Why are you stumbling over your words? Whatever happened to the composed young lady I once knew?" With the keen perception of a seasoned detective, Renee noticed Barbara's unease and remarked with a teasing smile, "They say girls in love lose their wits. That charming young man you were just with, could it be?" "Not at all." Barbara quickly and decisively refuted Renee's insinuation, a slight tension evident in her voice. "He is merely a friend. Let me introduce you to Karl. This is Detective Montoya, one of my father's subordinates." However, as Barbara turned to introduce Karl to Montoya, she found that the man who was supposed to be standing there had vanished without a trace, much like a figure cloaked in shadows. "Hey, where did your boyfriend go?" "He was just here. I told you, he is not my boyfriend." Barbara's pupils constricted as an unsettling intuition washed over her once more, and her instincts were often correct. James Gordon felt a touch of irritation, particularly when confronted by an unyielding female journalist. "Ms. Varley, I am exceedingly busy at the moment and simply cannot assist you in locating any missing videos." "It is not missing. You deleted it without permission. This is an invasion of my privacy." As Gordon exited the interrogation room, he was intercepted by the blonde journalist. Despite his hurried pace towards his office, the woman clearly possessed the relentless tenacity characteristic of a determined reporter. Upon reaching the door to his office, Gordon turned around, took a deep breath, and with a grim expression, said, "I'm sorry, Miss Varley. Since your video has been deleted, I am unable to assist you. I have numerous tasks at hand, as you likely do as well. Clinging to me is merely a waste of time. I refuse to believe that you did not copy that video before its deletion. Return that report to me. It serves as a warning from the Harbinger to the entire Gotham criminal underworld, and I must make it public." Observing the unwavering gaze of the female reporter, old Gordon let out a heavy sigh. "Very well, if you are so insistent." Suddenly, Gordon glanced over the reporter's shoulder, as if he had discovered something. "Detective Bullock, since you are here, please assist this reporter." A spark of surprise flickered in the female journalist's eyes. However, as she turned to look, she found nothing but emptiness behind her. Bang! The door to Gordon's office slammed shut, nearly catching the female reporter, who bit her lip in frustration, her beautiful face twisting with anger. "Humph! I shall wait right here until you emerge. I will not give up on ensuring the first live report of the Harbinger's debut bears my name." Chapter 33. Gotham awaits a new hero. On the other side of the door, Gordon flung the documents onto his desk and wearily pinched the bridge of his nose. With years of investigative experience, he could instinctively deduce that the individual known as the Harbinger was deliberately trying to escalate the situation. Thus, before uncovering the truth, Gordon decisively intercepted the reporter's interview footage. What a headache. Perhaps he should expedite his tasks here and pass them off to Montoya or Bullock to manage, while he retreats home to escape the chaos. Speaking of which, how is that boy Barber brought home? Ding ding ding. Just then, the phone on his desk rang. Gordon slapped his weary cheeks to muster his spirits. "Come on, old man. At least hold on until that old friend returns." He picked up the receiver. Hearing the voice of his most trusted subordinate, "Bullock, you say that old Fox Hamilton Hill wants to meet with me? What could that self-preserving fellow want?" Gordon pondered. "He is likely here to discuss budget cuts, cost-saving measures, or perhaps to request my appearance in his campaign video. I already have a mountain of troubles as it is." Gordon jolted upright from his chair, his expression akin to that of encountering a ghost. He intends to establish a new behavioral oversight office with the power of the deputy mayor? Vicky Vale, renowned in Gotham's media circles for her haughty demeanor and sharp tongue, now stood like a statue, arms crossed against the cold corridor wall, ignoring the passing agents and the strange glances from criminals. This beautiful reporter fixed her fiery gaze upon the door of the commissioner's office. "Just wait, Commissioner Gordon. I will not relent until I achieve my goal." Even a female journalist renowned for her leg strength finds it excruciatingly painful to stand for long periods in high heels. Just as she contemplated abandoning her poised appearance to sit on the ground or slip off her heels to rest her stocking-clad feet on the floor, a soothing and refreshing voice drifted into her ear. "Are you here waiting for someone? Coincidentally, so am I. Let us sit and wait together." A young man with chestnut hair and somewhat pallid skin appeared beside Valerie, having somehow arrived with two high stools which he placed down beside her. For Valerie, who was ensnared in discomfort, this was undoubtedly a stroke of serendipity. "Thank you," she managed, though it hardly seemed the appropriate moment for pleasantries. As she attempted to pull the stool closer to sit, she was astonished to find it heavier than expected, as if it were one of those semi-fixed seats designed for visitors in the hall. How did this seemingly unassuming young man manage such a feat? Curiosity piqued. Valerie glanced at him once more, and he seemed to notice her gaze, extending a friendly hand. "Hello, my name is Karl Rosso. Vicky Valerie. A special correspondent for the Gotham Gazette," she replied. Karl gently grasped her soft, warm hand, feeling a subtle stir within him. He had found her familiar, and now it dawned upon him that she was the very woman who had sought a moment of his time for an interview that fateful night. Initially perplexed as to why that video had never been released, he now grasped the reason. "Are you waiting for Commissioner Gordon? Is there something you need to retrieve from him?" Upon hearing Karl's inquiry, Valerie's expression shifted, imbued with a sense of shared grievance. "You too?" "In a sense, yes. I am indeed here to collect something." Though Karl's words were somewhat vague, Valerie began to unburden herself to him. "It's utterly outrageous. Instead of focusing on combating crime, they oppress us, the innocent citizens." Thus, as Karl smiled and listened in silence, Valerie passionately recounted her ordeal of obtaining a video from the Harbinger, only to have her phone forcibly confiscated and its contents deleted without her consent. "So, you mean to say you wish to unveil the Harbinger's video to the citizens of Gotham to demonstrate that he, like Batman, is fighting against crime in the city, correct?" "He is not like Batman," Valerie replied with a mysterious smile. Although Batman has operated in this city for many years, no concrete visual evidence of his existence has been provided, nor has he formally introduced himself to the citizens of Gotham. In other words, the Harbinger may very well be the first superhero to be acknowledged in Gotham in a certain sense. Karl's eyes narrowed slightly, intrigued as he regarded Valerie. But does that distinction truly matter? The existence of Batman has already become a consensus among everyone, has it not? The distinctions are vast. Superman, Green Lantern, Wonder Woman, and even Aquaman can all boldly appear before the camera, basking in the limelight as symbols of hope. Why, then, must our Gotham superheroes remain shrouded in whispers, vanishing into darkness just when we need them most? I understand now. Karl interrupted Wally's words, revealing a knowing smile. Miss Vicky Wally, you aspire to be Lois Lane. Yet you lack a Superman, do you not? Absolutely not. Though that woman may possess more Pulitzer Prizes than I, to suggest I wish to become her is absurd. Wally, adept at uncovering the thoughts of others as a journalist, had never learned the art of concealing her own expressions. Despite her vehement denial, the envy and longing in her eyes betrayed her. I apologize if I've offended you. It was merely a metaphor. And to be honest, hasn't your Superman already appeared? From your description, that new vigilante known as the Harbinger seems quite open to engaging with the media. It's not that simple, Karl. Wally glanced around conspiratorially before leaning closer to Karl, her warm breath sending shivers down his spine. I suspect that Gordon is colluding with Batman, deliberately suppressing emerging superheroes who might threaten Batman's position. Oh, Karl mimicked Wally's gesture, leaning in to whisper softly amidst her golden locks. That is a serious accusation, Miss Wally. And to use the term collusion seems a bit harsh, considering that both Batman and Commissioner Gordon's subordinates are ostensibly working to protect Gotham. This is not merely my opinion. Look at the mainstream discourse on social media. Why, amidst such turmoil in Gotham, does Batman remain indifferent? Why is it that the vigilante funded by taxpayer money seems impotent to do anything but block traffic? What Wally articulated echoed the predictable reactions of the citizens. Regardless of how much effort Batman and Gordon had previously exerted in secrecy, the masses remained myopic. The visible failure at hand was enough to incite outrage and erode trust. This situation presented an opportunity for those like Karl to exploit the chaos. Although the citizens had accepted the grim reality of Gotham's lawlessness, they had grown weary of it. Even the most ardent of Batman's followers, witnessing the recent turmoil, would come to realize the necessity for change. The Dark Knight has proven that he does not inhabit Gotham at every moment. Thus, in his absence, do the citizens truly lack a figure to turn to for help? Gotham yearns for a new hero, Karl. Perhaps the Harbinger is the champion we have awaited. At this, a fervent and longing light ignited in Wally's eyes. And I, too, may become the first to chronicle the rise of this beacon of hope. Chapter 34. Supervision is also necessary. Valerie felt an increasing rapport with the young man before her, although he mostly remained silent, adorned with an enigmatic smile. His occasional remarks made Valerie feel as though she had found a kindred spirit. Her only concern was that the seer had not made an appearance for 2 days. Do not fret, Valerie, he assured. Perhaps he is merely laying low to avoid detection. You are right. I also believe that the deletion of my video was intentional. The journalist's words halted abruptly, and Karl could distinctly sense a flicker of disdain and aversion in her gaze. This was not directed at him, but rather towards a man approaching from the lobby, a rotund figure clad in a garish suit, accompanied by a cadre of bodyguards in dark sunglasses. It was Hamilton Hill, the deputy mayor, a man besotted with power, corrupt and ineffectual. What, one might wonder, was he doing here? I had assumed he had found an excuse to escape on vacation. Before Hamilton, Valerie exhibited no signs of trepidation. She rose to her feet, standing resolutely in his path. Long time no see, Deputy Mayor Hill. Are you prepared to answer my inquiries regarding your political donation scandal and the dubious sources of your campaign funding? Hamilton's fleshy visage contorted in agitation, and the seasoned politician's demeanor suggested he was not in the best of spirits. Impatiently, he shoved Valerie aside, declaring, I have no time to entertain your trivial, opportunistic questions. If you have nothing better to do, perhaps you should spend your time with those playboys and dig up some sensationalist stories. Now, kindly vacate the area. But the citizens of Gotham deserve the truth, Valerie protested. As Hamilton's shove momentarily destabilized her, a pair of warm hands caught her just in time. Mr. Hamilton, if you aspire to the mayoralty, it would be prudent to maintain a modicum of gentlemanly decorum. How dare you? Hamilton, who had appeared ominous just moments prior, froze like a statue upon catching sight of Karl. This seasoned politician, so accustomed to authority, was now visibly sweating. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Deputy Mayor Hill, let us proceed. We must discuss the establishment of the new department with Director Gordon. Yes, of course. After you. Valerie covered her mouth in disbelief as she witnessed Hamilton Hill exhibit such deference towards the mysterious young man, even displaying a semblance of respect. Karl, who on earth are you? Me? I suppose I am currently an unemployed drifter or perhaps an advisor to Mr. Hamilton. But that won't last long, as I intend to seek a minor position alongside the deputy mayor. Karl winked mysteriously at Valerie. A position that may help you reclaim what you desire. Absolutely not. I vehemently disagree. Typically composed and rarely losing his temper, Commissioner Gordon now resembled an infuriated lion, his roar echoing clearly even to the reporter Val in the corridor. Our dedicated team has been working tirelessly for 72 consecutive hours, from the Major Crimes Unit to the General Crimes Division, the Rapid Response Team to Logistics, Intelligence, and Traffic Control, all striving to protect the citizens of Gotham from harm. And you dare to claim that the citizens' distrust and loss of public confidence warrant the establishment of a special oversight department to scrutinize our efforts? Who gave you the audacity? In the presence of the imposing James Gordon, Hamilton experienced a rare moment of terror. Previously, he had regarded Gordon as a compliant soft target during budget meetings and similar gatherings. But now he truly grasped that this man, who had cleared out internal corruption, was far from ordinary. Hamilton instinctively took a step back, his mind racing with the notion of retreat. At that moment, a hand rested on his shoulder. Vice Mayor, worry not. As discussed earlier, everything will be fine. Hamilton shuddered at the thought of the devilish figure resembling a penguin from the Iceberg Lounge, whose threats and temptations seemed to echo in his ears. He took a deep breath. This is not merely a question of who has given me the courage. It is the authority granted to me by state law and the city council as Gotham's vice mayor. Concerning departments that have evidently suffered a decline in public trust, I possess the right to establish an office of behavioral review for oversight. According to Gotham's legal framework, a public department should rightfully be appointed and established by the mayor, albeit with a relatively independent enforcement position. However, under such a management structure, the previous commissioners had exhibited a lack of restraint and were often entangled with Gotham's criminal elements. Consequently, mechanisms for oversight were instituted to counterbalance this situation. The Office of Behavioral Review, directly led by the mayor or vice mayor, was created to allow citizens an opportunity to monitor misconduct and dereliction of duty, a reform championed by figures like Thomas Wayne in their quest to improve Gotham. Yet, this measure quickly lost its significance, as for an extended period, both the vice mayor and the mayor were colluding with the Roman crime syndicate, and the appointed oversight personnel were predictably compromised. Furthermore, the requirement that participants in this oversight body must possess no criminal record, not even a history of suspicion, posed a considerable challenge in Gotham. After Gordon ascended to the role of commissioner, this oversight body was briefly activated, utilized by certain politicians to constrain Gordon's actions. However, thanks to the efforts of Batman and Gordon, this regulatory body soon ceased to be a nuisance. The reason was straightforward. It only held significance when its reputation was tarnished. After all, its establishment required a directive from the vice mayor or mayor, and when Gordon's reputation was restored and he was held in high esteem, no politician dared to jeopardize their political capital by engaging in such actions. Until now, Gordon lifted his head, his piercing gaze sweeping over Hamilton before settling on Karl beside him. I possess a deeper understanding of Gotham's legal framework than you do. And what about you, Hamilton? How well do you truly know the man you intend to appoint as the head of the Behavioral Review Office, Karl Rosso? As previously mentioned, the head of this agency is directly appointed by the mayor or deputy mayor. Thus, there are no formal qualifications required. It could be a lawyer, a politician, a businessman, or even someone like Karl, who is currently unemployed. Mr. Hamilton is undoubtedly well acquainted with me, so there is no need for concern, Director Gordon. As a law-abiding citizen of Gotham, I am eager to contribute to this city by rooting out its nefarious elements. Well then, let us see who the true menace is. Follow me. With a grim expression, Gordon strode out of the room like a tempest, while Karl confidently trailed behind. Reluctantly, Hamilton shuffled along in their wake. As the furious Gordon and the nonchalant Karl entered the Major Crimes Unit office, the previously bustling agents halted their work, wide-eyed and astonished at the sight of the two. Listen, I do not understand the trick you played to emerge from the sewers. I cannot comprehend your words, Director Gordon. Have we met before? Gordon's icy, unyielding gaze locked onto Karl's, and after a moment, he approached one of the female agents seated at her desk. Maggie, do me a favor. Utilize the facial recognition system to retrieve all his information, including criminal records and detention history. Leave nothing unexamined. The agent named Maggie looked at Gordon in astonishment before adjusting the camera on her desk to focus on Karl. Wait, Wait, this is an offense. An invasion of my advisor's personal privacy. Vice Mayor Hamilton wiped the beads of cold sweat from his brow, appearing exceedingly anxious, which only reinforced Gordon's conviction that his actions were justified. No need for concern, Vice Mayor. Director Gordon's caution is entirely reasonable. Holding this position necessitates a spotless record, a fact I fully comprehend and am willing to cooperate with any investigation. Karl, unperturbed and exhibiting an air of tranquility, raised his hand in a gesture of reassurance. 1 minute passed, then 2, then 5, and the gathering crowd of agents in the major crimes unit steadily swelled, nearly the entire staff congregating around. Among them were also 2 outsiders. Vice Mayor Hamilton seemed to struggle to conceal his conspicuously corpulent frame, glancing toward the exit as if contemplating escape. Meanwhile, Vicky Vale squeezed into the throng and discreetly retrieved her phone, activating the recording function, despite the clear prohibition against photography and videography in this area. Found it. Gordon immediately cast his gaze upon Maggie's computer screen, his mouth agape in shock, his deep-set eyes behind the lenses brimming with disbelief. How is this possible? He abruptly turned to Karl, who innocently shrugged, his expression adorned with a knowing smile. Even without Gordon's words, Karl could anticipate the nature of the information that had come to light. Having attended public schools in Gotham and remaining unemployed at home post-graduation, he had sustained himself through freelancing to support his sister. Not to mention, there was not a trace of malevolent actions or petty crimes in his history, no incidents even as trivial as peering at a neighbor's sister in the bath. Simultaneously, his dental records, pension contributions, and tax filings were all impeccable, leaving no room for suspicion. His background was as pristine as a blank slate, unmarred and utterly unblemished. This was precisely how the brilliant hacker girl had configured his profile. Yet, Gordon was evidently skeptical of these records, having witnessed Karl hiding in the sewers firsthand. The veteran director was acutely aware that, apart from the questionable existence of a sister, the rest of the information was fabricated. Maggie, compare the school records and alumni lists from his educational institution year by year to check for any signs of tampering. And do the same with the psychiatric records from Arkham Asylum and his criminal history, he commanded. Alan, retrieve the keys to the physical archives. Gordon's keen, penetrating gaze remained fixed on Karl, as if to convey, "Boy, you are far too inexperienced to play this game with me." Undoubtedly, Gordon had encountered numerous instances of database manipulation and had long prepared for such eventualities. To conceal one lie necessitates the creation of 100 new ones. Thus, relentless investigation would invariably unveil an irreconcilable flaw. The database was archived in physical form annually, which served as Gordon's ultimate leverage. Karl was well aware of this, never harboring the arrogance to believe he could outsmart Gordon. In truth, he did not need to convince Gordon of the veracity of these records. He merely needed to compel him to acknowledge their existence. "Excuse me, make way. I'm with the Major Crimes Unit. Why are there so many people gathered here?" Detective Renee Montoya's voice emerged from the throng, prompting the crowd to part, allowing the perplexed detective to navigate through the sea of bodies to reach Gordon and the others. Behind her stood a girl with glasses, a model-like figure adorned with cascading red hair. "Barbara? Good heavens, Barbara, when did you?" Gordon stared, flabbergasted, at his daughter, who had regained her ability to walk. His overwhelming astonishment left him no time to express the joy that should have accompanied such a moment. Yet, more importantly, he noticed that Barbara's gaze did not immediately find him. Instead, her wide eyes were fixated upon the brown-haired youth standing before him. Upon realizing the intricate gaze that Barbara had maintained upon Karl since her entrance, Gordon felt as though struck by lightning. With his extensive experience as a seasoned detective, he immediately grasped the implications. He turned to Karl, whose eyes revealed all. "This is it, Gordon. This is my trump card. Gordon, I believe I have located the database from Arkham. No need, Maggie, that will suffice." But perhaps I could follow the clues to find modifications. Did I not just say that is sufficient? No further investigation is necessary. Gordon's sharp rebuke rendered the entire Major Crimes Unit office silent, all eyes drawn to the old chief's agitation and subtle despondency. Witnessing this, Karl recognized that he had achieved his objective. This round, I have triumphed. He was acutely aware that, compared to figures like Batman and Gordon, he fell short in both intellect and experience. Thus, he resorted to deception, ambush, and sowing discord, leveraging the absence of Batman from Gotham at this juncture to temporarily secure a foothold. Yet, these stratagems were not sustainable. More crucially, Karl needed to exploit what his adversaries lacked in order to gain an advantage. Both Batman and Gordon were akin to saintly figures, untainted by aspirations of fame. Driven solely by the desire to combat evil in the shadows, indifferent to public opinion. They detested corrupt politics and kept a respectful distance from politicians like Hamilton. Above all, they exercised remarkable restraint in their pursuit of power. Gordon had always focused on managing his own small domain, never contemplating a political career. Batman, despite devising a comprehensive plan to control Gotham's criminal enterprises, chose to keep it under wraps, unwilling to implement it. The very elements they shunned now served as Karl's instruments for establishing his presence in Gotham. Tell me, Karl, what is it that you truly desire? Gordon approached Karl, lowering his voice while suppressing his anger and frustration. Do not be anxious, Chief Gordon. I am merely a representative of Gotham's citizens, lacking any significant authority. And I have no intention of interfering with the daily operations of your esteemed detectives. Karl gently patted Gordon's shoulder, then turned to address all the detectives with a commanding tone. Effective immediately, I possess the authority to access all of your law enforcement records, including personal computers, to investigate any potential collusion with criminals or any illicit handling of evidence, including unauthorized deletions. At this juncture, Karl deliberately glanced at Valley, the reporter, who was raising her phone to record. She seemed to comprehend his intent, her eyes reflecting surprise and gratitude. Furthermore, your operational plans must receive my prior approval. However, I will not interfere with your routine patrols and public safety efforts. However, some evidently meaningless surveillance, which merely squanders taxpayer funds, as well as the searches conducted on certain specific individuals, I shall report to the deputy mayor for discussion on the necessity of such actions. Gordon narrowed his eyes, his voice regaining a calm composure, yet still imbued with authority. Your actions compel me to question whether you are abusing your power to shield a particular suspect. What if I am indeed facilitating his endeavors? Moreover, to be precise, that so-called harbinger is not a suspect. I believe he is an ally to the citizens of Gotham, which aligns with the deputy mayor's sentiments. An uproar ensued around them, as Karl's unabashed remarks ignited fervent discussions among the crowd. However, on this matter, Director Gordon, you are the least qualified to reproach me. Let us not forget who first collaborated with the enigmatic vigilante. I believe every citizen of Gotham is quite aware of who illuminates the nocturnal bat signal. Chapter 36. This is unjust, Barbara. Whoosh. The moment Karl stepped into the room, a fierce punch hurtled toward his face. However, having anticipated this, Karl cleverly cast a protective shield of holy light before entering, causing the blow to collide with the translucent barrier, producing a sound reminiscent of shattering glass, before he effortlessly seized the assailant's wrist. Miss Barbara, this celebration of my successful employment seems rather exuberant. Bang. Yet, the opponent did not cease her assault. Instead, she delivered a headbutt that struck Karl's nose. Ouch. It had been previously stated that even without his combat gear, Karl was equipped with a magical ring and various blue and white artifacts, rendering his defense far superior to that of an ordinary person. Thus, the headbutt left him unscathed, while a bruise blossomed on Barbara's fair forehead. That's enough, shut up. Barbara's final attack was a powerful kick that struck Karl squarely between the legs. However, rather than causing pain, the kick inadvertently replenished both his stamina and magical energy. Alas, I forgot that a young girl's kicks can potentially induce dizziness. Yet, Karl's rigid expression, frozen in place, yielded an unexpected effect. Wait, why didn't you block that kick? Hey, wake up, are you alright? Answer me, Karl. Barbara, initially seething with anger, exhibited a hint of panic and concern upon witnessing Karl lose consciousness after being struck. She hurriedly dragged him to the sofa. Karl, don't scare me. You possess healing abilities, don't you? Hurry, heal yourself. Just as Barbara began to unfasten Karl's belt to assess his injuries, he finally emerged from his prolonged stupor, managing to halt her actions. Wait, I'm fine, I assure you, I'm perfectly fine. Karl silently noted this lesson in his heart. Although the girl's footwork rendered him immune to some of his enemy's strikes, he could not recklessly absorb attacks. Otherwise, being stunned in the midst of battle would be a grave misfortune. One must ponder who, after all, had the audacity to insert such unreasonable items into the mother box of the Blazing Star. Observing Karl's vibrant demeanor, Barbara's expression returned to a frigid frost. Despite appearing somewhat composed after the recent turmoil, her eyes were still brimming with hostility. Why have you returned? Did you not achieve your goal of deceiving me into forging your identity and exerting control over me? Your words are rather harsh, Barbara. I have never deceived you. I secured a legitimate position, one that I could flaunt even at Cassandra's parent-teacher conference. Yet your prestige is built upon the disgrace of others. That journalist named Valley has released footage from today's major case division, accusing my father and Detective Brock of mishandling evidence and demanding a press conference for an apology. Karl was acutely aware of this matter, as he had uncovered the incriminating footage recorded by journalist Valley on Gordon's laptop, leading to allegations of misconduct against Gordon. Although Karl later advised Valley to graciously forgive Gordon's error and indicated that he would not pursue further action, this minor debacle undoubtedly exacerbated an already precarious reputation. The dissemination of public opinion travels faster than the Flash himself. Within mere hours, Gordon's standing across Gotham's social networks plummeted. On one hand, the citizens' frustrations had accumulated during Gotham's recent descent into gang warfare, culminating in an explosive backlash. On the other hand, Valley's report played a significant role, as her edited footage combined with her acerbic commentary portrayed Gordon as a bully who nitpicked at Karl, a young man of impeccable credentials. In a sense, Miss Valley was indeed a formidable figure. Barbara grasped Karl's collar tightly, glaring at him with a disapproving, icy gaze. Because of you and that woman, my father is now subjected to pointed fingers whenever he steps outside. You are somewhat misplacing the blame, Barbara, Karl countered, seizing Barbara's wrist, which held his collar, and responding with a serious and resolute expression. Had I not intervened to end the gang warfare, the scrutiny and condemnation would have only intensified. When will Batman return? If this drags on for another 10 days or 2 weeks, what will become of Gotham? How many agents will suffer casualties? Relying too heavily on Batman to resolve their dilemmas is, in itself, a significant issue. You cannot hold me accountable for exposing this wound simply because I revealed it. That would be profoundly unfair to me, Barbara. Barbara bit her lip, and although she appeared somewhat reluctant, she had to concede that Karl's words were irrefutable given the current circumstances. However, your collaboration with that scoundrel, Hamilton, is exceedingly complex. You only perceive him as a cowardly politician, greedy and corrupt. You are unaware that his 13-year-old daughter suffers from leukemia and that she has implored me to intervene on her behalf. Barbara's eyes widened in astonishment as she whispered incredulously, "Is that true?" "Of course not, Barbara," Karl replied. Yet, when Barbara later delved into the medical records at Gotham Hospital, she would indeed discover that Hamilton's daughter was gravely ill, thus validating Karl's deceit. In truth, the child's affliction was tied to the numerous illegal chemical factories dotting the outskirts of Gotham, all of which had received permits from Hamilton through political donations. Moreover, while Karl's treatment of Hamilton's daughter was ostensibly part of a transaction, Hamilton's compliance was primarily secured through evidence gathered by the Penguin regarding his money laundering at the Iceberg Lounge, political contributions, and his affairs. Nevertheless, if you remain uneasy, I have another proposal for you, Barbara, Karl said softly, his voice reminiscent of a devil's whisper. I am merely a solitary commander at present. Should anyone wish to join me as a colleague, I would be delighted. This could also alleviate your concerns regarding me. Barbara's expression fluctuated. Karl understood her dilemma. Even for the sake of closely monitoring Karl's actions, doing so would undoubtedly feel like a betrayal, both to her father and to Batman. Consider it carefully, Barbara. I wish to avoid direct confrontation with your father, and you could serve as the perfect bridge. After a moment of contemplation, Barbara shook her head, still conflicted. I'm sorry. I need to think it over, but I will do my best to mitigate my father's hostility toward you. It seemed their conversation would conclude here for the day. Karl had not expected to persuade Barbara so swiftly, but planting this seed was sufficient. Noticing the bruise on Barbara's forehead from her earlier impact, he raised his hand and began to employ rapid healing on her injury, not wanting any misunderstandings to arise should Gordon notice. Just then, the door swung open. Chapter 37. An evening stroll with Commissioner Gordon. I'm back, Barbara. I just encountered Stephanie and that girl. What are you two up to? Both Karl and Barbara immediately realized that their current actions and expressions were rather compromising. To an outsider, it appeared as though Karl was affectionately stroking Barbara's head with one hand while grasping her wrist with the other. Barbara appeared shy and troubled, seemingly evading Karl's gaze. Yet she did not refuse his advances. However, the most pressing issue loomed large. Let us set aside the question of how you came to be in my home. You insolent boy. First, elucidate why you are unbuckling your belt in the living room. Wait, Dad, don't draw your gun. Calm down. It was I who helped him unfasten it. Karl's mind was consumed with a singular thought. Miss Barbara, do you truly wish to diminish your father's animosity towards me? In a flash of insight, he resolved to activate his life-giving resurrection skill. You brat, come take a walk with me. After dinner, James Gordon, with a sullen expression, beckoned Karl outside. Following the earlier commotion upon entering, Barbara had drawn her father into a private discussion for a while, during which Karl was compelled to endure the burning curiosity emanating from Stephanie's inquisitive gaze, alongside Cassandra's distinctly displeased demeanor. Surprisingly, when old Gordon emerged, although still wearing a grim countenance, he refrained from further outbursts towards Karl, even tacitly allowing him and Cassandra to dine at his home. It appeared that Barbara had indeed succeeded in softening Gordon's hostility, though the method remained a mystery. However, the prospect of taking a walk with Gordon raised Karl's eyebrows. He was acutely aware that Gordon was not as benign as he appeared. After all, he was a man of special forces background, and it would not be entirely unexpected for him to draw a weapon and engage in a street battle. Do not worry. He should not harm you, he reassured himself. Just adapt to the situation, please. Truth be told, Karl was far more concerned about the possibility of inadvertently causing harm himself should a confrontation arise. To safeguard against any eventuality, he exchanged a glance with Cassandra before following Gordon's lead. Although she grimaced, clearly displeased, she discreetly nodded in acknowledgement. As Karl and Gordon traversed the streets of Gotham under the cloak of night, they found themselves in a residential area. Given the self-restraint typical of Gotham's citizens, it was rare for anyone to stroll outside at night, even in the absence of a curfew, unless they were criminals. Ironically, in a sense, Karl and Gordon constituted such a pairing. First, I must thank you, Gordon suddenly remarked, breaking the silence. I learned from Barbara about your true identity, and more importantly, that you have healed her injuries. This bears significant importance for me. Karl squinted, realizing that Gordon had gleaned his identity as the harbinger from Barbara's revelations. Yet, even without her input, he would have surmised it soon enough, given the healing abilities paired with a crucifix and the unmistakable physical traits shared with Cassandra. It would be quite difficult to conceal such truths from Gordon. Nevertheless, I must still issue a warning. Here it comes. Karl's expression grew serious. He had anticipated that this staunch ally of Batman would not be so easily convinced. I have nurtured her for many years. I will not allow you to easily take her away, you insolent wretch. Karl's pupils constricted. He understood precisely what her referred to, undoubtedly. It was the authority over Gotham's law enforcement. Karl had long been aware that Gordon was a man who dedicated his life to justice, a commitment that had cost him his marriage due to an inability to balance work and personal life. Although Karl operated as an oversight authority, he was bolstered by Hamilton's support, affording him access to all the intelligence at his disposal and the ability to legitimately intervene in operational arrangements. In a sense, he had usurped a portion of Commissioner Gordon's power. After years of service, it was intolerable for Gordon, a fact Karl had anticipated. Nevertheless, Karl had no intention of yielding. She does not belong to you, Commissioner Gordon. I firmly believe that I can make her better. This was Karl's heartfelt conviction. Despite Gordon's earnest efforts to maintain order under his leadership, the reality was that when faced with genuine challenges, he often found himself powerless, relying on Batman. For Karl, who had a history with Batman, this was unacceptable, prompting him to maneuver in such a roundabout way to incorporate her into his plans. Initially, Karl expected Gordon to erupt in fury upon hearing his words, but to his surprise, he noticed a hint of melancholy in Gordon's eyes before he turned away. You are right. I have indeed fallen short in the past, and perhaps lacked the standing to make such comments. Was Gordon truly so understanding and objective in his perspective? The Commissioner's candid acknowledgement left Karl feeling somewhat sheepish. I may have been a bit harsh. Your many years of effort cannot be overlooked. I have only been here a few days and still require your guidance. Enough of the consolation. I am not so fragile yet. However, there are a few critical issues I must clarify with you to establish boundaries. Do you understand? Thus, the moment of revelation had arrived. Karl squinted, realizing this was indeed the true purpose of Gordon's conversation, to set rules that would govern their conduct, offering both carrots and sticks. The seasoned commissioner was not to be underestimated. First, do not disclose your identities until the time is right. This is for your protection. Karl paused momentarily, but quickly nodded. He indeed intended to gain recognition under the secret identities of the Harbinger and the Shadow Blade. But he would not reveal his true self until he could ascertain his safety. Gordon, having dealt with superheroes before, had offered a remarkably sensible piece of advice. Observing Karl's lack of dissent, Gordon nodded in satisfaction and continued on his way. Secondly, no lives can be lost. This is a non-negotiable boundary, understood? At last, the moment had come. Karl inhaled deeply, his expression turning grave. He understood that in Gotham, the fight against evil inevitably revolved around the paramount principle of non-lethality. It is well known that Batman possesses an almost obsessive dedication to this principle, regardless of the heinousness of the criminal. He would never take the initiative to eliminate the root of the problem through lethal means. Furthermore, he imposes this standard upon those around him, asserting that crossing this line once opens the floodgates for countless transgressions, and killing a criminal would equate to transforming oneself into a criminal. Karl dismissed this notion as sheer nonsense. I shall not acquiesce to your demand. Chapter 38. The victory spear piercing the firefly. Karl's immediate response left Gordon wide-eyed and incredulous as he turned to face him. Karl continued, I will endeavor to maintain a basic moral restraint, but I will categorically refuse to be shackled by such rules. When action is warranted, one must act. That is a responsible approach towards oneself and those around them. This encapsulated Karl's true sentiments. Showing mercy was permissible. Yet permitting certain vile scoundrels to perpetrate further atrocities would be an act of irresponsibility towards the lives of those nearby. Gordon gazed at Karl in shock for a moment. And just as Karl anticipated an outburst, Gordon sighed deeply and turned his head slightly, as if to concede. It appears I have grown old and no longer comprehend the thoughts of the youth. Perhaps you are correct. Let us consider this matter closed. Karl was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Gordon's perspective to be so adaptable. Perhaps it was only Batman who strictly adhered to the principle of non-lethality. While Gordon tacitly agreed that criminals deserved their due punishment, not merely by the law, but by the dictates of justice. In light of this revelation, Karl regarded Gordon with newfound respect. Just as Karl intended to delve deeper into Gordon's thoughts, his mobile phone vibrated in his pocket, signaling a text message. The issue was that he had very few contacts saved, aside from the Penguin. The image of a certain female reporter flashed in his mind. Upon reading the content of the message, Karl immediately recognized that this was not the time for idle conversation with Gordon. Let us pause our discussion regarding your relationship with Barbara for now. We should address the matters you are meant to oversee. Keeping personal and professional affairs distinct is vital. Your concerns for Barbara can take a back seat. But, are you listening, Karl? Noticing the footsteps behind him had ceased, Gordon abruptly turned around, only to find that in the brief moment he had turned, Karl had vanished without a trace. The vast street lay empty, save for the manhole cover lying silently. That little rascal, Gordon muttered in exasperation, just like that person. Where on earth did you all learn such tricks? Meanwhile, in Gordon's home, Stephanie, washing dishes, curiously inquired of Barbara. Sister Barbara, I recall that the director should be unaware of our secret identities. How do you explain Karl's assistance in your treatment? He previously appeared quite enraged, almost murderous. Do not pry, Stephanie, Barbara replied, adjusting her glasses with a hint of discomfort. It was merely a harmless little fib. By the way, where has Cassandra gone? I just saw her in the living room, in a dimly lit corner outside a chemical factory in Gotham suburbs. A special correspondent for the Gotham Gazette, Vicky Vale, stealthily peered through a window. She quietly raised a small video camera, capturing the illicit production of illegal drugs and the heavily armed gang members bustling about. This factory was once under the control of the Romans' lieutenant, Falcone, but had been temporarily shuttered for 2 to 3 days following the Romans' demise. As Vicky lowered her voice to record, she reflected on the reasons that had compelled her to this perilous location. When she had retrieved her recorded footage from Karl, he had seemingly been reviewing a dossier on an investigation. It indicated that abnormal electrical activity had confirmed the factory's resumed operations. However, due to the overt nature of the investigation, the agents suspected it might be a trap and decided to remain vigilant. But perhaps that harbinger will make an appearance. Karl had mused aloud while examining the documents. Are you suggesting he might not recognize this as a trap? Vicky inquired. No, I mean he may simply not care whether it is a trap. After returning home, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Vicky had impulsively changed her attire and brought her phone to this location. The intrepid reporter was acutely aware of the dangers present, yet the temptation to see him up close was irresistible. Vicky had always been among the bolder journalists. She had once infiltrated Arkham Asylum during a prison break to capture a photograph of Batman and covered gang conflicts from dangerously close quarters. I believe he will certainly appear tonight. She had texted Karl just before arriving, having recently exchanged contact information. Vicky herself was uncertain of the motive behind the message. Was she subconsciously seeking Karl's encouragement or hoping he would dissuade her from venturing into this treacherous place? As she glanced down at her phone, a tinge of disappointment washed over her when she noticed Karl had yet to respond. Suddenly, her expression shifted, for she perceived a fiery crimson glow reflected on her screen, expanding ominously. Oh no, Vicky exclaimed, lunging forward just as flames rained down upon her previous position, engulfing it in a fiery inferno within mere seconds. Above her head, a man clad in form-fitting battle armor hovered in the air, supported by a flame-spewing jetpack. His joints and eyes shimmered with fiery light, resembling a colossal firefly. In his grasp, a flamethrower belched forth flames, but soon he ceased his fiery assault, seemingly engaging in conversation. Is that a woman? Or not quite what we anticipated? You mean I can incinerate her to ashes, correct? The female journalist was instantly engulfed by fear. She recognized this formidable supervillain, having once penned a detailed report about him. Firefly, a criminal obsessively enamored with flames, whose twisted psyche had earned him a frequent residence at Arkham Asylum. Although this mercenary donned a self-crafted flamethrower suit, he was not favored by employers, as his escapades were often accompanied by rampant arson and destruction, merely to satiate his perverse inclinations. It was a grave mistake to engage in such reckless adventures, venturing alone into the lair of a criminal. Surely, witnessing so many extraordinary events these past few days had driven her to the brink of insanity. Just as Firefly raised his flamethrower to aim at Wally, a golden light sliced through the night sky, striking his arm. Boom. A translucent golden spear pierced through the hose connecting Firefly's fuel tank to his weapon, along with his arm. The leaked fuel ignited instantly, engulfing the left side of his body in flames, eliciting a piercing scream. Observing this scene, Wally's heart plummeted, and her legs buckled beneath her, collapsing onto the ground. At that moment, a low, gravelly voice resonated. "Stand up, reporter Wally, and raise your recording device. The show is about to begin." Chapter 39, Firefly, Moth of Death. Professor Pigface. Who is it? Which scoundrel? The response to the struggling Firefly came from a petite figure swinging down on a thread as thin as a hair, accompanied by the flash of a blade in the darkness. Clang. With the crisp sound of a blade being sheathed, Firefly plummeted to the ground, his fuel tank and battle suit having separated. As the flames on his arm extinguished, he rose from the ground, only to find Karl, adorned with a metallic helmet, standing before him. "Get to work, am I not your target?" Upon hearing Karl's taunting words, Firefly bellowed in fury and raised his flamethrower. Even without the fuel tank, some fuel remained in the device. However, his trigger finger was no match for the swiftness of Karl's fist. Bang! The center of Firefly's metallic mask caved in, and he collapsed to the ground like a limp ragdoll. What a spectacular scene. Valley, the journalist, endeavored to steady her trembling hands as she gripped the camera. Her cheeks flushed not from the heat generated by the fireflies, but from sheer excitement. She offered her adversary an opportunity for a counterattack, only to strike preemptively with a decisive blow the moment they moved. This was far more impactful than a mere ambush. Although Karl's true intention was merely to activate the damage enhancement effect of the bone ring, to the onlookers, it appeared to be a scene straight out of a film. "It is our second meeting, is it not, Miss Valley?" I was waiting for you, the Harbinger." Perhaps due to the earlier shock or the overwhelming surprise, the once eloquent reporter now stammered. "Next time, I hope to arrive ahead of you. After all, I cannot guarantee that I will always be fortuitously on time." Vala paused, her face lighting up with a smile of astonishment. "You mean, next time I could record your battle?" "Down. Sacred light shield." Suddenly, Valley felt Karl's grip on her shoulder as he urged her to lower her body. A barrage of bullets rained down from above, but a radiant wall of light, summoned by Karl, held firm against the onslaught. An enemy clad in flight armor appeared in midair, his black and purple garb far more discreet than the fiery glow of the fireflies, resembling a magnified moth. "That's the assassin moth. He's allied with the firefly." Upon hearing the journalist's warning, Karl quickly grasped the situation. It seemed they were indeed a duo, with the firefly drawing attention while the assassin moth executed a stealthy ambush. However, the swift elimination of the firefly thwarted their coordinated attack. Realizing his surprise attack had failed, the assassin moth flapped his mechanical wings, attempting to maneuver around the side of the light wall for another strike. Victory Spear. Karl conjured a semi-transparent golden spear and hurled it skyward. Yet, the assassin moth's flight armor demonstrated significantly greater agility than the firefly's, easily evading the spear and performing acrobatic maneuvers in the air, seemingly flaunting his speed. "I am no third-rate character. I am the Batman among villains." Though this declaration was filled with ambition, Karl recalled that Valley was recording and had no intention of allowing him to continue the display. After all, today was his stage. Judgment of Justice. A circular magical array, approximately 10 meters in diameter, unfolded on the ground before Karl. Whoosh! A light spear descended from above, but the assassin moth swiftly pivoted to evade the strike. However, he was afforded no moment of celebration, as a second and third barrage of light spears followed in rapid succession. Although the assassin moth narrowly avoided a fatal hit, he was still pierced by several light spears, yet he managed to maintain his flight. This continued until the final strike of the Judgment of Justice. A winged figure emerged from the magical circle, soaring into the sky with a weapon in hand. He hurled his armament downward, striking the killer moth, which was impaled into the ground, resulting in a violent explosion. Boom! Amidst the chaos on the ground, The magical array had vanished, leaving the moth's armor in tatters, riddled with penetrating wounds. Did I just witness an angel? Whaley stood in stunned silence, oblivious to the fact that Karl may have already executed the criminal. Stop dawdling, Miss Reporter. We still have cleanup to do. Karl paid no heed to the fate of the fallen killer moth, including the firefly with its head caved in. This was a trap set for him. For those who sought his life from the onset, if they survived, it would be sheer luck. If they perished, it would be their just deserts. As Karl confidently approached the factory's main entrance, Whaley seemed to recall something and hurriedly called out, "Be careful. There are many heavily armed individuals lying in ambush inside." Bang! Karl, however, remained unfazed, swinging his cross and forcefully smashing open the iron gate. Yet, instead of the sound of gunfire, he was greeted by a cacophony of anguished screams. My goodness, when did this happen? Inside the chemical plant, the fully armed gang members that the female reporter had previously seen were now sprawled on the ground, writhing in pain, their wrists and ankles severed, blood pooling around them. Witnessing this scene, Karl sighed in exasperation, rubbing his forehead. This child, is she still throwing a tantrum? My apologies, Miss Reporter. Could you edit this segment out later? It wouldn't be convenient for social media. Only then did Whaley notice, deep within the factory, the ethereal figure that had glided by on silk threads was now seated, her face masked like a cat, yet her crossed arms suggested she was in a foul mood. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the seat she occupied was not a chair, but rather a plump figure with severed limbs, bound in a tangle of fine threads. Wearing a pig mask, could it be the pig-faced professor? Whaley was astonished to find 3 notorious supervillains present that night. Yet, despite this duo's combined might, they had been effortlessly subdued, and the look on the herald's face indicated a hint of dissatisfaction. Didn't I say to leave the performance to me? Still upset, are we? How about this? Once the mission is complete, we find a place to watch the sunrise, just as you once expressed a desire to do, Cassandra suggested. Her mood seemingly lightened as she hopped off the pig-faced professor and grasped Karl's arm, fearful he might renege on their promise. Karl turned to Whaley, shrugging his shoulders in response. It appears that this evening has come to an end. You may head home now, dear reporter. We still have some concluding tasks to attend to. Vala surveyed the chaotic surroundings, feeling a sense of surrealism as she realized she had recorded the entire encounter of a superhero confronting a villain. It seemed as though the adversary had deliberately cooperated with her. Aware that she was being prompted to depart, Vala understood the social cue and refrained from lingering too long. Yet she could not resist posing one final inquiry to the Harbinger. Harbinger, when do you intend to strike against evil again? That decision is never mine to make. Beautiful reporter, Karl replied, standing before the camera, his voice lowered to a gravelly whisper. It depends on when they choose to commit their misdeeds. However, I shall always be here, ready to confront them, regardless of time or place. Of course, what Karl did not articulate was that the timing of their malevolence could also be manipulated by the Penguin, just as it was this time. Chapter 40. The leader's reflection. Meeting this trap was undoubtedly a failure. The Penguin announced this with a grave expression during the video conference. Upon hearing this news, the gang leaders in attendance erupted into chaos. I knew such an overtly obvious plan could never succeed. The problem is that we hired 3 assassins, the costs of which we all share. Whoever proposed this plan should bear the consequences. I certainly did not agree to it. We should not have employed these second-rate thugs. If we were to hire anyone, it should have been someone of the caliber of Black Mask. The last time we hired Black Mask, we just attended his funeral a few days ago. Are you serious? Fear and panic began to spread among the gang leaders regarding the Harbinger and Shadowblade, both of whom were formidable enemies to all. Enough. The cold, gravelly voice of Black Mask interrupted the argument, forcing the video conference into silence. This was merely a test. Failure was anticipated. The objective was to lure him out, and we should acknowledge that we achieved that. The question now is what results this plan yielded. This was not difficult to ascertain. Taking over the conversation was Two-Face, or rather, the Harvey Dent side of him. Approximately 2 hours prior, the video of the Harbinger and Shadowblade storming an illegal drug factory had been uploaded online. I believe everyone present has seen it. If you haven't, it hardly matters, as tomorrow's news will replay it numerous times. There will be no escaping it. In the video conference window, the expressions of all the gang leaders were grim. How could they not have seen the video? Once viewed, it was impossible to forget. At this moment, the Penguin spoke up again. Thus, I assert it was a failure. Despite dispatching 3 villains, we still could not discern the full extent of our opponent's capabilities. All we know is that his methods are far more ruthless than we had anticipated. As far as I am aware, Firefly remains in critical condition, likely having succumbed to a vegetative state. Moth has sustained multiple penetrating injuries to his vital organs, necessitating organ transplantation, and Professor Pigface, along with those henchmen in the factory, may very well be rendered incapacitated from this point forward. Furthermore, upon their arrest, they were stripped of all clothing and jewelry, akin to slaughtered swine. The gang leaders inhaled sharply, perceiving this treatment as utterly humiliating, devoid of purpose, yet undeniably capable of tarnishing one's reputation. Subsequently, a great fire consumed the entire factory, leaving nothing but devastation in its wake. Admit it, perhaps we ought to reminisce about that bygone era, an age where mere fractures could resolve dilemmas, where the most troublesome adversary was merely that sharp-eared individual. The cold, unfeeling words of the penguin sent shivers down the spines of all present, their reactions keenly observed by him, a fleeting smile barely perceptible at the corner of his mouth. Evidently, the impact of this scare exceeded expectations. During the previous gathering, a tenuous alliance had been begrudgingly formed. However, due to the grotesque mechanism granting authority solely to the three titans and Black Mask's opportunistic intentions of territorial annexation, many minor gang leaders pretended to join out of necessity. Yet, Karl's recent display has once again planted the seeds of fear among them, with several contemplating withdrawal from the alliance, seemingly abandoning such thoughts. For them, failing to consolidate their forces to deal with the Harbinger would likely rob them of even a peaceful slumber. Is it possible that we await the return of that Batman, allowing him and the Harbinger to engage in mutual destruction? Thud. That was the sound of someone's fist striking the table. Which worthless fool uttered such nonsense? Step forward. A coarse, hoarse, and excessively irritable voice rang out. Without needing to look, everyone recognized it as the demonic side of Two-Face speaking. Such cowardly notions of surrendering territory and resources. Perhaps one should merely return home to don a diaper and await Batman's nurturing. Everyone knew of Two-Face's unusual fixation on Batman. Thus no one dared to speak further and provoke his ire. Two-Face was not mistaken. Relying on Batman for salvation was indeed a sign of weakness. Moreover, should the two of them join forces, it would only exacerbate their troubles, leaving them without any prospects for resurgence. Black Mask slammed his hand upon the table, his voice dark and chilling, in agreement with Two-Face. Our strategy remains unchanged. We must concentrate our efforts to eliminate this new threat before Batman reemerges. However, for this to succeed, we shall require additional funding. I trust everyone will be generous. We will calculate each individual's dues based on the scale of their enterprises. As the expressions of pain and reluctance spread across the faces of the gang leaders, the video conference window gradually dimmed until only Black Mask and the Penguin remained. Just as the Penguin intended to exit the video conference, Black Mask's voice unexpectedly interrupted. Penguin, hold on a moment. The Penguin felt a pang of anxiety within, yet maintained an air of nonchalance as he replied. What is it? My time is quite precious, especially since I just donated a substantial sum for the meeting. Is Hamilton Hill and that fellow named Karl Rosso one of your associates? Upon hearing the Black Mask's blunt inquiry, the Penguin's plump fingers, concealed beneath the table, tightly gripped his trousers, yet his visage remained impassive. I am familiar with Hamilton. That old fox has certainly received a fair amount of my funds for his endeavors. However, I seem to lack any recollection of the latter individual. The Black Mask fell silent for a moment. Even through the electronic device, the eyes beneath the mask pierced like daggers. Let us consider it as though I never spoke. Nonetheless, I wish to offer you a word of caution, Penguin. Creatures such as penguins belong in the frigid, desolate Arctic. Should they force themselves into warmer climes, their existence shall be fleeting. With a click, the video conference concluded, leaving only the Penguin, who sat in brooding silence for a spell, before finally extending his sweaty hand to terminate the call. Had he uncovered something? The Cheshire Cat perched on the desk before the Penguin, sharpening its claws with a keen little knife. Whether he discovered anything was of little consequence. The Penguin ignited a cigar and took a deep puff, his squinted eyes betraying a mix of emotions. After all, I merely intend to stand upon a piece of ice that shall not submerge. Meanwhile, atop Gotham City's tallest edifice, Wayne Tower, Carlo and Cassandra sat side by side at the edge of the spire. Though it appeared perilous for them, it was merely a vantage point with a splendid view. Amidst the biting wind before dawn, Carlo seemed to be speaking to himself. Yet he could glean Cassandra's thoughts from her expressions. All right, Cass, could you enlighten me as to why you are sulking? I suspect it is not solely due to the misunderstanding from last night. Did something occur with Stephanie on your way to school? You do not wish to attend school? How could that be? Are you implying you do not want to be apart from me? You believe our tranquil existence together suffices? Ah, I see. I comprehend your perspective. Now, allow me to share mine. I understand that your silence is not a physiological issue, but rather a psychological one. You have redirected the part of your brain responsible for speech into combat prediction, have you not? This is something I cannot compel you to change, nor can I heal you with magic. It is a choice of your subconscious. However, I shall strive with all my might to create a world for you, Cassandra, where you need not engage in battle at all. I firmly believe that in doing so, you shall be able to cast aside your burdens and naturally regain your ability to speak. There is also a personal motive behind this. I long to hear you call me brother. Does that not suffice as a reason? Therefore, for the sake of that day, I wish for you to experience school and grow like an ordinary girl. If our days are merely filled with conflict, then we have lost sight of our true purpose. Oh, Cassandra, please do not suddenly embrace me. I nearly teetered off the edge. That is quite hazardous. Certainly, without a doubt, I shall remain by your side forever. Wait, has the sun actually risen? Goodness, the ghastly weather in Gotham renders it impossible to witness the dawn. What a waste of time. Even so, do you wish to see the sun? What is it that you find so captivating? Very well, I shall indulge you today. I cannot help but wonder if this will give rise to new urban legends, such as the headlines proclaiming the appearance of the sun atop Wayne Tower tomorrow. But never mind that. Chapter 41. The plan progresses exceedingly well. The Harbinger and the Shadowblade forcefully breached an illicit pharmaceutical factory, delivering a severe beating to Firefly, Moth, and Professor PYG before setting the establishment ablaze. They dismantled an illegal arms cache, subduing the Shark and Calendar Man, and detonated all the weapons and ammunition present. At the docks, they thwarted the trafficking of human organs, defeating Mr. Freeze and Clayface, the latter of whom was mixed into concrete and submerged beneath the sea, only to be retrieved 3 days later. The Harbinger and the Shadowblade launched a surprise attack on the ventriloquist's lair. Karl set down his phone, a bemused smile gracing his features as he regarded the journalist seated before him. Presently, across all of Gotham's social media platforms and video sites, over 6 of the top trending topics and clickbait headlines featured footage you captured of the Harbinger's enforcement, or rather, the process of judgment. In the span of half a month, you have undeniably ascended to the status of a social media queen, Vicky Vale. Yet, it is the Harbinger and the Shadowblade who have truly risen to prominence. I merely happened to document their exploits. Despite her words, Vicky's face betrayed an undeniable pride and delight, suggesting that Karl's praise resonated deeply with her. Simultaneously, her gaze towards Karl revealed a newfound appreciation and admiration. And this is largely your achievement, Karl. Your ability to accurately predict their locations and notify me in advance has been invaluable. I merely reaped the benefits, deducing their whereabouts through our information network, and our mutual friend seems to harbor no intention of concealing anything, allowing us all to flourish together. It has been over half a month since Karl assumed the role of supervisor in the review office, and his plan to utilize Vicky to amplify the notoriety of the Harbinger and the Shadowblade has proven even more successful than anticipated. Even in this world dominated by superheroes, videos documenting their battle against malevolence remain exceedingly rare. This scarcity arises from the challenges of capturing such footage, coupled with the fact that its release often impacts local reputations, leading to prohibitions on uploads. However, the Harbinger's videos filled this void, igniting a nationwide wave of public opinion, with the citizens of Gotham reacting most fervently, as they had long been accustomed to living under the shadow of various deranged psychopaths and cold-blooded assassins. Witnessing these dangerous individuals, frequently featured on wanted lists and escape rosters, receiving severe punishment from the Harbinger and the Shadowblade has brought immense satisfaction to the populace. Moreover, Vicky's personal capabilities have pleasantly surprised Karl. Although the footage was captured under rudimentary conditions using a handheld camera, Valis skillfully edited and spliced it to obscure the violent and bloody aspects of the enforcers and their brutal methods, ensuring their portrayal aligned more closely with the ideals of justice. Coupled with highly provocative narratives, viewers were led to believe that the criminals sanctioned by the enforcers were deserving of their fates. Naturally, there were some individuals, perhaps incited by figures like the Black Mask, or perhaps inherently troubled, who emerged to accuse the enforcers of abusing vigilante justice and to demand accountability. However, the proposal to apprehend the enforcers was initially dismissed by Karl, citing insufficient evidence and failed budget reviews. Everything proceeded according to his plans, so smoothly, in fact, that it caused Karl some trepidation. Karl, are you listening to me? Valis' slightly reproachful voice interrupted his contemplation. Startled from his reverie, Karl turned to find Valis' exquisite and confident visage drawing closer, displaying mild dissatisfaction. It was indeed impolite to lose focus while conversing with a lady. My apologies, I didn't sleep well last night. What were you saying? Karl said, taking a sip of strong tea, his expression tinged with remorse. The nightly escapades of battling criminals, coupled with his daytime obligations, had left him somewhat sleep-deprived. As he had mentioned during Barbara's treatment, while rapid healing could restore his body, prolonged mental strain would inevitably lead to a lack of vitality. I was just saying that I would like to arrange a time for an exclusive interview. I plan to write a feature on you. Would that be acceptable? Noticing the eager expression on the journalist's face, Karl shrugged. I am hardly a figure of great significance. Who would be interested in my interview? Do not be so modest. Karl, you are currently a prominent figure in Gotham. Due to Hamilton Hill, you have become a crucial political asset in his campaign for mayor. Karl narrowed his eyes at the mention of the deputy mayor, that greedy and cunning politician who had initially been coerced by Karl into compliance, yet now seemed to willingly play along in their charade. The motivation behind this shift was not Karl's charisma, but rather the old fox's realization of potential profit. Next month marked the date for Gotham's mayoral election. Hamilton, one of the candidates, had initially languished at the bottom of the polls due to his unappealing image and his previous tenure marked by cowardice and ineptitude. However, the establishment of the review office changed the dynamics. Following Karl's unequivocal support for the enforcers, many on social media began to view him as an ally of this emerging superhero, akin to the relationship between Gordon and Batman. As the enforcer's reputation soared, Hamilton began to subtly insinuate his connection with this new figure during campaign events, appropriating the credit for Gotham's improved safety to both himself and to Karl, whom he had promoted. In the brief span of 2 weeks since Karl assumed his position, he has indeed accomplished remarkable feats, single-handedly unearthing several long-standing moles, earning the reluctant acknowledgement of Gordon. Notably, some of these infiltrators were planted by the Penguin. Consequently, Hamilton's popularity has soared, subtly positioning him as a formidable contender for the role of mayor. Karl observed this unfolding dynamic with keen interest, recognizing that their mutual exploitation served his purposes well. During yesterday's campaign event, Hamilton insinuated that should he be elected, he might appoint Karl to a significant position within the city government. Indeed, you are no longer an obscure figure. Soon, you will be a sought-after presence in Gotham's political arena. How could this be? I am merely a fledgling. Scarcely a month into my career, and it would be impossible for me to command respect. You underestimate the sentiments of the electorate. They might even elect an inexperienced businessman or actor as president. They yearn for change, especially considering your pristine record has garnered public endorsement from Commissioner Gordon. Karl shook his head with a wry grin. Such surreal scenarios could indeed unfold, particularly in this nation. As a rising star in politics, you will attract considerable interest, especially as a young man. One can imagine many blossoming young women inquiring about your romantic status. Does that include you, Miss Valley? The journalist appeared momentarily flustered by Karl's unexpected retort. No, I am not uninterested, but what I meant was, just a jest, do not take it to heart. Valley composed herself, casting a furtive glance at Karl, her emotions swirling in complexity. Being in Karl's presence undeniably offered her a sense of ease, and they shared many common interests. Yet, at that moment, the imposing and reassuring figure of the Harbinger resurfaced in her mind. Ahem, let us set that aside for now. Karl, do you think the Harbinger will take action tonight? Valley cleared her throat, deliberately shifting the topic. However, Karl's demeanor turned serious as he rested his chin on his hand, deep in contemplation. It seems the Iceberg Lounge has reopened, continuing its notorious dealings in unspeakable power and money transactions. Perhaps it is time for the Penguin to come under the Harbinger's scrutiny. Chapter 42. The new ally of the Black Mask. Congratulations, Karl. You have managed to outwit all of Gotham, becoming a household name and a celebrated hero, truly commendable. The Penguin's somewhat sardonic flattery lacked genuine sentiment, prompting Karl to remove his helmet, revealing a contemplative expression before taking a seat opposite the Penguin's desk. However, an overly smooth journey is not always a good omen. I am self-aware. I am not clever enough to devise infallible strategies. Rather, the astute often feign ignorance for reasons of their own. Director Gordon feigned ignorance, issuing orders to accommodate Karl's demands, thereby allowing Karl's scheme to proceed smoothly. Barbara also played the fool, fully aware of the true identity of the Harbinger, yet remaining passive, simply observing the unfolding events. The Black Mask, too, engaged in this charade, having nearly deduced the identity of Karl's puppet master from Penguin's revelations. Yet he continued to collaborate with Penguin in restraining and suppressing other criminal factions in Gotham, seizing the opportunity to further expand his own influence. It is indeed a remarkable skill to have everyone playing the fool, Karl, regardless of the circumstances. The outcome of your plan has proven to be quite successful. Both of your identities are gaining prominence, while Gotham's criminal underworld is being methodically eroded through your insidious approach. However, no one can maintain this facade indefinitely. Once Batman returns to the city, many things will alter, for he will not compromise as others do. More critically, there is the Black Mask. While I might argue that others are merely pursuing their own interests, his continued progression unchecked could lead to greater complications. Penguin took a deep drag from his cigar, his gaze piercing as he focused intently on Karl. What do you intend to do? My thought is to accelerate and create vulnerabilities. Are you suggesting we hasten the pace of our plans while simultaneously uncovering weaknesses in the Black Mask? No, quite the opposite. We will intentionally expose vulnerabilities to provoke the Black Mask into hastening his expansion. Upon hearing Karl's words, Penguin's eyes narrowed, revealing a contemplative expression. At that moment, the sound of approaching high heels resonated from outside the door, and the two exchanged a knowing glance before rising in unison. Karl donned the metallic mask of the Reaper, while Penguin savagely inhaled from his cigar before extinguishing it against the table. Whatever you plan to do, you best do it swiftly, though merely to dispel suspicion. If you continue to disrupt my business like this, my finances will soon be in dire straits. Fear not. Soon enough you shall recoup your losses with interest. However, I still advise you to invest in more legitimate enterprises. Gotham may soon find little room for those gray and black markets. At this point, Karl gripped Penguin's collar, lifting him slightly, while his other hand clenched into a raised fist. Wait. At Penguin's words, Karl's brow furrowed. Is that journalist already outside? Are you afraid now? As I mentioned, I will assist you afterward. No, I meant to say, let's switch sides. I have a cavity on that side, which would save me a trip to the dentist. With a swift slicing sound akin to a blade cutting through wood, the office door was severed into several pieces, revealing the silhouette of a blade-wielding figure outside, alongside a journalist holding a camera. In the corridor, numerous subordinates of the Penguin lay sprawled on the ground, their tendons severed, emitting soft groans of pain. Karl and the Penguin exchanged glances, initiating their pre-rehearsed dialogue. The days of the Iceberg Lounge being a breeding ground for financial crime and corrupt dealings are over. You are courting your own demise. My clients are affluent and powerful. They will not let you escape. Let us await the outcome of who will truly be left unscathed. With a swift punch, consciousness faded from one of Karl's allies, a testament to his particular brand of care. In the penthouse office of the Sienese Enterprises building in downtown Gotham, Black Mask Roman Sienese, like many crime lords in Gotham, concealed his illicit funding behind a facade of legitimate enterprise. However, his disguise was rather lackluster, for his fearsome black mask repelled all who might consider engaging in lawful transactions with him. It appeared that the reports of an assault on the Iceberg Lounge were indeed true. A man stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, his upper body bare, slowly lowering a telescope held in one hand while the other was encased in a plaster cast. His nose was awkwardly tilted to one side. Had Karl been present, he would have recognized this man as Mr. Zash, the original owner of the bone ring now in his possession, previously brutalized by Karl himself. It seemed that once again, the mysterious superhero, Gotham's new guardian, the Apokoliptor, would be featured in a new video tonight. From the dim light, Black Mask's voice emerged, shaking a glass filled with fine liquor, the ice clinking rhythmically within. A flicker of hatred and savagery crossed Zash's face as he tossed aside the telescope and, filled with cold malice, took a seat on the sofa beside Black Mask, grabbing a newspaper. But I know his name. I would recognize his face without fail, along with his bizarre abilities. The Apokoliptor is that fellow named Karl Rosso. And what then? Shall I go live and inform the citizens of Gotham that this political rising star is the Apokoliptor? With you, the infamous murderer Mr. Zash, as my witness? Black Mask remarked with a hint of mockery, revealing the sinister grin of his skeletal mask as he poured the exquisite wine into his glass. Do not fret, Zash. Opportunities for vengeance are always forthcoming and will arrive swiftly, will they not, Dr. Hugo? Zash shifted his gaze to another man seated at the round table, a balding middle-aged man with thick round glasses, his face adorned with a bushy beard, wearing a disquieting grin. Hugo Strange, I had thought you perished. Had I known you were still alive, I would have seized the chance to eliminate you and leave you with a scar in the most painful of places. Mr. Zash, as always, remains spirited and lively. It appears you still recall our splendid days when I served as the chief psychiatrist at Arkham Asylum, relishing the ethereal, haunting screams that resonated within those walls. Just then, Zash unexpectedly produced a sharp knife, but before he could lunge it towards Dr. Hugo, he was halted by the Black Mask's swift intervention. Calm down, Zash. Doctor. Hugo is presently aligned with us, united in our quest for vengeance against the insufferable Apokolips, Karl Rosso. Oh, wait a moment. While I am grateful to Mr. Black Mask for rescuing me from Blackgate Prison, I must correct your statement. Dr. Hugo waved his hand, and Zash noticed the peculiar shape of his fingers, as if they had been broken and then reattached in a distorted manner. This anomaly present in all 10 digits of both hands. My aim is not revenge. As a former physician of Arkham Asylum, I seek to continue my treatment of my most significant and final patient, or rather, to complete the research that was interrupted 3 years ago. Chapter 43. The absence of Batman at the family meeting at the venue of today's mayoral candidate's televised debate. Candidate Quincy Sharp was arrested and accused of involvement in multiple Arkham escape incidents during his tenure as deputy mayor, as well as accepting illicit political donations. Deputy Mayor Sharp is the 5th Gotham City official arrested since the incursion of the Iceberg Lounge. When asked whether this was related to the anonymous crime evidence packages circulated online, Commissioner James Gordon declined to comment. The director of the review office, Karl Rosso, during an interview, asserted that Gotham will never lack partners in justice, and that darkness will ultimately dissipate with dawn approaching. The Apokolips and Blade Shadow tags have dominated social media trends for 20 consecutive days. Mayoral candidate Hamilton Hill proclaimed that, should he be elected, he would contemplate erecting a statue of the Apokolips in front of the government office building. As Barbara perused today's news on the screen, she heard a rustling sound from outside the window. It was immediately apparent that her 2 housemates were preparing to leave once again. Honestly, now that I'm aware of their plans, wouldn't it be more straightforward to exit through the front door? Or perhaps find a place of their own? Barbara sighed, casting a glance at the window just in time to see Karl descending the water pipe, waving at her as if to greet her. With a resigned sigh, Barbara reflected on Karl's inexplicable decision to remain at the Gordon household. Yet, she tacitly refrained from suggesting they find their own residence. On one hand, Karl had contributed a substantial share for meals and lodging. On the other, allowing them to stay provided Barbara with a semblance of control over her circumstances. No, this is merely self-deception. Their current actions have long surpassed anything I could have imagined. Barbara has recently begun to perceive certain changes. James Gordon appears to harbor no objections and has voluntarily returned to his single dormitory. However, he seems to regard both Barbara and Karl with an odd gaze, and has even subscribed to parenting publications. A sense of unease surged within Barbara as she wondered if her hasty little fib from that moment of desperation had yet to be uncovered. Perhaps it was time to confide in Karl about what she had said to her father that day. Just then, a series of urgent beeps interrupted her contemplation. The young woman's expression grew serious. She adjusted her glasses and tidied her hair slightly before accepting the video conference invitation. This was a highly encrypted video call, utilizing a dedicated Wayne Enterprises communication satellite, ensuring that no one could intercept or eavesdrop. Oracle is online. Nightwing is online. Batwoman is online. Barbara eagerly anticipated the appearance of the most prominent Black Bat emblem, but ultimately, only 3 individuals, including herself, successfully connected to the meeting. Hey, little Babs. While we all share your longing to see him return, your disappointment upon realizing it was me is somewhat disheartening, remarked a man with a chiseled jawline, his voice imbued with a teasing tone. He wore a black eye mask, and his dark, form-fitting suit bore a large blue bird emblem across his chest. Let us not kid around, Dick and Kate. I'm genuinely pleased to see you both. For Barbara, these 2 individuals were comrades with whom she could let down her guard, akin to family. They had once rallied under the banner, or perhaps the cloak, of the Dark Knight, striving to combat Gotham's malevolence. Yet, for various reasons, they had all gone their separate ways, and even Gotham itself had fallen into the hands of others. What is the matter, Barbara? Has something happened? Kate, known as Batwoman, immediately sensed Barbara's despondency with her keen intuition. No, it's nothing. In fact, I would say Gotham is doing quite well, perhaps even too well. You should have seen it in the news. Nightwing and Batwoman exchanged solemn nods. The footage of the Harbinger and Blade Shadow had not only circulated within Gotham, but had also captivated national, and indeed global, attention due to the internet. So, Barbara, what are your thoughts on those 2? Upon hearing Nightwing's inquiry, Barbara hesitated for a moment before softly articulating her thoughts. I believe, for now, their only flaw is their penchant for the spotlight. Gotham's security has indeed improved temporarily. Then we shall trust your judgment, Barbara, until he returns. Let us observe the situation and avoid unnecessary complications. Barbara, you must pay heed to your safety. For now, refrain from taking any action and limit yourself to mere observation. Should any further issues arise, please inform us immediately. Do you understand? Barbara lowered her head in acknowledgement, her emotions a turbulent mix in response to Kate's concern. Indeed, she had yet to disclose her regained ability to act to anyone else. There were numerous reasons for this reticence, But the most paramount was her desire to prevent others from misjudging Karl due to her circumstances. In fact, Karl had already exploited this situation to claim victory in his contest with Gordon. Although, for the time being, no further complications had arisen, Barbara wished to avoid a repetition of such events. If Karl were to harbor a more perilous scheme, she recognized the necessity of distancing herself from him and relinquishing all that she owed him, including her mobility. This awareness lingered in her heart. Let us return to the matter at hand. I did not convene this meeting solely to behold the presence of two enchanting ladies, though that notion did cross my mind. Nightwing, though half jesting, wore a serious expression, and the gazes of the other two grew earnest. In truth, I have just received word from the Watchtower that Batman, or rather, the Justice League, has sent us a message. A wave of joy washed over Barbara. This was the news she had long awaited. Batman often undertook missions with the Justice League, yet this absence, though merely half a month, felt more prolonged than 6 months to Barbara. First and foremost, you may all breathe easy. This is favorable news. The Justice League remains as trustworthy as ever. Their mission commenced upon the discovery of an asteroid on a collision course with Earth, prompting the assembly of the Justice League to alter its trajectory. This task was not insurmountable, which justified Batman's initial estimate of a 2 to 3 day absence. However, midway through, Batman uncovered the truth. The entity in question was not an asteroid, but an extraterrestrial creature known as Conqueror Starro. A fierce battle ensued, the details of which I shall omit. Suffice it to say, they seem to have fought their way beyond the solar system, ultimately triumphing. According to the information relayed by Batman, the adversary possessed formidable regenerative capabilities, necessitating the complete clearance of debris before their return, specifically, a duration of 10 days. In summary, Barbara, you may rest assured, in approximately 10 days, Batman will be back in Gotham. Chapter 44, stripping the enemy of their gear as a form of punishment upon hearing that Batman would likely return in about 10 days. Barbara initially felt a sense of relief, though it was soon accompanied by a tinge of unease. Karl appeared to harbor animosity towards Batman, and Batman's desire for control over Gotham was formidable. Would they be able to coexist peacefully upon their encounter? Or would Barbara resort to the same deceit she had employed with her father during their last confrontation? However, she quickly dismissed this notion. For Batman's mindset was far more composed and ruthless, unlike old Gordon, who was easier to manipulate. Having addressed the important matters, we now find ourselves without the Justice League, and the Titans must extend their support to the Watchtower. Thus, let us each attend to our respective duties for the time being. Wait a moment, Dick and Barbara. Kate's sudden interjection halted Barbara and Dick's intention to terminate the video conference. Seizing the opportunity while Batman remains absent, I wish to discuss matters concerning our families with you both. In truth, I have located Robin, specifically, the former, or rather, the pre-former Robin, while in a small nation in the Mediterranean. Are you referring to Tim? Both Barbara and Nightwing's faces illuminated with surprise, and Kate nodded in affirmation. Tim is currently thriving, enjoying a vacation with his father in a Mediterranean country. However, the crux of the matter lies in his apparent genuine contemplation of relinquishing his identity as Robin to operate as an independent superhero, much like you, Dick. As someone who has traversed this path, I wholeheartedly support his decision. Working alongside Bruce is undeniably a formidable challenge. Yet what of Stephanie? Weren't they already long since separated? Indeed, that is precisely the issue. Tim harbors feelings for Stephanie that he perceives as merely platonic, akin to those for a sister. While Bruce covertly endeavors to rekindle their relationship, Tim even suspects that Bruce's recruitment of Stephanie as Robin is a ploy to entice him back. Oh, this is a classic flaw of the old man. While it may seem harsh to label it as possessiveness, it embodies the quintessential parental urge to control and guide. No one has greater authority on this matter than I. I recall his attempts to orchestrate a romance between Barbara and me, despite my involvement with Starfire at the time. Barbara appeared slightly embarrassed, as she indeed harbored vague feelings for Dick, and sparks nearly ignited between them. However, a grave Arkham breakout incident ensued, during which Batman mistakenly accused Dick of using excessive force against the nefarious Hugo Strange, leading to a stern reprimand. In frustration, Dick severed ties with the Bat family for an extended period, effectively quashing a romance that had yet to blossom, relegating their relationship to that of mere siblings. Unperturbed by this, Nightwing continued his discourse. In any case, I support Tim's choice. However, this predicament leaves Stephanie in a most unfortunate position. Barbara, perhaps we should persuade Bruce to allow her to continue her training as Robin. After all, which of us began our journey as a brash and immature rookie, gradually evolving over time? Judging by Kate's expression, she concurred with Dick's viewpoint. At merely 18, Stephanie exhibits capabilities far surpassing my own upon being expelled from military school. I believe she possesses immense potential for growth, and Bruce's rigorous standards are rather excessive. Nevertheless, Barbara displayed a conflicted expression, hesitating to voice her thoughts for quite some time. She refrained from informing others that the mastermind behind the recent incident in Gotham was none other than the war game plans pilfered by Stephanie from the Batcave. Given the gravity of her blunder, I fear Stephanie may never don the mantle of Robin again. Dick, perhaps you could peruse the future member roster of the Titans and see if there is a chance for her. Just then, a faint sound wafted in from outside the window, causing Barbara's expression to shift dramatically. Apologies, I have some matters to attend to. We shall continue this conversation later. Without waiting for Nightwing and Batgirl to respond, Barbara abruptly severed the video call and hastened to the window. However, upon peering outside, she found the area desolate, with no sounds emanating from the adjacent room. Yet, Barbara was certain her ears had not deceived her, who had been eavesdropping moments ago. Meanwhile, in a secluded grove on the outskirts of Gotham, a conversation unfolded. Mr. Apokolips, may I pose a question? Certainly, please proceed, Miss Reporter. Why is it that after vanquishing villains, you strip them of their garments? Although I tend to edit that part out later on, I intend to keep some of their equipment as a deterrent against criminals. I see. That explains your current attire featuring Firefly S belt, Killer Moth S shoes, and Captain Cold S gloves. But I have another query. It would delight me to hear it, Miss Reporter. Will you be wearing that bunny suit yourself? Or is it intended for Miss Shadow? Before Karl stood the villainess known as White Rabbit, firmly bound by Cassandra's magical threads. White Rabbit, whose true name was Gianna Hudson, was the only child of a diplomatic family. Originally of mixed American Indian descent, she possessed brown skin, black hair, and green eyes, with the ability to manifest her alternate persona and commit nefarious deeds, only to retreat back into her body when necessary. In her White Rabbit form, Gianna's appearance was drastically altered. She boasted alabaster skin, snow-white hair, and enchanting pink eyes. Her attire was even more striking. Over-the-knee white leather boots, elbow-length gloves, and a pink triangular garment that barely concealed her modesty, complemented by a seductive off-shoulder, midriff-bearing corset. Her charming bunny ears and fluffy tail added an air of allure, reminiscent of a showgirl. However, that was several minutes prior. Now, her boots, gloves, and even the corset were in Karl's possession, not to mention his unwelcome intentions towards the scant fabric remaining at her waist. Pervert, rogue, lecher, release me at once. That won't do, White Rabbit. Generally speaking, I must administer some form of punishment. The female reporter, her cheeks flushed, discreetly turned off her camera and cleared her throat, speaking in hushed tones. I did not intend to interrupt your work, Mr. Apokolips. However, I believe that Miss White Rabbit merely intended to steal the diamond displayed as an exhibit, though she ultimately failed in her endeavor. This does not seem to constitute a grave offense. If word of your treatment of women were to spread, it could tarnish your reputation. Not only Valley, but even Cassandra beside her nodded in agreement, her gaze reflecting a hint of displeasure. After pondering for a moment, Karl nodded thoughtfully. You are indeed correct. With only these third-rate villains remaining, there is no need to resort to severe measures as before to instill fear. Upon hearing Karl's words, however, Miss White Rabbit appeared even more incensed than before. Who are you calling a third-rate character? You imbecile, fool, incompetent buffoon. I've had a change of heart. At the very least, you deserve 100 spanks as punishment. Watch out. Holy light protection. Suddenly, a chill ran down Karl's spine, prompting him to swiftly pull Valley into his embrace for protection, unhesitatingly casting a shield around himself. Boom. It seemed as though some heavy object had struck his shield, and Cassandra immediately drew her blade to counter the assailant targeting Karl. In the flash of her blade, leaves and wood shavings rained down before Karl. The moment he discerned the identity of his attacker, his pupils contracted and his gaze sharpened. A large tree behind Karl had inexplicably come to life, swinging its branches as weapons in an assault against him. Was it reminiscent of a tree spirit from a game? Chapter 45. The Black Sun's annihilation of the tree spirits. Quick. Grab hold of me, Miss Reporter. Karl wrapped his arms around Vala's waist and leaped, propelling himself nearly 3 meters into the air. Sharp wooden spikes erupted from the ground where he had just stood. Simultaneously, the animated tree twisted its branches into a cluster and charged at Karl, still suspended in midair. Bang! In a moment of peril, Karl drew a cross from behind him with his other hand and swung it forcefully to sever the branch. Falling Phoenix Hammer. Karl directed the cross downward, accelerating his descent. With a resounding crash and a flurry of wood shavings, he cleaved the tree in half with the cross. Finally, the tree ceased its movement, and as Karl exhaled in relief, he turned to see Cassandra leaping into the air, using her ghostly binding thread to maneuver a small dagger in a spinning attack, slicing through the two trees that had intended to ambush her into several segments. What on earth is happening? Why has the tree come to life and attacked us? Valley clung tightly to Karl, her arms wrapped around his neck and her legs clasped around his waist, resembling a sloth hanging on. This is Gotham, Miss Reporter. It is common knowledge here that plants can indeed attack humans, Karl replied in a feigned nonchalance, alleviating some of Valley's tension. However, had Valley been able to perceive the expression concealed beneath Karl's mask, she would have discerned his own somber countenance. Although the three treants nearest to them had been vanquished, it appeared that the ordeal was far from over. A cacophony of discordant sounds echoed, as if the very trees of the jungle were uprooting themselves, and countless shadows swayed ominously towards them. Blade Shadow, come here. Cassandra promptly obeyed, swiftly returning to Karl's side, pressing her back against him while she sheathed her blade, yet keeping her hand poised on the hilt. Karl remained composed, gazing at the encroaching multitude of treants. In the stark moonlight, the twisted patterns on the trunks of the trees resembled the visages of demons, their stout roots serving as feet as they brandished their branches, incrementally tightening the encirclement. Holy Spirit's hammer, Karl murmured, and in that instant, the cross in his hand radiated a dazzling light. Vala momentarily believed her eyes deceived her, for Karl's cross had transformed into a golden hammer. Yet Karl refrained from taking further action, merely observing the advancing treants, seemingly awaiting a signal. 10, 20, 100, nearly 1,000 trees seemed to awaken within a radius of several hundred meters, launching an assault upon them, transforming the area into a veritable treant jungle. Under such circumstances, even if Cassandra were to attempt to strike, the question of duration aside, the prospect of fatigue notwithstanding, it was likely that even a titanium alloy blade would risk becoming dulled. Nonetheless, this predicament underscored the value of large-scale magical assaults. As the throng of treants closed in, mere steps away from them, poised to unleash their attacks with roots or branches, Karl inhaled deeply, raising his hands towards the heavens. Apokolips. Karl's words triggered the emergence of a pitch-black sphere hovering above his head. Although it was night, this dark orb was distinctly visible, its depth surpassing that of the surrounding night sky. Zzz boom. In the following moment, the orb unleashed a torrent of purple lasers, frantically sweeping through the surrounding treants. The treants struck by the violet beams were almost instantly bisected, their severed edges charred and smoldering, while the ground erupted violently. The numerical superiority of the treants proved utterly futile against the devastating lasers, causing them to jostle against one another, unable to evade their fate, as they were obliterated en masse under the might of the Apokolips. Such beauty! Valley gazed upward, captivated by the sight of this black sun descending in judgment, rendering her momentarily speechless, so much so that she forgot to retrieve her camera to record the spectacle. Boom! After several seconds of relentless bombardment, the lasers of the Apokolips converged, culminating in a deafening roar, and a powerful shockwave radiated outward. It's all over now, Miss Reporter, you may dismount from my person. Karl gently patted Vala's back, prompting her to regain her senses and release her tight grip around him. He appeared less imposing than she had imagined. Yet his muscles were solid and warm. How delightful it would be to embrace him a while longer. This thought flickered through Vala's mind, but she immediately chastised herself for such frivolous musings, recognizing that he had saved her and that such thoughts were utterly inappropriate. However, Karl seemed oblivious to Vala's inner turmoil, merely surveying their surroundings with a contemplative gaze. She ran away. Are you referring to the white rabbit? Vala turned to see that the once-bound white rabbit had vanished without a trace. Amidst the chaos, no one had noticed its disappearance. Cassandra tugged at Karl's sleeve, her eyes reflecting evident frustration. Yet, he merely ruffled her hair affectionately and replied nonchalantly, "It's all right. She deliberately distracted us to facilitate her escape. As long as we are safe, that is what matters." The white rabbit's garments lay abandoned on the ground, perhaps left behind in the haste of escape. Moreover, there were other pressing concerns at hand. Karl's gaze fell upon the numerous charred tree remnants still emitting wisps of smoke, and a complex emotion flickered in his eyes. Oh, I should capture this moment. Valley retrieved her camera from her waist pouch, but Karl immediately raised a hand to stop her. Miss Reporter, let us refrain from filming today. If this video were to surface, I fear it may attract the ire of environmentalists. Though Karl's reasoning seemed playful, his tone carried an undeniable firmness. Valley, who had previously disregarded even Director Gordon's reprimands in her quest for truth, instinctively complied and stowed the camera away after hearing Karl's words. But who could be behind this? The ability to manipulate plants. Could it be poison ivy? No, given Pamela's character, she would never treat plants as expendable resources, especially considering her awareness of. Karl's thoughts trailed off abruptly as he noticed the astonished expressions on both Vala's and Cassandra's faces. Did you know poison ivy before, Mr. Harbinger? No, I am merely making a reasonable deduction based on current information. Karl steadied his emotions, lowering his voice to a calm, measured tone. That will be all for tonight. Please exercise caution on your way back. Gotham may not be as tranquil as it appears. Chapter 46. The Arkham Origins of Karl and Ivy. It feels like a distant memory. This was a time when Karl was still a paladin, yet to become the Harbinger. 3 years ago, I wager 5 cigarettes against a mud face. He simply cannot die. I'll bet a can of beer against Shark King. His methods are ruthless. Amidst the clamorous cheers of the crowd, the King Shark, with his mud-smeared visage and imposing stature reminiscent of a stone creature from a video game, engaged in a fierce tussle. The splatter of mud and blood only fueled the fervor of the onlookers, although it was evident that the King Shark held the upper hand. The tenacious Mudface, who instantly reformed after being struck, managed to retaliate with equal fervor. This was not merely a recreation during prison yard time. Arkham Asylum, unlike a conventional prison, offered no such respite, rendering life here even more brutal. Just moments before, this place had been a dimly lit dining hall of Arkham Asylum, where guards brandished rubber bullet-loaded submachine guns, vigilantly monitoring the patients before them. Even the lunch lady was equipped with a high-voltage taser, her nerves taut with tension. It was only after the arrival of a man with green hair, pale skin, and a grotesque grin that a conflict abruptly ignited between Mudface and the Great White Shark. As the two clashed, the guards attempting to intervene found themselves ensnared in the chaos, with some suffering grievous injuries. One had half his skull crushed by Mudface, while another was violently torn apart by the King Shark. The rubber bullets and tasers proved utterly ineffective against them, and to make matters worse, some opportunistic individuals seized the moment to snatch the guards' weapons and fled down the corridor. However, Karl was indifferent to the fray. His sole desire was to find a safe haven. As he squeezed himself beneath a table tucked away in a corner, he discovered he was not alone. Though the light was dim under the table, he could discern a woman clad in a patient-esque uniform. Her hair a fiery shade of crimson and her skin a striking green. "You're Poison Ivy?" he whispered. "Shoo." Poison Ivy swiftly pulled him closer, covering his mouth with her hand. Perhaps due to her botanical nature, Karl sensed a fragrant aroma that evoked the essence of a lush meadow. "Do not speak, and do not move. If you harm this child, I shall not forgive you." It was then that Karl noticed a small flower pot beside Poison Ivy, containing a diminutive plant that bore a resemblance to a rose. More precisely, it was a thorny bramble, a special subspecies native to Gotham, yet to be officially named. "I thought this species was on the brink of extinction," he remarked, "but I unexpectedly discovered one in the underbrush outside Arkham. I brought it back during my last escape." To forsake an escape plan for the sake of a single plant seemed quintessentially in line with Poison Ivy's character. Karl inhaled the subtle fragrance in the air. Despite wearing a patient-esque garb that concealed her figure, Poison Ivy's exquisite beauty shone through even without adornment, a testament to the allure of hormonal effects. Are you beginning to feel a spark of affection for me?" she teased. "This is merely the influence of a trace toxin I naturally exude, not a reflection of your true sentiments. I have yet to fully master my abilities, which renders them somewhat uncontrollable. However, I possess a passive skill known as the gift of the divine, which should enhance my resistance to abnormal states." Though Karl pondered this internally, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and instead averted his gaze awkwardly. He observed the small plant referred to by the Poison Ivy woman as the thorn rose. While he lacked expertise in horticulture and plant cultivation, it was evident to him that this plant appeared unhealthy, with its leaf edges exhibiting signs of charred decay. "It seems to be suffering," he mused, "but what can be done? It has relied solely on my abilities to receive nutrients for survival, yet for plants, sufficient sunlight is essential for vitality. So, why not transplant it back to the wild? Do you think it has perished due to industrial expansion or species invasion?" Karl fell silent, yet the Poison Ivy woman discerned the answer from his expression, revealing a bittersweet smile tinged with sorrow as she gently shook her head. "The petals of this thorn rose can yield an almost incurable, lethal toxin, while the only antidote can be extracted from its leaves. I trust you grasp the implication." Karl immediately understood her words. Should this plant be discovered in the wild by those knowledgeable of its properties, it would be harvested as a weapon for crafting poisons. Assassins invariably desire their toxins to be without antidote, hence they would actively seek to eradicate such plants. The thorn rose bears no fault. It is simply exploited as a weapon due to its inherent danger and consequently faces destruction. much like myself and many others within this asylum. For a moment, silence enveloped the space beneath the table, but after a brief pause, Karl gently reached towards the thorn rose. What do you intend to do? If you seek death, I can assist you, but do not mishandle this child. As she grasped Karl's wrist, the poison ivy woman's gaze was laced with piercing intent. Yet, Karl merely whispered a soft incantation. Rapid healing. A faint green light illuminated, and the poison ivy woman's eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed the withered leaves of the plant rejuvenating at a visible pace. How on earth did you accomplish that? I am uncertain. I do not fully comprehend my abilities. In fact, this is my first time employing this skill on a plant, and I never anticipated it would prove effective. The poison ivy woman regarded Karl, her gem-like emerald eyes studying him with keen interest. Pray tell, what is your name? Karl Rosso. A pleasure to meet you, poison ivy woman. No, call me Pamela Ashley. Knock, knock. The sound of a door rapping jolted Karl from his reverie, and he realized he was in the review office, his arms pinned and slightly numb. Astonishingly, he had dozed off while on duty. Given the current state of affairs, a little drowsiness seemed rather excusable. However, I fear the true reason lies in the fact that last night, upon returning home from the battle, I spent a considerable portion of the night elucidating my acquaintance with poison ivy to Cassandra, and in the latter half of the night, I was burdened with thoughts, scarcely managing to sleep. Perhaps it is for this reason that I dreamt of matters I believed I had long forgotten. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed once more. Karl, are you there? It is I, Vicky Wally. I have some matters to discuss with you. Do come in, Miss Wally. As the journalist entered, Karl was taken aback to notice the unmistakable dark circles under Vicky's eyes, which even makeup could not conceal. What is the matter, Vicky? You look as though you could take on Robin without a mask. Is it that severe? I did stay up a bit late last night. Vicky rubbed her temples and settled in front of Karl's desk, exhaling deeply. I was researching last night. Oh, by the way, you may not be aware, but I actually accompanied the Harbinger on a shoot last night. However, the footage was ultimately not released, as we were ambushed. You might find it hard to believe, but we were attacked by the forest. Karl feigned surprise, concerned, and replied, that sounds dreadful. What happened next? Were you and the Harbinger, Shadowblade, injured? Of course not. With the Harbinger around, what could possibly go wrong? The issue is that I suspect this may be intricately linked to that villainous, Poison Ivy, who has the ability to manipulate plants. Vicky smiled mysteriously and then retrieved a folder from her waist pouch, handing it to Karl. Thus, I spent the night thoroughly researching Poison Ivy and uncovered some noteworthy information.